Very good morning and a very cool welcome to the start of play on the second day of the third test match between India and England, coming to you from the former Saurashtra Cricket Association Stadium in Rajkot, which was renamed 2 days ago the Niranjan Shah Stadium in Rajkot. India will resume in a couple of minutes' time on 326 for 5. Some say they enjoyed the best of the first day, some say that England's 5 wickets gave them the edge, but most concur that it was an evenly matched day's play, I would suggest. And a very good morning to Jarrod Kimber, and for the first time this test match to Gareth Batty. Morning, Bat.
Very good morning, everybody.
Good morning to you, Jarrod.
Who suggests it was in England's day? Did I miss something?
Well,
Did
evidently
England
not
suggest?
you.
Did England suggest it was England's day?
I had a brief look at some of the newspaper reports, and there were some suggestions that 5 wickets was above par after India won the toss and chose to bat first.
Oh, I mean, yes, you could say that. Who would you be betting on if you were putting your money on in this game?
You know where my money stays.
So, I mean, there's a I saw this in the last test as well. People are like, oh, you know, England had a really good day. And I'm like, yeah, but they're still behind in the game. These are two different things sometimes. If you lose the toss in India, you need to have a brilliant day. If they were bowled out for 155...
Yeah, the only thing to throw into the mix, this England team are rewriting the rules. They're making their own rules up. And I'm certainly not going to sit here and go, oh, no. The last 30 years of the game suggests that England are right on the back foot because runs on the board first innings, they've won the toss, etc. England, now are just damage limitation. I just think they genuinely think they can still win from this position. I think that's a wonderful thing.
Never mind 30 years, 130 years they're rewriting. Let's find out what Mark Wood thinks, because he had a brilliant day personally yesterday, finished with 3 for 69, took the first 2 wickets. Let's find out whether he thinks England are on top.
I'm not really sure about a specific score. I think we'll not get a good judge of it until we've batted on it as well. But what I will say is that we've got to try and hunt these 5 wickets as quickly as we can. Whether that's they score quickly and we still get them, I don't really care about that. I just want those 5 wickets and get us off the field and let our batters do the work on this pitch. But yesterday was hard toil. It isn't going to be easy. I don't feel it's a wicket where you just blast people out. So there's more hard graft to do today.
And on personal level, back in the team, 17 overs, 3 wickets. How have you pulled up this morning? How pleased were you with your performance yesterday?
I'm a bit stiff. I haven't had a run around yet, so that'll get me going when I start. But I was, from a personal point of view, pleased with the effort that I put in more than anything. And I think all of the bowlers came off the field. It was hot, especially in that middle session. The heat felt like it was coming out the ground. It was weird sort of sensation, but we had to work really hard for our wickets. A couple of times they played well. Obviously, we missed an opportunity when there were 3 down to make it 50 for 4. But I think as a bowling group, we can be pleased, especially with the effort that we stuck at it on a hard day, and we got a couple of rewards later on.
You described Jasprit Bumrah as bowling like a genius in the first test. Shubman Gill's probably talking about you in a similar way. 1 nipping in, 1 away. You can't have taken too many better than that.
Yeah, that was nice. He definitely not described me like Bumrah, but yeah, no, it was nice obviously to get that wicket. Bit of reverse swing. It's great having Jimmy at mid-on next to you. Obviously, all that experience. We managed to get a little bit of reverse earlier than we thought, and that's we now know the challenges as a batting unit that we're going to come up against that a little bit earlier. But yeah, that reverse was lovely, and then the next ball managed to nip away. So always great when a plan comes off. That doesn't happen very often, but when it does, it feels great.
Mark Wood speaking to our man on the ground, Cameron Ponsonby. One thing that we are learning from a distance is that Rajkot is not a town that starts early. Certainly not those who come to the stadium to watch the cricket. It's, again, hoarse crowd, I would suggest, but it's quite difficult to get into the ground.
With Indian grounds, you do have to always remember there might be a few thousand people outside who just haven't got in yet.
Well, from the first 2 test matches, personal experience showed us that there were people queuing for a very long way, like kilometre-long queues just to get in, and everything has to be scanned, and of the dozen or so scanners, only a couple work. Anyway, so let's wish them the best of luck getting into the ground. Joe Root is going to bowl the first over of the day. I confess I'm surprised by that. There are 4 men on the offside saving 1. There's a slip, a short leg. and 3 on the leg side. Root is in, bowls first delivery, spins away from the left-handed Kuldeep Yadav and is taken behind by Ben Foakes. Jadeja resuming on 110. Kuldeep Yadav, his partner, and Strains of Jerusalem coming through our headphones as Yadav is forward once again and steers that one behind square to backward point. And there's no run. I can't wait to hear Gareth Batty's views on Joe Root bowling the first over. There was a thought with this new ball that Anderson and Wood would have a go each. Maybe it's a change of ends thing. Root is in once again. Yadav plays defensively. Bats, initial thoughts?
Typical Ben Stokes, isn't it? There's a plan there, and he surprises. He makes the opposition question themselves, and this is possibly that thing.
As I say, slip in a short leg, designated close catches as Root is in once again, and thick outside edge, and it runs away past backward point. There's a chase on for Jimmy Anderson from backward point, and he overhauls the ball quite comfortably. They run through for 2.
The fact it's 2 left-handers possibly makes that decision justifiable if you question. But I think we can certainly say that there'll be a seamer bowling from the other end. I'd be very surprised if not.
I'd be shocked if there's not a seamer from the other end. Here is Root once again to complete the over. Thick outside edge to Anderson at backward point, and there's no run. India 2 runs to the good. Oh, there's one more ball. Sorry, I can't count. It's very early. 328 for 5. But I mean, I get the matchups things, and you're right. That could be the reason. Here is Root again. Forward comes Yadav playing defensively, and there's no run. No doubt at all. Now India are 2 runs to the good, and it is the end of the over. I've no doubt that you'll have a theory, Jared Kimber.
Mark Wood doesn't really love the new ball, so I wonder if we heard him just talking to Cameron then about reverse swing and everything else, and I think he mostly bowls between the 10th and the 20th over in his professional career, especially when he's playing red ball cricket. So they're probably saying, we only want you to bowl this many spells in the day. We want them to be reverse swing spells rather than bowling with the new ball. Could be another option.
I think also if you've got an off-spinner bowling to 2 left-handers with a brand new ball and Jimmy Anderson the other end, it maybe frees Jimmy up to look for wickets as opposed to that attack and defend that we normally see from him. He might just go all out attack.
The India said that they used Akshar Patel in one spell, even though we were all a bit confused because they were trying to get the ball older, because Akshar Patel's very good at landing the ball on one side for the reverse. I don't know if Joe's in that level. Certainly not quite the spinner that Akshar Patel is, but all these things are possible.
Certainly bowled it very full that over. So if it's hitting the footholes, it will rough up the ball quickly. That could very easily be the plan.
Is that enough theories?
The level of cunning is...
Well, when they're playing 5D chess, you've got to look at all the pieces. Some of them are behind you.
That's interesting about Akshar, because he sort of slides it on, doesn't he? He's got quite a... Yeah, interesting.
I think Ashwin's talked about that before too, of literally bowling for the reverse, of just being like, okay, these 4 overs, I'm just going to put it here. If I get a wicket, that's great. But really what I want to do is just dust up the ball on one side.
There was a time in county cricket where you'd bowl long hops and get the ball hit into the stands and land on a bit of concrete. That tended to help the process quite quickly. Here's Jimmy Anderson then. Forward comes Jadeja playing defensively, no run.
And they say there's no job. I mean, I'd be perfect for that. I could stroll in. You want some half trackers, some full tosses? I can get this ball damaged.
Do you know Mark Wood's 2 wickets yesterday with his first new ball wicket since 2015?
Yeah, I think he's taken it a little bit more in Asia at times, but it's just not a thing he does.
But they were the first with the new ball since 2015.
No Stuart Broad now.
True. 2 slips in for Jimmy Anderson. He's in, bowls to Jadeja down the leg side, and there's a speculative, tentative appeal for a catch. Folks did catch it, but it didn't hit the bat.
I think even if you look at Mark Wood's record in white ball cricket, he generally bowls, first or second change. He likes that middle area. They're trying to turn him into the new Liam Plunkett and everything, and I think it suits the way he bowls.
It's his trajectory, isn't it? With him being shorter, generally to bowl it full, it's almost going up out the hand, as opposed to when he hits that back of a length, he's going into the surface and it's still going to hit top of the stumps, rather than the taller bowlers, it's bouncing above the stumps.
He's probably not going to use swing or seam as much as other bowlers as well. So, you probably prefer your, Ollie Robinson type bowlers and Jimmy Andersons to take the new ball.
Jadeja on strike on 110, his 4th Test century. It cost the wicket of Sarfaraz Khan shortly before the close of play yesterday, when Jadeja spent 28 uncomfortable deliveries in the 90s and then called for a non-existent single, ran his partner out. Here's Anderson again, bowls to Jadeja, defensively out in the onside.
I found that whole over interesting though, because I think everyone's focusing on the actual run out at the end. But the first ball of the over and the third ball of the over, they also had issues, the two pairings. So I don't think it was a case of a batter was on 99 and suddenly roasted his non-striker. I think they actually had fundamental issues with the difference between running. And what happened was Sarfaraz overcommitted because he'd been told off by Jadeja so many times earlier in the over.
328 for 5. Here's Jimmy Anderson again, bowls once more leg side, and Jadeja is underway on this second morning with a clip off his pads out towards deep square leg, Mark Woodfields. I do think that Sarfaraz Khan on debut was having some difficulty in playing the junior role. I think he was having a problem being subversive. Do you not think that he could have done a bit more?
Well, so the first ball that over, Jadeja drops it to point, and Sarfaraz is sitting on his bat like he's Rohit Sharma at the other end.
Yeah.
And Jadeja's like, that's not good enough. You have to be better. The next ball, Jadeja just calls him through like he is a kid, and Sarfaraz is then upset with Jadeja for being called through for what was probably a run for most international cricketers. And then the third chance in that over.
Here's Anderson once again, bowls to Jadeja, to Kuldeep Yadav, and he's clipping it wide of mid-on, and they go through for another single.
I think Sarfaraz was trying to he was panicking that Jadeja was going to call him through for another run, or he was just like, finally the message got through, and he overcommits to start with. I mean, Jadeja, even if he hadn't have overcommitted, he might still have been run out just because Jadeja's call was terrible. But there was a lot of elements there. But yeah, I can see what you're saying. He's got an interesting persona for someone who struggled at times in cricket and now has started dominating.
Yeah, I don't think Sarfaraz Khan was having any difficulty in focusing on Sarfaraz Khan. He was enjoying the show, he was enjoying his debut, and he didn't seem to be aware that Jadeja was having a struggle at the non-strikers end. Anderson in again, hits Jadeja on the pads, but it pitched outside leg stump, so there was a yelp rather than an appeal. 330 for 5.
Bats might be able to, add something to this as well, but I think there's kind of two reasons why batters run like Jadeja. You've got that sort of Ricky Ponting, Virat Kohli, where they're trying to get every run and enforce it. And then you've got that sort of David Warner, Ravi Jadeja, where they use the stolen runs as a way of manipulating the field. And I think that's how Jadeja bats anyway. So he does struggle when he has Rohit Sharma or Sarfaraz or someone who's not as athletic or as responsive for him.
Yeah, I think it's the way that it makes them tick with their rhythm batting, by able to rotate the strike and get down the other end and get their partner on strike. It's the rhythm of their batting, and they don't want to be stuck down one end for long.
Here's Joe Root once again. Forward comes Kuldeep playing defensively, and there's no run.
I hate to say this because John Norman's in the room, but I remember when we asked David Warner at St Lucia to open the batting with Rakeem Cornwall, and there was a lot of conversations with David Warner. It wasn't that he had any issues with Rakeem.
Here's Root again, pitched up, defended by Kuldeep.
But he was saying, I get into my innings by stealing singles and getting twos. And that's going to be very hard to do with Rakeem Cornwall at the other end, who's just going to stand there and hit sixes.
Here's Root once again, bowls wide of off stump, slider, carried straight on, didn't spin, taken by Folkes, left alone.
I'm going to just diverse a little bit, because we saw some pictures of the surface earlier, and to me it looks a little bit tacky, and after this ball I shall explain what I think they might be trying to do.
Here is Root. There's a slip and a gully, or two slips now. That one is left alone outside the off stump.
So perfectly there, that ball spun. The previous ball ran into the left-hander. I think you're just trying to drive into a good length. They've got like a weird third slip. Besto's on his knees, trying to almost get one off the face of the bat as it grips.
Here's Root. That's wow. That was a seamer. that one actually swung in a little bit to Kuldeep. It was left alone outside the off stump.
Yeah, I think he was just trying to drive it into the pitch. It was 95 kilometres as opposed to 84, 85 the previous balls. He's just trying to let the pitch do the work for him.
Root again bowls that one straighter, and Kuldeep has to defend, which he does up towards mid-off, and that was a quick over in terms of speed. 330 for 5. Jadeja 111, Kuldeep on 4. So let's just finish off on the Jadeja Sarfaraz Khan issue. Just seemed to me that let's be blunt. Sarfaraz is a man of stout build, and he's not necessarily a speed merchant between the wickets. He doesn't steal quick singles, and I think that contributed to the fact that Jadeja was stuck for 28 balls in the 90s.
100%, and it is that rhythm of how batters want to play. You'll have a thing now that Jimmy might be at the end of his mark going, come on Rooty, that's a 2-minute over, I need a bit more rest in between. It's the feel of the game. It's a weird thing. We all talk about feel the whole time, but what is it?
Here's Jimmy Anderson again, and that one's clipped up towards mid-on and go through for a quick single. Jadeja is on 111. I don't know why I find that thought so amusing. Jimmy saying to Joe Root, could you slow down?
Well, I've been wondering about this for a while. When they had Wood in this side and they've got all these spinners, why not bowl 3 spinners to every one Wood over rather than getting Wood a 2-minute break and getting him to come in again? For him, that rhythm, if you think about it, if Root takes 2 minutes and everyone else takes 2 minutes, he's still got a similar kind of break than he would if there was another Mark Wood at the other end. It's not as if you're giving him a 10 or 15 minute break between his overs. You're giving him a 6-minute or 7-minute break between his overs.
Here's Jimmy Anderson running up to the crease now, bowls, and again that pitch is on or around leg stump. Jadeja defends. He's 111. India 330 for 5.
The bizarre thing is it wouldn't happen a lot in English conditions. You generally seamers are bowling with seamers, so you don't get a choice in it. I get the feeling that Jimmy's quite happy to be just getting in there because of the conditions suiting him now.
Yeah, I think with Jimmy, you'd probably want a spinner at the other end and just him going back to back. But with Wood, especially bowling those spells, and he bowled slightly longer spells than he was supposed to yesterday, it would make you'd get more out of him, I would have thought, each over.
Here's Anderson around the wicket now to Jadeja. He drops it down on the offside and sets off for one of those scampered singles, which he enjoys and specialises in. And he moves on to 112. He's off the Nelson. India 331 for 5.
Yeah, that's exactly what we've been discussing there. Jadeja, wonderful technical position to be in, to play the ball very late. Jimmy Anderson has made the ball swing a little bit, coming more into the pads, bringing the stumps in play. He's gone around the wicket, he's changing angles. There's something there for him. There's not a huge amount, but he bowls that beautiful probing, testing area. Jadeja was up to it, but getting off strike gets him down the other end and almost frees him up to face again in a few minutes' time.
Kuldeep on strike. Anderson is in, beats him with an absolute beauty. He's got the edge. Taken behind by Ben Folkes. Kuldeep has gone. That was an absolute beauty from Jimmy Anderson. Swung away late. Took the gentlest of feather edges, and Jimmy Anderson makes the early breakthrough. Kuldeep has gone. 331 for 6.
Time and time again, that man Anderson gets the early breakthrough around the wicket and gets that ball to hold on the outside of Kuldeep. Just left him fractionally. Doesn't need to do too much, but just enough. That perfect length. Top of the stumps, has to play it. Fine nick through to Ben Stokes. That man Anderson starts England off this morning.
Yeah, just another perfect little wobble ball, but it's still showing that the ball's nipping around a little bit. Maybe not as much as we saw yesterday, but that went away from him. But they'll also just be happy to get rid of Kuldeep, right?
Question for both of you. Had Jadeja have been facing that ball, is he nicking it?
I think I've got this theory about Jadeja, which you and I can explore. I'm so happy to have you back. But I think Jadeja is another one of these left-handers we see, like Devon Conway, and you can go back to Graham Smith, but it's a big thing in modern cricket to play slightly outside the ball. So I think that's why England are always trying to bring the ball back into Jadeja, because they think that's where they can get him. They almost did yesterday. So I actually think it's harder to get him to nick off to that kind of delivery unless when he's first out, maybe, and it is quite early in the morning. But it feels to me that he just plays slightly outside the line a little bit more than other players do.
So he's sort of playing with his inside edge being his defensive option as opposed to an outside edge, which we saw there with Yadav. He's trying to play the centre of the ball, which gives you outside edge. Perfect.
So I don't know if you've seen much of Devon Conway, but Devon Conway almost never edges the ball normally. Everything goes off the inside edge. And it's something that's taken teams a while to adjust to bowling to him.
No one's seeing much of Devon Conway at the moment. He's in the worst form of his life.
Well, I think that's because teams have worked out that you can't bowl to him normally, and they've changed up. You get a bit of a, if you're a good professional like him, you come in, you have a bit of an advantage. You're in your peak batting years, you understand your game, and then after a couple of years, everyone's like, wait a minute, why are we still trying to nick this guy off?
Dhruv Jurel is the debutant, the keeper. He's coming in one place lower than he was advertised to be coming in because of the night watchman. That one is outside the off stump, and Jurel leaves it alone. Taken behind by Ben Foakes. 3:31 for 6.
Yeah, it's going to be under the microscope here. We saw that first ball from Jimmy Anderson to Jurel, just a fraction wide, but we saw some nip. Definitely seam movement off the pitch. There's one thing we know about cricket. There's a technique for playing spin, there's a technique for playing swing. Nip, there is no technique, it's just good luck. You've got to play middle of the bat because you can't defend either edge because you don't know which way it's going to go.
3 slips in for Jimmy Anderson outside the off stump. Jurel leaves alone again, and it's 331 for 6.
So yesterday we were watching Jimmy Anderson with a new ball bat, and he was bowling the wobble ball, but it was swinging as well. And I was like, so you can't see the seam. The ball's now moving in the air, and when it lands, it could go in either direction.
That's theoretically, scientifically, it shouldn't be possible, should it? To swing the wobble ball.
I would...
Aerodynamically.
The wobble ball requires you to have a very good wrist, like for swing bowling. That's why swing bowlers are really particularly good at it, more so than seam bowlers are at times. But yes, it doesn't make any sense to me. But I still don't understand why the wobble ball seems to seam further than just bowling seam up as well. So there is some confusion with it.
I think possibly I can answer that because there's less velocity on the ball. It spends more time on the surface, so it grips more and moves more. Because you don't have the backward rotation that you get with a perfect seam when you're trying to swing it.
So there's not as much backspin on the ball.
Yeah,
Okay.
less rotation,
I
less
like it.
strength of ball, shall we call it.
Slightly above my head, this.
I think it is mine at 4 o'clock in the morning.
To be honest, and the funny thing is when you talk to most fast bowlers, they're like, I just come in and try and hit the top of off. So I remember talking to Tim Murtagh. He was in on for TalkSport 2 at one stage, and we're talking to him, and he goes, Jared, I don't have a wobble ball. Sometimes I get it wrong and it comes back in, and I don't ask questions.
Joe Root begins another over, and it's driven very firmly up towards Johnny Bairstow at mid-on, and it's gone straight to him. There's no run.
In fact, Kate Cross, 2 TalkSport 2 commentators. I said to Kate Cross, tell me about your wobble ball. She goes, I went in to check if, to learn the wobble ball.
Here's Root again. Round the wicket, bowls, and that one does spin. That lovely variation. Spins past the edge of Jadeja's bat.
Yeah, I went in to sit at Loughborough to see about my wobble ball. They said, you already have one naturally. And she said, well, what can you teach me? And they said, no, we don't want to mess with it. Just keep bowling it.
So it happened by accident.
Well, I think
A
Courtney
happy
Walsh.
accident.
I think Courtney Walsh had one by accident as well.
Here's Root very wide of the crease this time, and Jadeja pushes it behind square on the offside to point, no run.
Natural variation is a wonderful thing. Shane Warne was the greatest at it. It'd tell you had 57 different balls, but I would imagine a lot of it would have been natural variation.
Natural as in accidental. Here is Root again, very wide of the crease once more, and it's left alone by Jadeja. 3:31 for 6.
There was a moment when Nasser Hussain was explaining Graham Swan's straight one on the TV, and the whole England team were watching, and they asked Swanee, and Swanee went, no, it just didn't come out right. And to be fair, Nasser was trying to do proper analysis, but sometimes it just doesn't come out the way that you mean it to.
Here's Root once again, and he's again right wide of the crease. Driven in caught! Root's taken the return catch. Jadeja's gone. 2 early wickets for England in the first 20 minutes. And Joe Root's bowled beautifully, I have to say. Lots of variation. He's given that one some air, pitched it up, tempted the batsman into the drive, and he's hit it straight back. Good catch.
It was almost a shovel back, wasn't it? It's he's bowled some good balls this morning, Joe Root. I don't think this is probably one of the better ones. It's just slightly over pitched, and Jadeja wanted to hit it. I think he's trying to hit that through the offside. His balance is absolutely nowhere, and he shovels that straight back to Joe Root, and that is a gimme. And again, we see England just being able to manufacture wickets from moments that weren't particularly in their favour. We saw it with the run out yesterday. We saw it with the bouncer to Rohit Sharma, and now we're seeing it here again with Jadeja. He'll be disappointed because he could have gone on and made a big difference, and England keep themselves in the game.
I think the biggest thing here, England just keep creating some doubt in the Indian team. Jadeja tried to nick a quick single 10 balls ago and he didn't get it. Then one spins, one doesn't. He's faced Jimmy Anderson bowling top of the stumps, a little bit of movement either way. It creates indecision from very fine players, and we've seen there a little bit of a, I'm loath to say it, but a bit of a freebie from an England point of view. But you look at the 20 balls leading up to it, it's wonderful from England, it's brilliant. They've started the day absolutely on point. Everything they've been doing from a bowling point of view has been great, backed up in the field, and they've deserved the 2 wickets they've got so far.
I know what you mean by freebie, but I think this is the team that is so good at just manufacturing those, like the run out yesterday, like even the catch of Rohit Sharma. All these things, they just keep themselves in the game for that moment when they can maybe swing it back in their direction. It's really clever cricket, and as you said, they're kind of always trying to make people just slightly uncomfortable. You can have this shot if you want, but it's not exactly the shot. I mean, Jadeja doesn't want to cover drive it this time. Jadeja wants to open the face and run it to backward point, or get one a little bit too straight and tuck it around the corner.
Yeah, I just think England have been right on point, and they said that this is their moment. This is the morning that they need something to happen, and as we've seen time and time again with this team, they're ruthless in making something happen as a group. It's not just the bowler Root, he gets the wicket, of course. There's 10 other blokes who are making a huge difference out there.
I think Joe Root's bowled really well this morning in the 3 overs that he's had. It's variations. He's had a clever plan. He's bowled to it. That one is driven by Ashwin, who's the new batsman coming in at number 9. The last ball of the over is clipped up towards mid-on. No run. 331 for 7. And suddenly, this innings has a very different feel and complexion to it, doesn't it? Here's John Norman.
I'll tell you what will be the interesting thing now with the 2 right-handers in. Will Root come off having got the wicket? And will there be a change? Will it be a bit of Hartley, maybe? Will it be a bit of Wood to try and blow the gate open now and take the last 3 wickets quickly? It's a fascinating conundrum now for Stokes, who is somebody that wants to take the game on and move the game forward. But England now, I would say, are in the ascendancy. You don't want to give the extra runs now. It's a bit cat and mousey.
Well, you've got a debutant and you've got Ashwin. I think Wood has to bowl now.
At Ashwin, I'd fancy it.
Yeah,
definitely. He's of an age now. I'd want a bit of chin music, I think, now.
He just doesn't move the way and he never moved brilliantly, but he doesn't move
as Anderson comes in, as Jarrell covers up forward in defence. Good morning, guys.
Jonathan.
Very good morning.
Games don't drift, do they? They do not drift. I think that's the point. I think it's one that we made yesterday as well with Stokes as captain. They just do. You do not have those periods, half an hour stretching into an hour. We had a wicket this session, the afternoon session. I think it's the first time of this series. But games do not drift when England are batting or bowling, and they're always in the game. I think the feeling was this morning that England needed to be batting quite soon after lunch because the pitch is going to break up. Anderson again, bit of width there. Jarrell's just lets that one go. England need to be batting as soon as possible, of course, because that means that they've taken wickets and India haven't scored runs. We understand how cricket works. But if they come in after tea and there's another session gone and it's the pitch has baked a little bit more and there's footmarks, you see the footmarks being created. They need to, and they do get off to a quick start, they need to eat away as quickly as they can whilst it's a day 2 pitch rather than a day 3 pitch, and that's kind of how England have gone about things for quite some time. This is straighter from Anderson but defended by Jarrell, because set these chases, they're very often not batting on day 5, are they?
No, it's a very good point. And I think with Jadeja and probably with Ashwin, we don't know as much about Jarrell. I know he's got a really good first-class record, but we don't know how he's going to go about this innings. But Jadeja and Ashwin are the 2 guys who maybe won't make a lot of runs, they might have made 30 runs in this session, but they have the ability to get it into that middle session, and just take that game a little bit longer. So it's almost as important as the runs, I think, is what you're saying at this point. So it's a brilliant start. They've still got to get through these two, who can both bat.
They can. Jurel facing up and forward again. No run. Anderson bang on it this morning. Wicket from his second over. Kuldeep Yadav. I mean, this is the other problem India do have. The tail is long. 3 genuine number 11s and 2 of those to come once one of Jurel or Ashwin is out. Ravichandran Ashwin. And Joe Root bowling as well. 2 balls away to find out whether Wood is going to replace him, though, after he nipped out Ravindra Jadeja. As Jurel this time up on his toes and playing off the back foot and just pops this ball out into the offside. 331 for 7.
I think you're being a little bit unfair on Kuldeep's batting. I think he's a strong number 10, Kuldeep, rather than a genuine number 11.
Okay, he's not quite the Siraj Bumrah.
Yeah,
fair.
I mean, Bumrah, I would say Bumrah's had it. I mean, Bumrah's one of those people that I think, like, you could throw him in origami kit without the instructions, and Bumrah would kind of work it out. He seems to be a really quick learner with stuff. When he came to international cricket, he looked like he'd never seen a bat before, and now you look at him and he's made some runs at times. He certainly hits the ball quite well.
Well, in fairness to Bumrah, as Anderson is pitched up just a fraction, but the end result is exactly the same. 6 dot balls, a maiden in the scorebook. India have not progressed. 326 for 5 overnight. They're 331 for 7 now. 2 wickets early in the morning on day 2 of this third test. I mean, memory serves, Jared, I think we did a whole following on show on one Jasprit Bumrah over.
Exactly. So I think he's improved. Siraj
doesn't he hold the record? He holds a world record for number of runs scored from an over of Test cricket.
I think he holds the record for being in the over, because some of them were extras, weren't they? I'm not sure if he scored the most runs in an over. I'd have to go back and check. But yeah, he was in the over that had the most, of course. Whereas Siraj still has a little bit of that, and we are seeing Mark Wood come back in. Finally, Kimber and Batty get something right.
I don't get much right. I'm not taking any credit for that.
It's been 8 years you two have been on air together, so...
The one thing I would say, Jimmy Anderson's last over epitomises how England have been in this period under McCullum and Stokes. It was a probing over, a little bit of movement either way. We talk about this Baz ball being extravagant and we talk about all this stuff. Actually, England do the basics incredibly well, and it's led by their senior players. Probably Root with the bat and Anderson with the ball, and Jimmy Anderson this morning has been fantastic. Nothing extreme about what he's doing, but every ball is asking a question of a debutant in Jurel.
It's Ravichandran who will be facing Mark Wood. Picked up 3 wickets yesterday, and he plays this beautifully well off the back foot, punch through the covers, opens the face, and even Stokes can't chase that down. 4 from the bat. And you can hear what that means to the crowd that have turned up early on day 2 in Rajkot.
It's Ashwin of a few years ago there, just a back foot drive in India. When he first came in and made a lot of runs, that's what he did. That one just didn't get up. Looked like a tired opener from Mark Wood, but beautifully played by Ashwin. I don't know if he's going to face too many other balls around thigh high that he could just punch for 4.
It was a stiff ball, wasn't it, from Wood there. He said this morning, he was feeling his efforts of yesterday in his body.
Past the umpire now, shorter, and Ashwin doesn't fancy getting involved in that one. Keeps the bat low, out the way of harm, and watches it go through to the keeper, folks.
That was the one that Wood wanted the ball straight away. Just also worth looking at the field. They had 2 slips and a gully in place. They took the gully out and it put him to leg gully, which is fairly common for Ashwin. He does struggle to get away from that last ball, that style, just because his back is a lot stiffer. Bowled too many overs.
This series has been played in pretty good spirits so far. Wood again, short again, and Ashwin rides the bounce. Deals with it relatively comfortably, but Ravichandran Ashwin's never shy of a word or two, nor's Jimmy Anderson. There was a little bit of back and forth in the last test match.
We love that, don't we? Look at the competition of 2 men going at it. Let's hope we see a bit more this morning. It's certainly good signs from Wood there on his third ball, back up to sort of speeds in the 140s, and just jammed the bottom of the handle of the bat, just above the splice that we see above the stickers. Couldn't quite get him on his spinning finger. We don't want to wish too much harm on him, but if he could just struggle to bowl for a while, that wouldn't be such a bad thing.
Yeah, just till the middle of March, as this hits Ashwin high on the splice of the bat, pops out to cover, no run. 335 for 7.
It is an interesting thing, isn't it, with Ashwin, because he's too good a bat for you to throw his wicket away if you're India. But at the same time, do you really want him facing, Mark Wood going at him? So there is an element of that as well.
Well, you've made mention of the fact that a lot of these pitches that have been created over the last few years is to keep Ashwin going as long as possible, right? So by the same token, you don't really want him facing 91 mile an hour bowling at finger or head, as Wood again is in, and Ashwin digs this off of his hip, clips the ball down to Tom Hartley, put a square on the leg side. Jarrell still yet to get off the mark. We haven't talked about him really. He's not faced a lot of deliveries, 8 balls in his career. He's yet to get off the mark. That's of course going to be in his mind, and he's coming up against Mark.
Yeah, he's got quite a classical setup. Puts his weight over the heels and then moves quite dynamically off his toes up and down the line. I mean, he's obviously, you don't get to play Test cricket for India and not be a very fine player, but he moves nicely. It'll be interesting how he goes against the pace of Wood, because I think he's going to move better to Wood than possibly Anderson, and he's moved well to Anderson so far.
He hasn't played a lot of first-class cricket. Jarrell digs this one down into the turf, and he'll see off the back end of the over. 5 runs coming from it, 336 for 7. Jared's just about to depart. I was going to ask him a quick question, but he probably wouldn't know. No, it's fine. Just wondering about the percentage of deliveries bowled in domestic in India that measure over 90 miles an hour, because we know in county cricket, I think maybe 3% of all deliveries bowled are bowled at that pace or excess. So I wonder if it's the same in 4-day cricket in India. Abhishek's with this actually, so maybe he'll have some idea as he gets himself set. David Bumble-Lloyd back with us in the commentary box here on TalkSport 2 and across on TalkSport. First session of every test match is simulcast across both TalkSport and TalkSport 2, so if you're listening wherever you are in the world, welcome. Or you may be watching us on the YouTube stream via the TalkSport Cricket YouTube. We're seeing pictures of hundreds of kids making their way into the grounds. And it's Jimmy Anderson who's continuing to bowl. He's just eyeing up that big front pad of Ravichandran Ashwin, who's forward. He's a thick inside edge. Didn't look quite so comfortable there. And India haven't looked particularly comfortable this morning. Good morning to you, Bumble.
Yeah, good morning. Morning, everybody. It's a terrific start by England. A couple of wickets early on, get 2 new batters in. Now then, can they get rid of the last 3?
Abhishek, how are you today?
Very well, John. Not so well after India lost 2 quick wickets.
That keeps the game interesting though, doesn't it? You know, if they sail past 450, it's going to be tough. Anderson with 3 slips in place, and Ashwin still doesn't look like he's moving 100% comfortably at the early stages of his innings. Just defends us into the offside no run.
He's somebody who scores a lot of runs against England and played that beautiful shot to Woods as well. Just if these two can bat for 10-15 minutes and settle things down again, both have got enough potential to take the score to a 420, 430, which I think will be a very difficult total for England. As the pitch, we can see that it's already deteriorating a little bit.
Yeah, this is the point I was making with Bats and Jared. England want to be batting as soon as possible because they need to be eating away at that first innings score, whatever it is that India conjure up. Anderson again left alone this time by Ravichandran Ashwin. We were seeing some close-ups, weren't we, of Jimmy Anderson just scuffing up the turf.
Well, you look at that every morning, and we're lucky that the camera guy every now and again goes in really close where the fast bowlers are running off, and you can see bits coming out of the pitch, and that's always a sign that it's very, very dry, and it's going to spin more as the game progresses.
No Axar Patel, but Ravindra Jadeja, who's the second man out, back in the side as Ravichandran Ashwin does get onto the front foot, pushes his ball into the covers, fielded at point, and the two come through for a single. Jarrell still to get off the mark, is going to face the last ball or two of this Anderson over. It was Jimmy who struck early doors in his second over of the day, getting a ball to leave. Kuldeep Yadav caught behind for 4. But the big moment, if you're just joining us on TalkSport or TalkSport 2, the overnight centurion, the man who possessed the most subdued century celebration in recent times, one ball after running out the debutant Sarfaraz. Ravindra Jadeja, caught and bowled Joe Root. Anderson again, and Jarrell, he's interested in the single that's going to get him off strike, but he's fended this delivery to backward point. It's Ollie Pope. It's gone straight to him, and Ravichandran Ashwin says, stay where you are, young man.
Though he hasn't scored any runs yet, Jarrell, he looks solid. He's getting in good position. He's shaping nicely to Jimmy Anderson. He's not faced that many balls from Wood. He's got a lot of potential. He's scored tons of runs in domestic cricket, so he'll be full of confidence.
I was just wondering how much 90-mile-an-hour bowling he faces in domestic cricket in India, because there's not a great deal of it in county cricket. I think a stat that came out a year or two ago was that, I think it was during the Andrew Strauss review, maybe only 3% of all deliveries in county cricket are measured at only 90 miles an hour. So I just wonder, with Wood bowling at the other end, Anderson is in, and again Jarrell shapes up nicely, pushes the ball out to Ollie Pope at backward point, and Mark with a single. He'll feel a little bit better. India 3-3-8 for 7 at the end of Anderson's 23rd over.
There won't be a lot of bowlers who will bowl at 90 miles an hour, John, but there are plenty of bowlers who bowl around that 80-85 mark. There are a lot of youngsters who can bowl really quick in India nowadays, so they will be playing decent fast bowling, but also they get a lot of opportunity playing quicks in the IPL, and that has really helped the domestic cricketers in India. And they've got a feel of some international cricket just by playing those bowlers, and that's why they look comfortable, Bumble.
Did it first start with Dennis Lilly? Wasn't there an initiative of fine fast bowlers in India, MRF?
Yes.
That would be the rubber company, I think.
Yeah.
And didn't they bring Dennis Lilly over and scoured the country looking for fast bowlers, because that was an area that India needed to develop? And now you see that they're quite potent. There are some terrific bowlers.
Yeah, and it has helped a lot of cricketers, and a lot of bowlers have gone through MRF, and now it's Glenn McGrath who runs the MRF in India.
Mark Wood is in. This is cut away on the back foot, upright stance from Jarrell, bat away from body, and comfortably so. He moves to 2. Ravichandran Ashwin back on strike. 3-3-9 for 7. I mean, it says a lot that Jasprit Bumrah is the first Indian fast bowler to reach number 1 in the world in the history of Indian Test cricket, so maybe things are changing.
But we were chatting before we came on, Abby and I, and you've got Kapil Dev, who's a wonderful bowler, but he was a swing bowler, pitch up swing. We're not talking about genuine fast bowling. And fast bowling at any level, it'll disturb you.
Wood in again, past the umpire. This is a fraction fuller, but it draws Ravichandran Ashwin forward, who does so relatively comfortably. No run.
You know, when you used to get fast bowlers in league cricket, in club cricket, your professional used to come across, and Wesley Hall and Charlie Griffiths, Alan Donald, Michael Holding. That was a great time to take your holidays. When we play them, well, I'm not available for that week because I'm in Blackpool.
Bet you wore a helmet then.
Well, I mean, certainly not against Wesley Hall and Charlie Griffiths, you didn't. They hadn't been invented.
Beautiful front foot drive, square of the wickets this time, as Ravichandran Ashwin gets forward, gets off strike. 340 for 7.
Now, our professional at Accrington was Wesley Hall, 126 wickets and an average of 5.2. and up the road at Burnley was Charlie Griffiths, 150 wickets at 4s. Something like that.
I mean, what were those pitches like as well?
Well, we tried to put as much water on as we could to make sure that they couldn't stand up.
I imagine as a batter, Wood again, and this is uppercut by Jurel. First boundary in Test cricket, it's a 6, and he's wrapped it over second slip.
Yeah, that's what I meant. They play so much IPL and they play so many quicks who can bowl around that 85-90 miles. But they look comfortable, and that was an unbelievable shot from Dhruv Jurel, just playing his first test. That's incredible.
It is incredible, isn't it? I'm not sure you would have done that to Wes Hall, Bumble.
Well, you just look at it in slow motion, and it's absolute poetry, the way that he plays it, the pace of the delivery. And he leans back, his body shape leans back as the bat goes way above his head, and he just helps it, he doesn't hit it.
Where's this one going? Wood in, short again, he says do it again. This is straighter though, and Jurel is happy to duck. 3, 4, 6 for 7. A Bumble, I imagine, back in the day, when you knew you were about to face the likes of Wes Hall on uncovered pitches, you'd be quite keen to get up in the morning, just pull back the curtains and look to the heavens, and hopefully there's a little bit of rain there.
Well,
then there's a lot of rain.
Again, there were no covers in those days either. But your memory gets distorted because it never rained. It was always sunny.
346 for 7, 2 slips in place as Ravichandran Ashwin sends Jurel back, and rightly so. I mean, back in the day, I think there was an Ashes test when such was the nature of these sticky wickets that tail enders were sent in to open the batting. A few overs left in the day. Well, get a couple of bowlers up there and try and get through to stumps, and the batters will come back in the morning.
Reverse the order.
Yeah. Bradman, I think, didn't he score a triple ton or a double ton coming in at 5 after a couple of the tail enders had been sent in the night before against England?
It's a good strategy. Why not?
I don't think we'll ever get back to uncovered pitches.
Well, after a little chat, you can continue that. Sorry, I'm enjoying this conversation. I'm eating into Macca's time. Don't want to do that. It's a long day. So after you, Abby and Bumble, it will be the returning Andrew McKenna.
It gets an airing every now and again that you get somebody that will say, why don't we play on uncovered pitches again? I think those days have gone, and we're into uniform pitches. The one thing about the pitches these days for fast bowlers is that they're so unforgiving where the fast bowlers land, and the big units, these guys, and they pound in and the front foot hits down hard on the pitch. And that reverberates through all the bones, their ankles, the knees, the back. They pound to get injured.
Good morning,
Andrew.
gents.
Good morning.
Morning, everyone. What a 40 minutes this has been for England. They took 2 wickets in the first half an hour yesterday. They've done it again today. In fact, it was 3 in 45 minutes yesterday. Let's see if we can continue. Anderson goes in. There's an edge, and that's a brilliant stop by Crawley from Ashwin. Ashwin has edged it, but downwards. It lands in front of Crawley and full dive to his right-hand side. He takes it on the half volley and probably saves 3, maybe even 4 runs. But what a fabulous piece of bowling, and well fielded.
Just opening up a little bit on that occasion, Ravichandran Ashwin, initially he played some beautiful shots on the back foot where he stayed side on. But on that occasion, just slightly opening up and getting that outside edge.
Well, in this morning, I'll be honest, I thought it would be Anderson who comes in again and bowls to Ashwin, turns to Rayan Ahmed at mid-wicket. I thought it would have been Ashwin and Wood. They went with Root, and Root has bowled brilliantly this morning. He's bowled more good bowls today than he bowled in all of yesterday. It's been absolutely spot on this morning.
And I just wonder whether it's high risk now by England to the bowling both quicks. Are they going to come out of the attack at the same time? Can one of them carry on? You'd think that would be Anderson.
Absolutely. Or are they just banking on the fact they'll blow India away? which is high risk.
I just feel that Dhruv Jurel is very comfortable against quicks.
In goes Anderson. It's played into the offside by Ashwin, and there's no run.
And especially when the ball comes onto the bat, we saw in the previous over against Wood when he played that uppercut, he was in complete control. He had so much time to play that ball, and Not once did he look hurried against Wood, and every time the ball was coming on, he's timing it beautifully. So yeah, again, going with 2 quicks might actually help India here to get some quick runs as well.
Well, Ashwin's got 7 from 15. Jarrell's got 8 from 15. 3, 4, 6 for 7. India resumed 3.26 for 5. In goes Anderson over the wicket. Ashwin is pushing up to Bairstow with short extra cover, no run.
But the way that Anderson's operating right now, he's looking for an outside edge. There are 2 phases to Anderson. He'll either go for the outside edge with pitch-up deliveries, looking for a touch of outswing, or he'll change completely and ball very, very straight and looking to nip it back, aiming at the pads. I just wonder about both quicks bowling at this time. How long can they go?
Well, Mark Wood told us in Hyderabad the plan for the series was 4 over spells maximum for him. Do you go maybe that? Anderson in. Ashwin plays out quietly on the offside, and there's no run.
Well, he definitely yesterday he did a 6 over spell. Definitely. Might have been more. 6, I think.
I think we'll play it by ear. If you can give us a bit more, then so much the better, but they'll judge it as and how.
Yeah, I think because he got those 2 wickets, they kept bowling him for another over or 2 just to see if they can get another one. And at that point, if he did get another one, India would be in a lot of trouble.
Final ball of the over then. Anderson turns, starts on his way. 2 slips in place for him as he bowls to Ashwin from the crease. Is pushed out on the offside. Bairstow will field. 96 overs of the Indian innings have now been bowled. 3.46 for 7. You listen to TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport Chin on the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. 2 for 20 in 10 overs this morning for England. And it's important to get this innings wrapped up. If for no other reason, Rajkot today is due to be 31 degrees. You do not want to be out fielding in that kind of heat once it hits the middle of the day. So it is just gone 10 o'clock in the morning, so you've got a couple of hours before it starts to get really hot. Get it wrapped up, get yourself batting, and let the opposition worry about being out there all day.
I think 31 degrees in Rajkot is quite pleasant.
You're clearly not from Burnley, are you? Well, we've just got Bumble's question answered. Tom Hartley's coming into the equation, so we've got a bit of left arm spin now.
So it was just for a brief period that both quicks were bowling. It's on a different phase now, a bit of spin. We'll see if it is going to spin for Tom Hartley. I thought that Root bowled okay, bowled pretty well.
Right then, the right-hander Jarrell is on strike, as we mentioned. On debut, Hartley, left arm around, slip in place, played from the crease off the back foot, no run.
He loves going after spin, Dhruv Jarrell. He's an attacking player, but will he be brave enough to take that chance? We'll have to wait and see. But does love going aerial against spinners.
Okay, so you've got your scouting report then. Hartley waits, comes past the umpire Kumar Devasen. That doesn't bounce, and it goes under Jarrell's bat, and Folks takes that little more than ankle height. That's a worry. Whoa, that is a worry. That just splatted like a pancake.
Bumble, I'm not sure that's a worry for India.
Here's Hartley. Left arm around. That one does bounce. Off the back foot is Jarrell, out to the cover sweeper, Rayan Ahmed. Single taken. 3.47 for 7.
Well, they've still got work to do, England. If you look at these 2 batters, Ashwin is no mug. He's got 5 Test match centuries. And Jarrell, well, he looks the part. Abhishek saying that he looks a confident player. We'll see if he wants to take the spinner on. But Ashwin, you've got to prize him out. He's a good cricketer.
He averages over 26.5 in Test cricket. He's coming forward to Hartley, pushing to backward points, and there's no run.
I mean, if you were analysing Ashwin, where's his weakness? Where do you think we've got to get him there? That's where he's a bit vulnerable.
Yeah, I think he's got a bit of an issue with fast bowling. If you can get it right on that length, which Jimmy Anderson is trying to get his outside edge or try and get the ball to come in and hit his pads. But against spin, he's pretty good.
Hartley is around the wicket, a little bit short, and allows Ashwin to play from the crease, punching to Bairstow at mid on no run.
So with Anderson to Ashwin, he's got to get fuller.
Yeah, he's got to get slightly fuller and try and either get him on the pass or try and get his outside edge from that length, from the back of length. But at the moment, I just felt that Anderson is slightly shorter than he should be on this pitch.
Final ball of the over from Hartley then. One single from it so far. And in he goes. A little bit of air, bringing Ashwin forward, pushes out into the offside. And there's no run, end of the over. 97 gone here on TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. 3-4-7 for 7. Now, of course, Jurel's been brought in, making his debut. KS Barrett was in for the first 2 tests, Abby. Is the thinking that Jurel is a better batter? And what about keeping? Because as a grumpy former keeper who was a rubbish batter, I always get a bit frustrated when the better keeper gets dropped, because there might be a bloke who might get you 8 or 10 more runs with the bat.
Yeah, I think, if you ask me, I think KS Bharat is a better keeper than Dhruv Jurel. We haven't seen a lot of Dhruv Jurel keeping. We have seen him T20 cricket, but that's a completely different ball game.
Yeah.
You don't really get a lot of balls coming to you. But batting-wise, he looks a lot more solid, technique. He's shaping up a lot better than Bharat did. So I think that's one of the key area in modern-day cricket where you need your batter to score runs, not just keep.
Yeah. I'll always get grumpy on that one, I'm afraid. I mean, if you're going to have to keep to Ashwin and Jadeja on one of these and Kuldeep, you've got to know which way the gloves are going. Anderson to bowl to Jurel, turns to mid-wickets. Rayan Ahmed does the fielding, single taken, 3-4-8 for 7.
So you wouldn't have played Adam Gilchrist for Australia?
If you've got 2 guys who have the same ability, then yes, by all means go with the gloves.
But would you go with Rishabh Pant or KS Bharat? KS Bharat definitely a better keeper, I think, than Rishabh Pant.
I always go back to what your old colleague Mikey Holding used to say, Bumble. But then, as at the end of his mark, he wants to know, absolutely know, guaranteed, that the bloke who's got the gloves is going to take the neck.
You're talking about the most stubborn man in the world.
That's a very fair point.
So the other thing, one for Abhishek, Anderson comes in again.
He does, defended by Ashwin, no run.
So you wouldn't have played MS Dhoni either?
He might have got in my side, but he'd be close.
I think the reason Wriddhiman Shah got dropped, because he was by far the best keeper in India, is because of his batting prowess. He couldn't score enough runs for India, and hence they got Rishabh Pant in quite early in Test cricket as well. If Wriddhiman could bat, he would still be playing for India.
You've got to. The thing is, you've got to balance the team. When you're picking the side, you're looking for a balance.
Anderson comes into bowl to Ashwin. It's down the leg side. Ashwin helps himself through square leg, and that is wide of Hartley at long leg, and it's away for 4. 350 up for India, 352 for 7. Ashwin goes into double figures to 11, and Anderson, for the first time in ages, just gets his line a bit wrong there, and Ashwin helps himself.
Well, these 2 at the crease for India have just steadied things down after that opening burst by England. And the 2 batters are just settling in.
Yeah, a bit like yesterday when they got 3 early wickets. Then that partnership between Rohit and Jadeja took the game slightly away from England for a moment. And here again, Dhruv Jurel and Ashwin doing the same.
In goes Anderson, right arm over. Ashwin plays that with an awful lot of time and an awful lot of class. Just a punch to mid-off, but he looks $1 million doing it.
He stands very tall. He's a tall man anyway. He stands tall and stays on the crease. So Anderson is a fraction short. I think and you can see his facial expressions. Jimmy Anderson is just not happy with the way that he's bowling. Got to get it up a touch.
Probably that length could work in England, but in India you just need to be slightly fuller.
You can hear the school kids in the ground once again. It's been a feature throughout the series. Loads and loads of schools bringing their pupils along to watch the Test cricket. They're watching Anderson go in to bowl to Ashwin. Plays it back down the pitch to the bowler who fields in his follow-through, no run.
It's always interesting that you get messages from all over the world. We're listening to you here, and I got one yesterday from Singapore. Listening in Singapore, so
hello Singapore.
Yeah, I mean, how does it get there?
It's a wonderful, wonderful thing, the broadcasting world nowadays. It's almost instantaneous. I mean, we're on TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. There's people watching all over the world, I'm sure, listening on the DABs, on their apps. Anderson goes in, now that's a little bit wider. It's a drive ball as far as Ashwin's concerned. He hits it straight to Bairstow at short extra cover, and there's no run. End of 98 overs, 352 for 7. Yep, apps, DAB radios, online, smart speakers, YouTube. It's all the ways you can listen to us here on TalkSport 2 and on TalkSport. And of course, you can get in touch as well at cricket_TS or at TalkSport 2. Or if you are a subscriber on the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel, you can get in touch and send us a message or a question through the comments section on that, and you can put your questions to Abhishek Jhunjhunwala and David Lloyd. What do you fancy answering today, Bumble?
But there are always issues. I've just mentioned before we came on, if we get a lull in play or at lunchtime, what laws of the game would you change? I'd be on a very high horse.
Oh, wow. That sounds a good one. Yeah, we might well invest in that one. Hartley to continue. Jurel. It's a little bit short now. Did that carry to Mark Wood at backward points? I think it was just short. But there's a lot of hands on heads and hands in the air there, because Jurel leant back into that one, gave it the beans, and it does. Oh, that's 30 centimetres short of Mark Wood. That really is so close to carrying all the way, and that would have been the third for the morning for England. Hartley comes in again, brings Jurel forward, bat and pad close together, this time back to the bowler.
I just felt he wanted to hit the ball a bit too hard on that occasion, Jurel. Just waited a bit longer and timed it, probably could have picked up some runs. That's where you've got to be a bit careful with the variable bounce on this pitch now.
Jurel waits. Hartley, left arm around, gives that one full air. Takes him, I think, full on the pad, low down, sort of on the shin, but would have been going down leg side, which is why the stifled appeal. But again, another delivery from Hartley. He's halfway through his 25th over. 1 for 80 odd already. Hartley, of course, dismissing Patidar yesterday. This time he's around the wicket. It's a push drive from Jurel. Ben Duckett fields no run.
I'm just watching his speed, 87, round about 87, 88k. I think that's decent pace for a spin bowler. What is that in? Should I ask that?
It's a touch over 50. 80 k's is 50 miles an hour. 2 balls left in the over, and Ben Duckett is going to come in as a short extra cover on the drive, just for the one that stops in the surface and pops up a little bit. Jurel waits and is beaten by an absolute ripper. He's looking to play that from the crease rather than come forward. It's turned and bounced. That is an absolute beauty from Hartley. The seam is in a perfect position and it rips past the outside edge.
Quicker. That's quicker. That's 90.
Yeah, very nicely bowled. And on these surfaces, sometimes you're better off bowling slightly quicker.
Hartley then to finish the over, brings his man forward, pushes back to the bowler. Good over, that from Hartley. Completes 99 for the Indian innings. 352 for 7 here on TalkSport 2.
Well, why I've just mentioned a couple of times there about pace, I think it's so important that in India you bowl it quicker. And the taller bowlers who bowl it quicker, the spin bowlers will get more reward. And we saw one there rip past, as you said, past the outside edge. It was quicker. And I'm a bit alarmed. If 80 is 50 miles an hour, he needs to be quicker than that. So he needs to be about 90, 92. I'd be very interested to see Ashwin come into the attack. 499 test match wickets. He tends to bowl it quickly. Tall again. If you're tall in India and quick as a spinner, you'll get reward. Leg spin.
The same with Jadeja as well. He will bowl a lot quicker than Tom Hartley on this surface. And the issue with the batters then is, do you play for the spin or do you play for the straight ball? Because if the ball starts turning at that pace, it's a very difficult ball to face.
Well, with Jadeja, the two things, it's the one that it's quick and it spins, and then one goes straight on it, hits you on the pad. So he's in the game outside edge and inside.
Absolutely.
and being his height, he'll get it to bounce as well. So good luck, everybody, I think is what we're saying. It is Rayan Ahmed time. 14 overs sent down yesterday, 0 for 53 from him. He's going to have a slip as the sole close catcher. Point, extra cover mid-off. And a short fine leg mid-wicket mid-on. So effectively 6 inside the circle, if you imagine a 30-metre circle in a white ball game. Rayan Ahmed is in. And that's a big stride forward from Ashwin, covering any potential spin. Drops it at his feet, no run. So, 1 for 25 for James Anderson so far. 3 for 82 for Mark Wood. Tom Hartley, 1 for 82. Joe Root, 1 for 70. Rayan Ahmed is the only of the bowlers not to have taken a wicket. Ravi Ashwin is back in his crease on this occasion, dropping at his toes, no run.
I just feel that both these batters might be a bit more attacking, show a bit more intent against Rayan. We've seen him bowl a few long offs yesterday, but he started well so far.
Rayan Ahmed is in, that's a good length, bringing his man forward, outside half of the bat, out to duck it, no run.
So I'm looking at speed again. Rayan Ahmed, 80k, so 50 miles an hour. That's about Shane Warne pace, round about 49, 50 miles an hour. Shane Warne, average 45 in India.
In goes Rayan, brings his man forward, again pushed to duck it, short extra cover, no run. That one 85 kilometres, so just slightly quicker.
Yeah, it's better, and I know that he's been working on trying to get it quicker through the air.
Your Indian surfaces, if you're slow, then the batter gets a lot of time to just hang back, play you mostly on the back foot. You don't really bring them on the front foot. And unless you bring them on the front foot, you're not going to get wickets.
Rayan is in. Off the back foot from the crease is Ashwin, turns through square leg. They take 1. It will only be 1 as Hartley does the fielding. And therefore 353 for 7. So essentially, are we saying it's a good sign if the batters are being brought forward then?
Absolutely. You've got to bring the batters forward, and that's where you create the mistakes. You can hit the pads, you can get the outside edge, you're attacking both. But if I can just sit back on the back foot, you're not really causing any trouble for me as a bowler.
Rayan has 1 delivery left this over to Jurel. And in he goes, playing from the back foot. Jurel, end of the over, 353 for 7. It's TalkSport 2, TalkSport and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. And we have reached drinks. So the first hour of today has been completed. India resuming 326 for 5. After an hour, they are 353 for 7. Kuldeep Yadav, first man dismissed today. He was caught behind off the bowling of James Anderson for 4. That was 331 for 6. And then the big one, Ravindra Jadeja, caught and bowled by Joe Root. He'd made 112 from 225 deliveries, 331 for 7. The not out, Ben. Jurel has 10, Ashwin has 12. England therefore have an opportunity to wrap this up as quickly as they can and get batting on what is traditionally one of the better days for batting. The average in the, let's be honest, there's only been 2 test matches on this ground before, so it's a fairly small sample size, but days 1 and 2 average around 330 runs on them. It drops alarmingly on day 3, so England have got to wrap this one up fairly quickly, get batting while it's still decent conditions. As I say, that is an hour done. We'll therefore hand it over to a complete new commentary team. Gareth Batty, Jared Kimber and Neil Manthorpe will continue the action here on TalkSport 2.
Thank you very much indeed to Andrew McKenna. So, dying to ask you, Gareth Batty, what your memories of Rajkot are. Is it a city that just blends into all the other Indian cities, or are there any messages, any memories that come to mind immediately for you? I'm sure you went to Jubilee Gardens, did you? The Connaught Museum?
Several times
Microphone issue.
Oh, sorry.
There we go.
Let's see. Yeah, I went, as I was saying, without the microphone being on, several times to all of the above that you mentioned, yeah. Loved it.
Did you know that Rajkot is India's 6th cleanest city? I'm intrigued by the metric that they use to measure the cleanliness of an Indian city. It's also the 7th fastest growing city in the world.
How do they measure it?
I don't know.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
That's what I'm
Sorry,
saying.
I thought
I'm
you were gonna tell
intrigued by the metric that they use. But
A man goes around with a white glove. Isn't that how they do it in hotels?
I can't work for a city. It's the 6th cleanest city. I don't know. I mean, I've Visakhapatnam actually was the first time I'd ever been there. It was only just over a week ago. That was surprisingly clean. I mean, I wouldn't say it was clean, but by the average Indian city. Anyway, what are your memories of Rajkot?
So Rajkot is quite an exploding tech culture out there. Is that right? Yeah, that's the bit I remembered of it. That you'd randomly sort of stumble across on a different road, and just a massive sort of office block of super intelligent techie people who'd moved into the area.
Traditionally, it was a very industrial hub, and there's a number of leather tanneries, and if you're familiar with the smell of a leather tannery, it's not great. But yes, you're quite right. That traditional industry has been moving far more into the chip technology and computers and stuff.
Do they still have the leather? Is it still?
I'm not so sure that's a big thing now, but obviously high-tech type industry doesn't have the same industrial waste and output and everything, and that maybe contributes towards the cleanliness of Rajkot these days. So, there you go. That's a little bit of during the drinks break.
Can't wait for this chat for Ranchi. My memories of Ranchi are not as high-tech, if I remember correctly.
Yes, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. But it's certainly Ranchi's. My memories, also my experiences of Ranchi, were not as good as Visakhapatnam, which was great, which was really lovely, and I'm delighted to have been there. And anyway, drinks have been taken and enjoyed, and R. Ashwin is on strike on 12 from 31 balls, 353 for 7, and Tom Hartley is continuing, and that's driven out to the offside, a dive by Ben Duckett, but it was a dummy dive. He knew he couldn't get there, but he dived anyway, and they go through for another single. You were saying off-air, Bats, that you thought that Tom Hartley was taking a little while to get into his work. Would that be right?
Yeah, it just looked a fraction disjointed through his action, almost like his right side, so his non-bowling arm, was just pulling him away from his sort of best centred position almost.
Here is Hartley again, and forward comes Jurel, no run.
And I think this is the challenge for all bowlers starting, because there's all this chat about speed and what speed you have to bowl in India, and England teed it up at the start with all this science of the selections, etc., etc. I think it does put a huge amount of pressure on the individuals performing.
Here is Hartley again, and forward comes Jurel, playing defensively, no run.
And I suppose the opposite to that would have been Bumrah cleans up in the second test match, gets all those wickets. Nobody's telling Jimmy Anderson he's got to bowl 5 miles an hour faster to compete with Bumrah. But a spinner, everybody does. Everybody. It's a bit disturbing, I think.
All based on science and numbers, I think, isn't it? Rather than opinion. That's driven, or pushed actually, defensively by Dhruv Jurel, straight back to the bowler, and there's no run. I must say, it always intrigued me how Tom Hartley might have felt by being told, right, you picked, you selected, and it's because you're 6'5". So
yeah.
just bowl. It doesn't matter what you bowl, because you're 6'5". That's exactly what we want. Forward comes Jurel, pushing that one out towards extra cover again, and there's no run. I mean, based on first-class record alone, I don't think Hartley would have been, in the old-fashioned selection terms, would have been pushing for selection. But his height and his delivery points, and what people like Jared Kimber said was required in India, is, that's short, wide, pushed through a bit from Hartley. It was poor delivery, and he gets away with it. Jurel tries to cut, gets a bottom edge down into the ground, and there's no run. India, 101 overs gone, 354 for 7.
No, I think before England announced their selections, Dawson would have been on everybody's lips. Had a wonderful county season, but he's at that sort of peak of his powers, and he bats as well. But Hartley would have been on anybody that sees county cricket. He's not a massive surprise selection. He's a good performer in white ball cricket and red ball, and you just think if the services are going to be good and you need somebody to be able to bowl quite directly within the stumps, there's a lot of sense to it. I don't think it needs the science. I think Hartley was a good sort of addition, I think. But would he have been in your first pick? Probably not, if we're going an old school selection policy, I suppose.
Shoaib Bashir. I'm not sure whether he'd have been on the radar.
He played for Surrey, didn't he?
Yes, he did. Yes. Yeah, it was through our academy system.
Here's Rian Ahmed, who is not tall, and that is pushed out towards extra cover, and there's no run. Shoaib Bashir actually played for Middlesex as well, didn't he? As well, briefly.
Yeah, but Bats runs Surrey, doesn't he? Does that?
And Berkshire. That one is driven through extra cover. It's a lovely shot from Ashwin. It's 4 runs. Every now and then, Ashwin has an unexpected burst of style. He's not a stylist at all. He's quite the opposite as a batsman. He's quite crabby, but then suddenly produces an extra cover drive, which is absolutely sumptuous, like that one. 4 runs.
Yeah, overpitched, and as you said, he sort of checks the drives, doesn't he? Almost VVS Laxman-like. VVS Laxman light.
I'll go with that. A bit VVS Laxman, yeah. Beautiful. Just a classical off drive through that straight extra cover. Just a fraction full from Rehan. I think there's something about holding your length here and not getting too full.
Rian Ahmed in once again, bustling, busy delivery style that's pushed out to duck it at cover, and there's no run. 358 for 7.
And that's the one thing you can't teach. Ashwin there, he's getting warned by the umpire. He's hit the ball into a bit of a gap. He's looking for a single straight down the tram lines. 4 or 5 steps straight down the middle of the wicket, and then he's turned like the QE2 to get back into his ground. The umpire knows exactly what's going on. Any spinner that's played an amount of time would have been up to these tricks. It's all part of the game.
Well, I'll tell you what, every Indian batter I think now has been warned for this.
Yeah.
And Ashwin was trying to play like he didn't know what was happening with the umpire. That, I can't believe I walked down the middle of the pitch.
Yeah, but he couldn't help laughing at the end of the conversation as well.
Yeah. Oh, is it? What's happening?
But Joel Wilson is the umpire. He's just standing and signalling to the scorebox. I don't know whether... I mean, he can award a 5-run penalty, yes. The scoreboard hasn't... The total hasn't changed. Punched off the back foot now by Ashwin out into the offside. We'll have to wait and see, because he was signalling. He was definitely signalling something to the scorers, but the total hasn't changed. But
it wouldn't surprise me if there was a penalty, because so many of their players have now done this.
I think it's safe to say that they all have. That one is driven by Ashwin again from Ahmed out towards mid-on. So Ashwin is he knows exactly what he's doing. I mean, he's
that's 5.
That is 5 runs. He's awarded a 5-run penalty. It has not been reflected on the scoreboard yet. That is a 5-run penalty. Punched off the back foot out towards extra cover by Ollie Pope, and there's just a single. That's fascinating. Yesterday I said to David Lloyd when we were on together, we were talking about this exact subject, because as a former umpire, coach and player, but with his umpire's hat on, he was pointing this out, that all the Indian players are running up and down the pitch. I said to him, what are your options as an umpire? He said, well, we can award a 5-run penalty. And I said, you know what, in 35 years I've never seen that happen. Now it's happened.
Yeah, I've certainly never heard of it or seen of it. I've been in many changing rooms where they're talking about the non-striker walking down the rough and trying to extend the rough without getting down the tram lines to make it easier for the spinners. And I mean, it's part of the gamesmanship of the game. Everybody does it. To be penalised, wow, I've never heard of it before.
So it's not reflected on the score, but I think what happens is that this is a question, actually. Jared will be able to answer the question, I'm sure. But is it added as a penalty extras to England's total? Is that how it happens? Because it's not been deducted off India's total, so because you won't be able to reflect it in the extras column, will you? Forward comes Ashwin again pushing out defensively on the offside. So will it be 5 penalty
Quicker
extras?
England scoring. They haven't even gone out to bat yet, and they're already on 5.
Yeah, well, exactly. That's right.
I think so. I'm just waiting to get more information on it, because I suppose after yesterday we should have looked into it, but I just didn't think there would be a penalty.
No.
I thought there would be a lot of, but so many of their players have now have been warned for this.
Here is Hartley, and forward comes Ashwin. Just when you think you've seen everything in the game, that's played defensively. But so England are going to walk out to bat when they do 5 without loss.
Yeah, it goes down as extras to the batting side, so it will be
penalty extras.
Yeah,
penalty runs.
Already got an infinite scoring rate.
Hartley has a slip in place for Ashwin, and on the back foot, Ashwin punches this one straight back to the bowler, no run.
So I think there were 3 warnings given yesterday, if I'm not mistaken. And so Ashwin hasn't been penalised for him doing it over and over again. I think it must be cumulative of the team, because Sarfaraz definitely did it twice and Jadeja did it once.
Here is Hartley once again up to the crease now, bowls, and forward comes Ashwin pushing out towards mid-off. It was difficult to, there were definitely 3 the distinction between friendly chat and an official warning.
Yeah,
because
there was a chat. Yeah. But
Yeah.
that's the same. Most seamers get that as well, don't they?
I don't think they were very friendly, actually. they were just chats, quite formal chats, and then a formal warning. So Ashwin on 18, Hartley into him again, and has pushed down the wicket out towards mid-wicket, no run.
Then if it's accumulative, I think that is incredible umpiring. Absolutely spot on. And most people would just let it slide and say, oh, it's only his first time, but there's 10 other blokes. It's your team, isn't it? I think it's brilliant umpiring.
Well, Joel Wilson will be featuring in a few pages of match reports tomorrow. That one is driven by Ashwin again, firmly out towards Duckett at extra cover, and there's no run. So many times we've spoken about why the powers available to umpires and the insufficient leverage that they have, and then when they do have recourse, they don't use their options. But Joel Wilson has, and he's penalised India 5 runs for attempting to damage the pitch to help the spinners when England bat.
Also, because of technology now, I'm pretty sure that Joel Wilson was asking if Ashwin was definitely on the danger zone as well, whereas in the old days it would be a little bit harder to prove, and he wasn't in the middle of it. I felt like when I saw it he was in the middle of it. When you see, he's more on the side of it rather than the middle, so having someone upstairs to be able to say to you he's definitely on the danger zone, you're in the right. We've gone back, we've looked at all the different warnings, and you were right every time, so you can give this penalty.
His right foot was about 8 feet down, perfectly for an off spinner. Don't worry about that.
Oh no! I'm not saying that, but what I mean is, if you're an umpire, it's a little bit more in the.
Yeah,
I'm not
if you're in the danger
sure.
zone, you're in the danger zone. Here's Rian Ahmed continuing, and forward comes Jurel, no run.
But there's not a line on the pitch. Like, the umpire has to put that in his head, whereas when we go to the camera operators or the third umpires, they put a big red mark on the pitch. Yeah. So the umpire says, can you just check that, please? I saw it looked very good all round for me.
Here's Rian Ahmed, and that again punched off the back foot quite firmly up to Jimmy Anderson at mid-on.
So we've got our statistician Gary Morgan, obviously, who's trying to get his, and he just keeps putting messages in the group and then deleting them. So obviously he's trying to work this out in real time as well.
Here's Rian Ahmed again, slightly short and wide, and it's punched out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary, and Jack Crawley does the fielding. I tell you what, Bats, just on this session, haven't England bowled dry? The tail's just not wagging at all.
Yeah, I think that was the one concern with I suppose the spin department, who's going to be the dry bowler. But I think that's the thing. Jimmy Anderson playing in this test match and the previous, he just bowls dry and takes wickets. I think he takes a bit of pressure off a young spin attack because he just holds it all together. But everybody has been right on point from ball one. It is a bit of a sign and I suppose a mantra of this team that they just don't miss too many beats. They're right ahead of the game. It's very impressive.
Rian Ahmed in once again, and Ashwin prods forward in inelegant style defensively, no run.
I know this is going to sound weird, but I think both teams are actually quite happy with this.
Yep.
Because India, we said this before, that what India might have tried to do with Jadeja or Ashwin is take as much time out.
Here's Ahmed once again, and it's driven out towards mid-off, straight to Stokes, no run.
Obviously, they would love to already be over 400 in front at this point, but the more time they bat on this wicket, the more it deteriorates.
And the more they can run up and down on it.
And the more they can run up and down on it. So I think that also helps them.
Here's Rian Ahmed again. That is short. That's much too short, and it's chopped away behind square on the offside, just as we were talking about India's run rate hovering around 2 and over. They are gifted a 4 ball. That was very short and very wide from Rian Ahmed. Ashwin cuts it away for 4. Moving on to 22. India 364 for 7. And another word from Gareth Paddy. It'll be John Norman.
Yeah, too much room, too short, too much time for Ashwin. Player of his quality. Traditional back foot cut. Doesn't have the sweeper out for Ashwin that he does for Jarrell. All he had to do was beat the field, and he picked the gap behind square. Nice piece of batting from Ashwin, who's sort of the start of his career, you would have said, was a genuine all-rounder. He does have some really good batting prowess that maybe has waned a little bit with age, but he's certainly got the pedigree.
Certainly in Asia. He's probably not quite a genuine all-rounder in Asia, but he's certainly, a very good player in Asia still.
Plus 30 in Asia as a batting average, I think.
I think he's come under 30
Just
now.
under, has he?
Yeah, but in outside of Asia, I think he averages high 20s.
Yep.
Low 20s.
Hartley is in, defended Jarrell, he's 11, Ravichandran Ashwin 22, 364 for 7. India losing 2 wickets with a score 331. There were 314 for 4 late yesterday before Sarfraz was run out. The third time Jadeja has been involved in a run out in the series so far, which is pretty good going considering this is the 3rd test and he missed the 2nd one. Jarrell playing back and punches this past wide-ish mid-on for a single. He moves to 12.
Gary sent me some run-out stats this morning, but I haven't had a chance to have a look at them. Very interested to see, because Indian fans are now positive that Jadeja is always involved in run-outs, and I wonder how much that is. They've just seen it happen a lot in front of them. Recency bias, but we've got some more information about the 5 penalty runs as well, John.
Yes, I want to hear a little bit about that. I've got a question for you as well. I've got a task for you, actually. Might even need a pen. It's all right, don't need to do it now. Just been chatting with Bumble off air. We've got a challenge as Hartley is in. And Ravichandran Ashwin is forward, defensive, leg stump line from Hartley, 365 for 7.
So Australia were penalised 5 runs in 2020 by umpire Alim Dar, Marnus Labuschagne and David Warner. And Ravi Jadeja, you could be shocked, was also penalised in 2016 in indoor against New Zealand.
This is on the pads again of Ashwin, who swings the bat round but clips the ball straight to mid-wicket, no run.
So that would really mean that this is now, and that was twice I think in that game, so that's 10 runs. That would actually mean that Jadeja has now been penalised part of 3 different times for running on the wicket. Maybe that's why he got so good at batting, so he could stay out there longer.
Wider of the crease, down on the sweep is Ashwin. Hartley targeting the pad, but it's all bat on ball, and Ashwin doesn't take a single there. The score remains 365 for 7. Just been chatting with Bumble off air. He came up to me and he said a potential topic, what about the best players I've ever seen or played against? So going back to 1965 to present day, the best 11. Hartley in and defended by Ravichandran Ashwin. And I said, that sounds very interesting. How about this though? We set Jared the task of working out what who your 11 will be. So you work it out. Who Bumbles?
I'd have to go through all these first-class games.
I'm not saying statistically, but
okay.
I'm saying if I was to ask you, who do you think the best 11 players are that Bumble ever played against or has broadcast on? So from 1965 to present day
as well.
If you're putting together an 11, who would they be? And there's a couple of absolutely obvious ones, right?
Clive Lloyd captain.
That's
I know who
There you
he's.
go. I've done my bit.
I tell you what, I
Get
know
your finger out.
it'll be Clive Lloyd, Sobers, Lara, and Richards because those are 4 in already. So I'm already 4 up. So I only need 7 more.
Well, I've been talking to him. You got 3 of them, right?
So Clive Lloyd's not right.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, obviously Richards is in there and Sobers, and so yeah.
Yeah, and I know Lara is. I only know this because, of course, I just interviewed him for my book. And he gave me his.
Well, there you go. So that's 3 of the 11,
Yeah.
right? And then there's obviously a nailed on obvious one,
Wasim Akram,
and another one.
Imran Khan.
The 2 W's. Well, Wasim and
Oh, he's got Wacker as well.
no. Warren.
Oh, Warren. Oh, okay.
Yeah. So you got. I
Well,
mean,
when you say the 2 W's, it's you
I was thinking
generally.
of the famous West Indians when you said that.
Well, that's the 3 W's.
that's the 3. The 2
And the
and
2
the
W's
give me a
is
chance,
usually
give me a
Wasim and
chance.
Wacker.
Yeah. Well,
And you just added Warren to a W partnership.
believe that Warren begins with a W. When last checked.
Famously, everyone always refers to Wasim and Warren. Do you hear that? I just realised that was Ashwin talking about the penalty runs.
He's
I think.
still chuntering away, isn't he? Who chunters more, Ravichandran Ashwin or Jimmy Anderson? Wood, again, on the pads of Jurel, clips this to square of the wicket, and it'll come through for a single. India would have been starting the day hoping for a score around 450. They had Jadeja, Centurion at the crease. England then, suddenly 2 quick wickets, were thinking, we could be bowling by, or could be batting by lunch, but Jurel's looked good.
Ashwin and Anderson, just very different chuntering styles, wouldn't they have?
How would you describe the 2?
Well, so I would have thought that Anderson's style was very much late Clint Eastwood westerns, Unforgiven style, where he doesn't really say a lot, but he's sort of grumbling a little bit under his breath.
Yeah.
Whereas
okay.
Ashwin's more Woody Allen character.
Here is Wood, and Ashwin jams the bat down on a good length delivery, no run. So how would you describe Glenn McGrath's chuntering style?
He might be more Dirty Harry,
Yeah, I was going to say. I was
Clint
thinking,
Eastwood, wouldn't he be?
or Toy Story. Kind of.
We're just seeing the running down the wicket again. I want to say montage.
Definitely going to be a Mankad in this game, isn't there?
Let's hope so. We love a Mankad, don't we?
What about you, Bats? Who are the great chunterers?
There's a few kicking about, isn't there?
Mark Wood isn't a chunterer. Ravichandran Ashwin trying to get onto the front foot. That's a delivery that comes through at 142 clicks though, so can't quite get his foot down in time, but no danger at all. He'll take another single, and he's still going.
Yeah, the difference between Ashwin and Jimmy is Ashwin does it without backing it up with the facials and the sort of recoil in the body. It's more of it is the verbal, whereas Jimmy will say something, probably say less, but there's that facial aggression to go with it.
Also, I've talked to a lot of players about this. Like, sometimes they're not even sure Jimmy said something to them because he kind of says it out the side of his mouth with his hand over it, and then they turn around and go, like, did he just say that? And he's gone by that point.
Jurel, movement, trigger movement to the offside, covers up, no run. Harmy always says that nobody would ever understand what he was saying, and having been up to stay with Harmy for 24 hours a couple of years ago up in Ashington, and if you think he's got a thick accent on air, and I actually don't think he's got a particularly thick accent, I think you can completely understand what he's saying. He speaks very well, but the moment he walks through his front door, he's talking to a family member, it all goes very, very northern. I mean, he's nearer Scotland there, to be honest, isn't he? Here is Wood. This is pitched up, driven by Jurel on the move, and a fumble by Stokes at wideish at mid-off. Jurel comes through for a single. He moves to 14, and that is there's still another delivery left India have batted the best part of 106 overs now. This is one of the things that you see with this England side. They very rarely bat past. I'd like to know what their average first innings is in terms of overs batted. Because it seems more often than not they're bowling in excess of 100 overs. But they're only batting, I would say, probably around 80?
80 overs as a rule.
Last ball of Woods over, and it's defended by Ravichandran Ashwin, who remains there, 23 not out. Jarrell, 14. I think we're going to have a change in commentary. So, Jared, you head off. You try and work out your 11, and when you're or Bumble's 11, and when you're back on with Bumble, you can tally them up and see how many you get right. Abhishek Jhunjhunwala is going to be coming in for Gareth Batty. Great to have him back, fresh from a little tour with Surrey to Dubai, with the players that are available to him. So most of them are out and about, so playing T20 cricket. And Bumble's going to join us as well. Bumble, you absolutely loved the T20, didn't you, in the domestic, the singing in front of the crowd, NatWest Finals Day or the Blast Finals Day.
Oh, I can feel the song coming on.
Go for it.
2003 it started, didn't it?
It did. Surrey won that year, and they haven't won since.
And that finals day, it is absolutely brilliant. I dread it. I used to dread it coming along. But when you're in there, fabulous.
One slip in place for Hartley, who is in and bowls to Jarrell, who's really shaped up defensively really well today. He's looked compact, he's looked assured, he's looked pretty comfortable. Came to the crease with India in a little bit of trouble. He's got perfect foil with Ravichandran Ashwin just taking some of the attention off him, I suppose, in a way, isn't he? All this chatting away and the arguing with the umpire and the back and forth with the bowlers. It just means Jarrell can get on with what he's doing, and that must be a really good place to find yourself in. A bit more loop from Hartley this time. Forward again, Jarrell. No run.
Both the debutants, they look very comfortable from the very first delivery. And that's the beauty of Indian cricket at the moment. They have got so much confidence, these youngsters, because they've played enough cricket. And I think just playing alongside some of the great cricketers and the international cricketers helped them a lot.
Touch flatter from Hartley this time. Jarrell forward again, no run.
They must have a great system, because these players just seemingly drop into the team. You can think about players that are left out, Kohli, very, very notable, and players have come in, and the system must be perfect.
One thing I will raise, though, just to counter that, we've seen a lot of players come into the India side with big reputations. Wider of the crease this time, Hartley, firing it in on an off stump, and again, Jarrell, keen to get forward, punches this to mid-off. So we've seen players like Shreyas Iyer, Surya Kumar Yadav, Ishan Kishan, Shubman Gill, big players, right? They've had a lot of success at the IPL, and they've come in and haven't quite looked as assured within the test setup as they have in the for their IPL sides. This is not the same line as a shy at the stumps. Folks collect. Solly Pope running in as the ball is pushed to short mid-wicket, but there's a single there and the score moves along, 369 for 7. But Patidar, who I thought shaped up quite well in the second test, Jarrell in this, Sarfraz of course has IPL experience. They've all played IPL. I'm not saying that they haven't, but they don't come into this side with the big name that maybe the players that I've mentioned before.
Yeah.
I don't know whether that's just a coincidence. Maybe they're just different types of players, so they haven't had the headlines. Beaten this time. That's a beaut. Absolute beaut. Ravichandran Ashwin forward, covering the line, and it's zipped past the outside edge. And there's even a little chat. Hartley, is that Hartley and Stokes? Stokes doesn't look too interested. They're going to have a quick chat about whether there's an outside edge, but gone. So no time to review. I don't think there was an outside edge there. Certainly beats the bat. Oof.
Well, that delivery is telling you that this score of India is very, very handy. It's an absolute beauty. India 369 for 7. The ball pitches, it straightens, it bounces. It's going to spin more and more.
It's not going to be easy. when England comes to bat. And we've seen a bit of extra bounce as well. And Tom Hartley, with his extra bit of height, can also get a bit more purchase off the surface. And same for R. Ashwin. When he bowls with his height, he will cause a lot of trouble.
We've had a message through to cricket_TS from Guna Aaron. Doesn't want to talk about football though. He says, I'm very happy you lot think it's brilliant umpiring by Joel Wilson. Let's see your reaction if the same happens when England is batting. Then again, England won't get 300. This is going to be another battering. Well, I mean, it is going to be tough when they come out to bat, that's for sure. But
He can rest assured, our gentlemen, it'll be exactly the same comments.
What do you think? You went on air, were you, for the 5 penalty runs, Bumble?
No, I mean, it's there in the laws of the game. I mentioned yesterday that everybody would do it. Of course you do it. Scuff the pitch up, you're going to be bowling. If the umpire wants to tell you to get off, he'll tell you. And you get lost 5 points. 5 runs. 5 runs.
If you can get a couple of wickets, because of that, do you really care about 5 runs?
When you were umpiring, were there players you looked out for? Short delivery. Round the wicket, set Mark Wood to Giroud, who just sways back, lets that one go.
You just deal with the situation, and that is if a batter is running on the pitch, it's disproportionate to a bowler. A bowler gets sent off and can't bowl in the series. Sorry, in the session. No. But I mean, everybody does it. We played for years and did it.
I mean, it's very obvious. When you know that there is an opportunity for you to scrub the pitch up and that can come to your advantage when you bowl second, you've got to do it. And people, we used to send people with full spikes. Usually you bat with half a spike where you've got 5-6 nails at the front and then you've got a rubber at the back, and people will go with full spikes to scruff up the pitch.
Were you commentating on, was it in Pakistan when Shahid Afridi, that canister?
That was a bit different, doing a pirouette on the pitch.
What was it, the canister blew? Was it the same test? The
canister blew,
exploded.
Yeah.
Matthew Hoggard, was it Matthew Hoggard was bad? I can't quite remember. Short delivery from Wood. He's persisting round the wicket to Giroud, who's not interested.
Yeah, the gas canister, what a noise.
Did you all flinch?
Did we ever? And there were dignitaries coming into the commentary box saying that they were in charge of security. There were many people. I'm in charge. No, I'm in charge. No, I'm in charge.
It's a bit like the story you were saying about Gujarat, the IPL team, when they popped up for two seasons. Abhishek, who owns this franchise? Half of India, it seems.
Half of India. I mean, I've got calls from like 4 or 5 different people saying, you want to play for Gujarat and I'm the owner. Just couldn't figure out who was the real owner.
It's like in football, isn't it? Every footballer's got about 16 different agents popping up when he's about to be transferred across, slanting across the right-handed Giroud, and again he's not interested in playing. Watches it through. Maybe he just wants to see Mark Wood off, who's picked up 3 wickets. 3 for 85, and that run out yesterday as well. Do you remember when he kicked down the stumps? Or he bowled a delivery, ball squirted out, non-striker rushed through, and as there was not enough time to pick up the ball and shy at the stumps, Mark Wood. So as he got to the ball, he tried to side foot the ball onto the stumps. And as he did so, he shouted out, "Shearer!" And I just wonder, yesterday when he was dashing the ball at the wicket, was he Chauncey or Stokesy after that ridiculous run out of Jadeja in the first Test match? What a run out that was. Here is Wood down the leg sides, and he's not making Giroud have to place bat on ball at the moment. 369 for 7, 2 balls left of the 108th over that England will be batting against or bowling against India. I asked the question of the average. If I was to ask you, Bumble, what is the average length of a England innings? under McCullum. First innings, in terms of overs, how many would you guess at?
80.
Yeah, that's what I said as well. England bowling average overs. Let's have a look. Down the leg side, there's a thick edge actually. There's a leg slip stationed, but it's gone to the left of the fielder. Not too far away, would have reached him on the full. But it's gone past the fielder and away for 4. Jurel moves to 19. And the score is moving menacingly towards 400. 373 for 7 now, India.
These are good runs, really good runs, effective for India.
Well, they are.
Yeah, I just felt he played it quite nicely. He knew exactly where the fielders were. He just tried to play it in the gap, it felt like. The field was set for it, but I think he was in control when he played that shot through Jurel.
Left alone again by Jurel. He's picked up one boundary, flicking at a ball outside leg. He's not going to go for another. That's the end of another good over for India. A partnership of 42 between Ravichandran Ashwin and Jurel. 23 to Ashwin, 19 Jurel. 373 for 7. And this is a more than handy score. 2 centuries from Rohit Sharma and Ravindra Jadeja. A 50 from the debutant Sarfraz. And England are going to find things tricky, you imagine. At 72 overs is the average length of a England first innings under McCullum and Stokes.
Yeah, I was thinking 80, a new ball, and you don't see that too often, so 72, yeah.
Do you know what their average is for the second innings?
I'd say a lot less than that, 50.
Oof, 58.
58.
Yeah, not far. 58. So they're not batting for very long. It's entertaining, and you can see why people are so interested. They're there for a good time, not necessarily a long time. As Hartley is back and draws at Ravichandran Ashwin forward, fielded by Rayan Ahmed. How do you feel he's gone, Bumble? He's not taken a wicket, but we know that he should have done yesterday with that review that wasn't taken. Here's Ashwin. Looks like he's got a middle stump guard. Slip in place. And this is actually a full toss on the pads. It's clipped through mid-wicket. There's a fielder out. Crawley it is. And it'll just be a single. 374 for 7 now, India.
I think he's bowled fine. 19 years of age, bowling leg spin. All the talk from the England camp, he's going to be a batsman who bowls a bit. I think his leg spin can really develop. 19 years of age, and he's got another 6 or 7 years to develop that skill.
Hartley again, touch flatter, maybe a bit quicker, defended. I mean, these days, I was having a look back at series gone by, and I think Goffey only played 1 test in India. I'll have a quick look, but I think England only toured India once in a 14-15 year period, right? And when you consider how many tours England have played in India since, say, 2006, must have been over to India 6 or 7 times. As Jurel forward, defending 374 for 7. So he's gonna get plenty of experience playing, and of course playing in Pakistan again. England will be back there later this year.
Well, I know from my time we didn't go to India. We just played India in 3 matches. It was a split series with Pakistan, 3 of each.
Rider of the crease beats Jurel, draws him forward, the ball moving away from the right-hander. That's a lovely delivery from Hartley. He's beaten the outside edge 2 occasions in the last 2 overs, and that is big turn. Not really what England want to be seeing. Not this. Oh, and it kept low as well.
He's doing everything, but he played it quite nicely as well. Dhruv Jurel, one thing I've noticed, every time he's played a defensive shot, he's not really gone and chased the ball. He's not really pushed at it. He's kept it quite tight, and hence most of the ball has missed his outside edge.
It's the point you were making yesterday. On the back foot this time, plays this straight to long on for a single, and that brings us to the end of the over. have a word from Abhishek, David Lloyd, and then it'll be the returning Andrew McKenna. Oh, and I've set Jared that task.
Well, good luck with that one, picking a team, and I've already picked it. My sort of world 11 from what I've seen since I started in 1965, and I've hit a jam every now and again. Oh, I've forgotten him, and I forgot that. But these 375 for 7 are really effective runs for India. And for early risers, just to describe this pitch, Abhishek, that what we're seeing is, from Hartley in particular, every now and again the ball pitches and a big puff of dust comes up, so the pitch itself is disintegrating.
Yeah, and as the game progresses, we'll see more and more of that, and it's going to get harder and harder for the batters. So it's very important that England try and get India out as soon as possible and bat.
Morning once again, everyone. 15 minutes or so to lunch to complete the first session. India are still batting 375 for 7, and Mark Wood will be around the wickets, and it's short over Jurel's head, and he allows it through to Folkes, and there's no run.
What he's looking for here, around the wicket, Mark Wood, and we've seen that Ben Stokes is at a fine leg slip, and he's banging the ball in short of a length. I think he's only looking for an edge down the leg side to wicket keeper. It's cutting everything else out. Your LBWs, you're caught on the offside slips, nicks.
Yeah, you're just going for one option, and the way Dhruv Jurel has batted in the last half an hour or so, he's not going to try and pull or hook that delivery like Rohit Sharma would. He's quite comfortable leaving.
Wood in round the wicket once again. Now this time he's staying leg side of the ball, guides it down to third. Zach Crawley and Johnny Bairstow are both down there, and it's Crawley who does the fielding, and they will take a couple. Jurel goes to 22, 377 for 7.
So he's a new batsman to international cricket, and so Mark Wood, with this express pace, it has tested him out with a short delivery. Does he get disturbed? Does he want to play a hook shot? He seems very comfortable. When it's banged in, he just gets under the ball without any fuss.
And also he's keeping the eye on the ball. It's not like he's just ducking without seeing the ball. He's keeping the eye on the ball. He's just swerving away. Most of the time he's swerved away rather than going down to the ball. So it looks very comfortable. I think very soon they will come back to the conventional way and try and get his outside edge or leg before the wicket.
Mark Wood around the wicket once again. He goes short. He's sort of aiming for that armpit sort of height, looking for the be fended off, but he's having nothing to do with that.
No, he's comfortable on that short ball from around the wicket, and it's an awkward line, and especially if it's quick. But to get back to what you call a conventional way, if you're bowling at the stumps, it's 2 or 3 fold. They can nick it, LBW, bowled. As it is now, from around the wicket, banging it in short leg side, it can only be one way, just a little nick down the leg side.
Halfway through the over, England look like they're changing it, because, well, no, Ollie Pope was wandering off from his short leg position, but I think that was in his vice-captain duties to go and have a chat. So he is now back under the helmet, and Mark Wood goes again short down the leg side. This one he's got wrong though, and it's too wide down the leg side. Jurel has nothing to do with that. If you're going to have a go at Bumble's World 11, by the way, post 1965, then I'll simply say good luck to you, because we've had about 20 minutes, half an hour out to the back of the box, and well, at the moment Bumble's playing 11's got 19 in it.
No,
and he keeps going. Oh, hang on a minute, I've forgotten him.
I had a squad. I've got a squad, and I have whittled it down to 11.
But then there's always hang on. So good luck if you're having a go at that. Please feel free to send them in. Have a go. Mark Wood around the wicket. Now he's bringing Jurel forward on this occasion. He's pushed it back past the bowler. And, well, Wood himself has set off after that. Now James Anderson takes over. And they're going to take 3. Well run. Pushed. Just a push drive. And it takes the score to 380 for 7. Jurel goes to 25.
But this is not working for England at the moment. He's batted beautifully. That ball was slightly on the middle stump. He just punched it back past the bowler. Easy 3. Yes, at some point they have to go over the stumps and just try and attack the stumps and try and get them out in that fashion.
What number would he bat for his Ranji Trophy team? Because clearly, I mean, he would have been in at 7, but Kuldeep came in as night watcher yesterday. I mean, clearly he's, as you said yesterday, when you get picked for your national side, invariably you end up 1 or maybe even 2 places below where you actually bat normally. I mean, this guy can clearly play.
I think he'll bat number 3 or 4 for his state side. No lower than that. Looks very solid technically.
In Mark Wood goes. Again, it's short, over the shoulder, completes the over. 110 overs have been bowled, 380 for 7. Yeah, Dhruv Jurel, 15 first-class games only, averaging 46.5, 100, but he turned it into 249. So the guy can clearly play 550s as well, and he's done it at a strike rate of, let's call it 56 enough. So the guy knows one end of a bat from another, shall we say.
England are in a bit of a jam here. 380 for 7, India. Got a good partnership going. Mark Wood has got through 22 overs. Jimmy Anderson has got through 25. What have they got? What has Ben Stokes got up his sleeve? He's got to get this next wicket very quickly to get 10 and 11 in.
Just going actually on Ben Stokes, I know it's been picked up by TV already and dare say social media as well. I'll come back to that in a second as Hartley's going to start a new over. He's bringing the batter forward and there's no run. Ben Stokes has been gently increasing the workload throughout this tour so far. This morning he actually bowled seam off the thick end of what would be his normal run, so he is increasing the workload. I'll stress what he said to us before the series is that he would not bowl in this series. Hartley, left arm around the wicket, bringing his man forward. Jurel pushes out on the offside, no run. But it was interesting. In Hyderabad and Vizag, it was a bit of gentle spin. Then this morning, it was seam off of a couple of paces, and then it was seam off of quite a few more paces. So that rehab would appear to be doing what it's meant to be doing. I still don't think we'll see him bowl in this series, but Hartley is in. Jurel is deep in the crease, punches through mid-on. Pope can't cut that off, so they will take a single. 381 for 7.
Isn't it that Dharmasala might be a little bit more friendly to the quicker bowlers, and that could be something that he's looking for as the end game may be available for Dharmasala?
Well, yeah, I mean, that's possible. There are still rumours about that game, by the way. Hartley goes in, inside edge of Ashwin's bat, and it goes out to short leg, and David Lloyd immediately goes, where's your short leg fielder? There's not one there, there's no run. Yeah, there was issues with the outfield in Dharamshala. There was also an issue that 3 weeks ago there was still snow on the ground because it's up in the Himalayas. There has been nothing official, I should say that. When I've been talking to people over the last couple of weeks in India, they were saying, look, there's 5 weeks to go, it'll be absolutely fine. But I know some of the tour groups are getting a bit twitchy because a few of the England supporters were planning to go back out for that game. Hartley is in around the wicket, bringing Ashwin forward, pushing out on the offside. No run. So, yeah, a few of the tour groups were getting a bit twitchy, but certainly most of the locals were going, look, 5 weeks away, plenty of time for it to warm up, the snow will be gone.
Yeah, I think 7th of March that test starts, and I think by that time it'll be fine in Dharamshala. But as Bumble said, it'll definitely help the seamers.
Around the wicket, that's a floated up delivery from Hartley. Ashwin will push out to Duckett, who's quite deep at cover there, and there's a very easy single to take. 111 overs bowled, 382 for 7 here on TalkSport and TalkSport 2. Ashwin's got 25, he'll retain the bowling. Jurel has 26. And India resumed the morning 326 for 5. So England taking 2 quick early wickets, but these two, numbers 8 and 9 in the order, doing the job for India so far.
They just gave the single to Ashwin because feels like Mark Wood wants to attack Ashwin now around the stumps, because Dhruv Jurel was quite comfortable playing those deliveries. So probably, yeah, they'll have a go at Ashwin.
Yeah, they put on 50, these two. 51 in 121 balls. So Mark Wood will start his 23rd over. 3 for 94. Had a belting day yesterday, Mark Wood. 3 wickets, a run out. Can he produce just a quick spell here that mops up the Indian tail and gets England batting? He's around the wicket, and guess what? It's short. It's shortened down the leg side, and Ashwin has nothing to do with that through to the keeper, no run.
You know that team that we're talking about, that from what I've seen since 1965, I'm just going to give a pointer to the listeners, the early risers. I've picked 2 spinners. I've gone for a balance. I've picked 2 spinners.
You try and figure out who are those 2 spinners. I think one is very obvious. You cannot go wrong with one. But I'll have to put my head into it to think about the second.
No.
There are some world-class players who've been left on the bench by David Lloyd in this 11, by the way. It's a shortish ball outside of off stump, though. Ashwin tries to late cut this, only finds Bairstow at backward point, no run.
But I'm a bit surprised. They had a leg slip for Dhruv Jurel, but they don't have a leg slip for R. Ashwin, who's more likely to play the ball there.
Well, they think, looking at the field, that Ashwin might take the hook on, because there's a deep fine leg, there's a deep square leg, and there's one fielder in the middle of those 2.
Yeah, sort of fine leg, deepish long leg, and now it looks like square leg is coming maybe 5 metres off the boundary for the top edge. Wood goes in, but that's down the leg side, and that doesn't bounce. Very well stopped by Foakes, going away to his left hand side. It means there's a bye taken, but it could have been a great deal worse than that. They keep it to a single, 3-8-2 for 7.
We've seen Mark Wood all effort. The effort that goes into the deliveries, his pace is dropping now. That last delivery, 138, where you'd think he's up at 145. The effort that's going in, banging the ball into the middle of the pitch, it's taking its toll.
Yeah, and also it'll be very difficult if they want him to bowl another spell in quick succession. He won't be able to do that because he's put in so much effort. He's going full pelt here, trying to bump every delivery on a very slow pitch.
Right, well, Jurel's back on strike and Wood is over the wicket. The leg slip is in place, as is short leg, and there's a close gully, and then 3 catches on the leg side. It's down the leg side, it's quick. Jurel doesn't catch up with it, and it's taken by Foakes down the leg side. So they're still going short into the body, just from the different angle of over the wicket now.
Do you know, I think they're getting preoccupied, England. It's just bang in. Mark Wood over the wicket this time. He's hitting the middle of the pitch, down the leg side, and you can see the mannerisms of the players. They, nearly. Crikey, you're looking for a needle in a haystack. Nick down the leg side.
It's the thing about the Stokes-McCullum regime. If they're thinking it, they do it. So they don't sort of hang about, and if they don't like this, they will change it. Wood goes in. Now that's sort of waist high, chest high. Well played by Jurel, out on the onside in front of Ollie Pope. He will come round and stop this. So they must be happy with the way this is going at the moment, because if they weren't, Ben Stokes will give it 2 balls, and if he's not happy, he'll just pull the pin on it straight away and go, no, we're changing.
Yeah, I think he just feels that there's an opportunity and he can probably sense a wicket, but Dhruv Jurel has been up to the task. He's batted beautifully. He's got a very strong technique.
Is there also a sense of stopping India scoring? Because we've already said 383 already looks a big score. Are England trying to get him out, but also trying not to let him score here? Wood in, it's down the leg side, it's feathered down the leg side, and it'll be fielded by Rayan Ahmed at fine leg. That leg glance brings a single, 3-8-4 for 7 at the end of 112 overs. There's a couple of minutes till 6 o'clock UK time, which means we're a couple of minutes away from lunch, so 1 more over. 3-8-4 for 7 are India here on TalkSport 2.
And just looking outside here in the UK, it's not light yet. Be another good hour or so, just a couple of minutes before this first session ends. A good start for England, 2 wickets very quickly, but a regroup by Ashwin and Jurel. I think they've played splendidly. England have got preoccupied, particularly from Mark Wood, just hitting the middle of the pitch.
It's strange how it's kind of mirrored yesterday. 2 wickets early on in the day, and then the big partnership. England getting too early on today, and then a partnership that, look, it's not quite anywhere near yesterday's, but 53 at this stage, that's big. Hartley is going to bowl. That one turns and bounces. Outside portion of Jarrell's bat takes it into the gully, and there's no run. He's 27, Ashwin 25, India 384 for 7.
Yeah, Hartley just needs to be a bit fuller. Still, Dhruv Jurel just sitting on the back foot and trying to play as many balls as possible on the back foot.
Hartley brings his man forward on this occasion. Blade slightly open, pushing to duck it at cover, no run.
Again, speed. I've talked a lot about speed in this morning session. Just 82k there. Got to be quicker.
It's a slip in place, and then 2 straight fielders on the offside. Short mid-off, short extra cover. For the missed time, or the one that stops in the pitch, Hartley is there, pushed into the offside. That's better. That one just a hair's breadth off 88 kilometres an hour. So that's pushing, 53, 54 miles an hour.
Yeah, that's a good speed to bowl on the surface. Again, that ball just going straight with the arm. Not really turning, but he played really well, Dhruv Jurel.
In goes Hartley. Oh, that's short. That's the one thing that he's done so far this match. He's pulled them down short. It's been driven off the back foot square by Jurel. It's away for 4. And just 3 dot balls of pressure starting to build up. And then just 1 pulled down slightly short. It's away for 4, India 388 for 7.
Yeah, short and wide. All that defensive play really pays off when you get a delivery like that. Just knock it away, beat the fielder.
It's Rayan Ahmed out there. Fair play to him. He gave it the full commitment to try and stop it. He just couldn't get around there. 2 balls to go then. Hartley is in. Oh, that's a ripper. That is what Abhishek Jhunjhunwala has been talking about all morning. Bring your man forward. It beats the outside edge, turns and bounces. Folkes takes, whips off the bails. And officially in the scorebook, nothing happened then, because that'll say dot. But it was much more than a dot.
It's just being consistent and try and bowl 4 or 5 balls back to back on that length, which the bowlers have struggled. All the spinners have struggled to do that. They've bowled different lengths.
For the final ball of the morning session, then Hartley goes in and bowls, brings Jurel forward, and ends the over with a defensive shot. So India resumed this morning 326 for 5 after 113 overs. So it was 86 overs at close of play yesterday. 113 overs have been bowled. So it means today 27 overs bowled, 62 runs added for 2 wickets. And the first of those was Kuldeep, the night watcher, caught behind off the bowling of Anderson for 4. That was 331 for 6. It was then 331 for 7. 7 balls later, as Joe Root had Jadeja caught and bowled for 112. That, as I say, 331 for 7. It's moved on thanks to Jurel and Ashwin. They go into the pavilion at lunch, the not-out batters. So David Lloyd, that 2-hour session for England. First half hour, absolutely fabulous. Maybe a little disappointing after that?
Yeah, it promised so much. 2 wickets very early on, but I thought they ran out of ideas, particularly with a quicker bowler, Mark Wood, just banging into the middle of the pitch, looking for a nick down the leg side. But resolute batting from India. They bat long all the way down the order. Jurel looks a fine player. Ashwin is always effective. He gets under your skin, and so this is a really good partnership that they've put together. He's been careful batting, just 62 runs during the session after those 2 quick wickets. But I just feel that India are in a very commanding position here. 388 for 7.
Abby, you've been saying that by day 3 this pitch will be starting to do all sorts. Therefore, 388 for 7 is already looking quite imposing, isn't it?
I think it's a very imposing total, and if India can get another 50 runs from here, get to that 430, 440 mark, it's going to be a very tough one. And then England will have to get 230, 240 to avoid follow-on first, and then think about building from there. And this pitch, we can already see that there's a bit of turn, there's a puff of dust coming here and there. So it's going to, as the game progresses, it's going to there will be more turn and there'll be a bit more bounce for the spinners.
Welcome back. You're listening to TalkSport 2, or you're watching us on the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. I'm John Norman, alongside David Bumble Lloyd and Abhishek Jhunjhunwala. We're just coming to the end of the lunch break on day 2. Third test match, and India find themselves at 388 for 7 with Ravichandran Ashwin and the debutant. Ravichandran Ashwin will play his 100th test match if he plays all 5 at Dharamsala. And he's alongside the debutant, one of 2 debutants inside this India side, Jurel, who's looked very nice, very compact for his 71 balls faced. 25 from 64 from Ravichandran Ashwin. India losing 2 quick wickets at the start of the day. Anderson nipping out Kuldeep Yadav for 4. Big moment when Ravindra Jadeja, next over, bowled by Joe Root, trying to drive the ball straight through long off, miscued it back to the bowler, and Root completed the catch. It's 331 for 7 India at that stage. They'd lost 3 wickets for just 17 runs. Remember the run out late last night? Late yesterday morning, if you're listening in the UK, of Sarfraz in front of his mum and dad for 62. And England were dreaming that they might be batting by lunch, but Bumble, they're not.
.388 for 7. I'd be worried about England. This is an excellent partnership. He's very effective. He's got 5 centuries as Ashwin. The pitch is spinning, and that would be a worry to England. I thought England in that last hour just ran out of ideas. Mark Wood just bowling short of a length into the pitch, down the leg side, and the batters didn't seem to be in any sort of trouble at all. So I would say England with a lot of work to do, and it's going to be Mark Wood again.
It is, and welcome to listeners on Talk Sport as well. As Mark Wood, first ball after the lunch break, is in and bowls a length delivery, which Ravichandran Ashwin plays comfortably enough into the offside. I think you were sharing a hotel with Alan yesterday. I know you were on the show with Alan and Gabby earlier today, or about 25 minutes ago.
Yeah, it was about 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon.
Oof.
He was sat on a stool. No, in the afternoon he was just getting settled in on a stool. I thought I'll leave that. I was off to bed actually.
Getting settled into a long spell.
Yeah,
Jimmy Anderson
yeah,
style.
that sort of
4
thing.
or 5 overs in,
steady,
getting into his work.
Yeah.
Wood again, short again. The armpit of Ashwin, who takes a couple of steps down the track, as does Jurel actually, but folks quick behind the wicket, and there's no run.
Well, it seems to be that the debate at the minute is the batters running on the pitch. They've done it forever, as far as I can remember. I think Abhishek has just spotted something that Phil Tufnell has put up. What has he said? What's Philip said?
He just said that he's got the long spikes on, and that's what you expect from a good spinner.
Which is what you were saying earlier on in the piece, wasn't it? Get the old long spikes on, get out there, and let's get that pitch talking. Wood again, wider of the crease, again, short of length, and Ashwin on his toes, playing back to the bowler.
A slight movement we can see in the last couple of balls. The ball is coming in after pitching. I'm just wondering, just get a couple of slip in and try and bowl that fuller length and see what happens for a couple of overs. Try and hit the pads, try and hit the stumps. But this short bowling, I don't know if they're trying to save the runs or they're trying to take wickets, because at the moment both these batters are looking very comfortable against the short ball.
Well, you said, Bumble, that they looked a little bit devoid of ideas, and that's not something that, certainly not a criticism of this Ben Stokes side when bowling over as he goes short again, and it's again angled. He's angling for the armpit. Ashwin gets his arms high, his bat higher, and just watches that through. No run.
But what we've seen from Mark Wood is in these latest spells is that just hit the pitch hard. The pace is down a touch, understandably, from the effort that he's putting in. But what I would say is that when he's hitting the pitch in the middle, it looks dead. It looks absolutely, it just comes up, and it's not coming up with any sort of venom at all. It goes pleasantly through the keeper.
Which of the bowlers that India possessed, do you think, or which bowler of the Indian attack do you think England would be fearing the most, having bowled on this track for 4 sessions now, as Ashwin does get on the front foot and punches this ball past Jimmy Anderson, who's at mid-wicket. There's nobody stationed at mid-on, and it's almost a surprise. He realises, he looks up and thinks, I don't have to run here. That's going all the way to the boundary.
Well, there's the evidence again to Ashwin, who stands very tall in the crease. He doesn't go back or forward. It's banged into the middle, and he just waits for it and punches it through mid-on, wide mid-on. There's nobody there. And when you get back to which bowlers, they're a quality attack. You can think of any bowler. They are wonderful bowlers. They've got 2 potent spinners. They've got Bumrah, who's #1 in the world.
Be interesting to see how he goes on this pitch, as again Wood trying to extract something from this pitch. It's short again. It's closer to Ashwin's glove on this occasion, as he almost fends at the ball and at the last minute gets out the way. No run.
Yeah, I think Bumrah and Jadeja is going to be lethal on this pitch, because he's played so much cricket, John, on this surface, and I've played him a fair few times on this pitch, and as the pitch starts to crumble, Jadeja becomes more and more difficult to face, because some balls will come skid on straight and some will turn at a very good pace.
That's interesting that you've played a lot against him. Is he a chirpy sort of character? Would he get you going, or does he keep quiet?
No, he keeps quiet. He comes in bowls and he goes back. He doesn't really say a lot, but he just does what he has to do with the ball. And on that surface, if it starts cumbering, Jadeja will be unplayable.
You're listening to TalkSport 2. If you want to continue doing so, then head over to the TalkSport app, where you can flick left or right and choose your station. We'll go over to YouTube, as Hartley is in turn here, but smothered by Jurel. Hartley's seen the ball beat the bat on 3 or 4 occasions in the opening session, beating both batters, but yet to take the outside edge. Picked up a wicket yesterday, early doors. Patidar with a shot that he won't look back on with much fondness. 33 for 3 at that stage, but India now in a position of real strength. As Hartley in again. This is more on leg stump, and Jurel looks a little bit more comfortable there as he gets back well in front of pad and flicks us towards mid-wicket for a single.
Did you mention that Ashwin has a chance of playing his 100th Test match?
I think so. I think him and Bairstow, if
And
they play all
Bairstow,
5.
yeah. I wonder if they walk out together.
Hand in hand.
I don't think so.
Piggyback.
With Tom Hartley bowling, John, I would love to see a silly point or a backward forward a square leg, because you need somebody in front of Ashwin's eye, so he makes some mistake.
Here he is. This is touch flatter from Hartley, punched at 2 long on, and that is Bairstow, I think, coming in off the boundary. Just a single. Both batters now in the 30s. Camera pans to Ben Stokes, who might have a few concerns on his mind right now with this India first innings approaching 400. And Hartley is going to go over the wicket to Jurel, who's really impressed on debut. Came to the crease with India in just a little bit of pressure. And I think that batting alongside R. Ashwin has certainly helped him. This is dragged down really from Hartley, first ball, and gets away with one that's fired in on the pads. Jurel picking out the fielder at shortish mid-wicket, so no run. Bowled a decent spell, hasn't he, Hartley, over the course of the 2 days. 32 overs, this is the 33rd, it is in again. And this is on off stump and dropped. Ollie Pope has shelled a delivery, has gone straight at him. Hartley should have picked up his 2nd wicket. He's angry with himself, and Bumble, that should have been taken.
Yeah, he's pulled away into the leg side. It's a short delivery from over the wicket, pulled away straight to him, roundabout waist high. He's probably 25 metres away from the bat. It gets right in the breadbasket, it knocks him over, and it's shelled.
It doesn't get easier than that. That was at the right height as well.
Hartley again, little bit more loop on this one. And Jarrell, who has had a life now, pushes this into the offside. Pope is furious with himself. And that's a big moment on day 2 in Rajkot. England needed that.
He would see it all the way. It's a short ball. Batter goes back into the crease, pulls it powerfully. It's a powerful shot into the leg side, and it skims at waist high, straight to him. He doesn't move left or right. Gets him right in the tummy, and it's in momentarily, and it knocks him over, and the ball comes out.
Yeah, he'll be thinking about it for a while, especially if Dhruv Jurel gets a big one here. He's looking pretty good. Apart from that one shot, he hasn't really made any mistake in his knock of 32 so far.
Wood again, short again, and little foot movement from Ravichandran Ashwin. Tries to play this into the offside, but an inside edge sees the ball squirt to mid-on, no run.
He's into the 25th over. There's Mark Wood. That's some work for an express bowler, and we're just seeing the replay again of the drop. It was in there, it knocks him over, he's off balance, and eventually he treads on it.
I'm just trying to think how often he fields in that position. He's usually close to the bat, isn't he? Or he's on the offside as Ashwin again rides the bounce of a short delivery from Mark Wood, who's approaching a century of his own, 3 for 99.
Yeah, the field they have got with no mid-on and Findorf being really wide as well, there's no room for Mark Wood to try and bluff him or go full, because every time he has gone full, the batter has just managed to punch him down the pitch for runs. So yeah, it's a bit difficult as a bowler to bowl to that field.
Well, it's predictable. When you're batting, you look at the pitch and you look at the field that's set, and you know what's coming.
This is 4 runs from the bat. Ravichandran Ashwin moving to the offside. He knows that Mark Wood's going to be bowling short and on the body, so he's just got outside the line and he's helped the ball fine, and it runs away for 4.
That's what I mean, predictable. He hasn't released the ball there, Mark Wood, and Ashwin has moved across, back and across to the offside. He hasn't released it, he's in position, and he just knocks it down the leg side. There's nobody anywhere near it.
You're just knowing that he's not going to bowl anything full. There's no threat to the pads or the stumps, so even if the ball is outside the line of off stump, he can still play it on the onside as long as he can get in line with the ball, and that's exactly what he's done. Very smart from R. Ashwin.
Yeah, but you're taking modes of dismissal out the game, aren't you? As once again Ashwin tries to play this to the leg side. On another day, maybe you've got a little glove, a little tickle, but you're essentially going for one mode of dismissal here. He's not been caught behind, goes through to the keeper. I think Folkes and Stokes might have a little chat, maybe Wood as well. But as you say, guys, it's just a little one-dimensional at the moment.
Well, oohs and ahs from England on that last delivery. It's down the leg side, and what they're saying is, has he got a feather on it? Is he close to it? Well, they've tried for a long, long time, and he seems okay. He's got to 34.
Yeah, 67-run partnership with the oohs and ahs. And that partnership is going to hurt England.
There's a mode of attack that opposing teams as Ashwin punches this back to Mark Wood, who dives well, actually, smartly to his left fields, and takes a little shy at the stumps. Ashwin's back. Dominic Sibley, he found himself getting caught down the leg side quite a lot, didn't he, when he was opening the batting for England. But if that's how England are going about things with Ashwin, and they are always trying something.
Well, what I'd suggest is they've tried this for a long time.
Yeah, I think it's high time they go back to the conventional way of just bowling full, get a slip in, try and get the outside edge or hit the stumps.
Wood, a fraction wider of the crease, and once again Ashwin knows where this is going. It's on the hips, it's clipped away. Ahmed feels back with a square leg by the boundary, and it's another run. And the other problem England have got is that India are more than happy to bat time here. You know, they didn't score a lot of runs in that opening session, just 62 runs. But they batted another 30. They batted another 30 odd overs, not quite 30 actually, but 27 overs. So that's another 27 overs. But the pitch has just got a little bit older. It's just opened up a little bit. Some of those cracks a little bit more uneven. If they're continuing to bat like that at the tee, they will not care.
And also, this is tiring England out as well. 116 overs out there in that humidity and hot condition of Rajkot. When you come out to bat, it's not going to be easy.
Well, you've done it, right? What's it like when you've been in the field for 5 sessions and then you've got to get out there?
Yeah, it's never easy under those conditions, especially if you're opening the batting. You've got tired legs.
Hartley's in, and well, Ravichandran Ashwin plays no shot at a ball that pitches about a foot outside the leg stump.
And it would have hit the stump.
It would have smashed him, wouldn't it?
Laws of the game, if it pitches outside leg stump, you can't be LBW. He's just kicked that away.
He has.
That's old school.
He can look a little bit disdainful, can't he, of a delivery or the opposition at times, Ravichandran Ashwin, and that kind of came to mind there. Down the leg side again, sharp turn, and actually hits the back pad.
Can't be LBW.
And while it can't be LBW, he nearly nutmegged himself.
But my only thing is, if you didn't play the previous one, why did you play this one? Just kick it again.
Well, I think he was in two minds. It was almost like he was going to do that, then it drifted in and then it spun sharply. Slip in place down the leg side, and the sweep shot from Ashwin doesn't get down. Kind of helps the bat along, and he will take the single. That means that India reach 400. 400 for 7. They were 331 for 7 earlier this morning. This is another decent little partnership. They've been in trouble at different times in this innings, India, and they've managed to steer themselves away. And now England, when they do come out to bat, can have quite a task on their hands as Hartley is in again, and this time Jarrell is forward, defends on off stump, coming round the wicket to Jarrell. He's over the wicket to Ravichandran Ashwin. 2 balls left of Hartley's 34th over. Score here on TalkSport 2. India, who won the toss yesterday, decided to bat. 400 for 7. This time Hartley pitches the delivery on middle and leg, and again Jarrell looking very comfortable. Dropped in the last over by Ollie Pope at mid-wicket. Went in and it went out, and it was a chance that should have been taken. He hasn't added to his score. 32 not out. Can he do as Sarfraz did yesterday and reach a 50 as he's forward, and again covers the line of the ball on off stump, and it's no run to end the over. So the 400 up inside that over from Hartley. Hartley's bowled 34 of them. Ashwin's 36 and Jarrell's 32. And after a word from either Abhishek or David Lloyd, it will be Andrew McKenna to pick up comms.
Yeah, I just feel they've got to do something different with the field. There is a deep mid-wicket. Just bring it in. Ask them to play those big shots across the line. Or try and bring in Joe Root for an over or two. They haven't really used him since he's got that wicket of Ravi Jadeja. So maybe just give him a couple of overs against the off-spinner Dhruv Jurel, or Ashwin might fancy going after him. But they have to do something different here.
25 overs for 104 runs, Mark Wood. 3 wickets. He's in again.
Around the wicket to the right-handed Ashwin. It is across the right-hander, and he's punching off the back foot, finds Bairstow in the covers, and there's no run.
It looks dead in the middle of the pitch at this sort of pace, and his pace is down 137 that last delivery. But Ashwin has got so much time as he just stands in the crease and knocks it into the offside. He's 36, Jurel is 32. This is difficult time for England. 400 for 7, India.
It just feels like they're hoping something will happen rather than make something happen here, England.
Ashwin waits. Bat raised as Wood goes in around the wicket. It's a shortish ball. Pulled into the leg side. Beats the close infielders. Rayan Ahmed, who is down at fine leg, will gather it in, fire it back, and they will take a single. 401 for 7. Ashwin continues on his merry way. If you weren't with us before lunch, Ashwin was once again involved with the umpire for running down the pitch, and India have been penalised 5 runs. So when England do get to bat, the innings will start on 5 without loss, as they were continually warned about running on the pitch. And umpire Joel Wilson decided enough was enough, so they've been penalised 5 runs. Wood goes in, short down the leg side. Jarrell, nothing to do with that. And it's through to wicketkeeper Folkes, no run. So England are, well, it's either 3-9-6 for 7 mentally or 5 without loss when they start. So that is how things will progress in this game.
Listeners might be thinking that's a big issue about running on the pitch. It's not. It's 32 mile an hour in a 30 zone. It's been done forever. Philip Tufnell has put on social media, I think, that what a good spinner Ashwin is. He's put his long spikes on to run on the pitch.
It's been done since the start of time.
Yep.
Let's be perfectly honest about it. Mark Wood over the wicket to Jarrell, short down the leg side, through to Folkes, no run.
What's wrong about it is that the bowler is told immediately, you're running on the danger area. Well, he's running at full pelt, and he's a big unit, he's a bowler, it's whoever it is, and it's difficult to get off the pitch in your bowling action. A batsman, it's so easy just to move to the side, but he's given leeway, and there's that many, would say, that many players, ex-players, gnarled old ex-pros. It's a batter's game.
Yep. Morning, Alex Tudor. How you doing? Because you're one of them, shouting at your radio at the moment. I can hear him in my ear. Morning, Tubes. Here comes Mark Wood for the 5th ball of the over the wicket. That one is a pretty dead delivery, if we're honest. Jarrell plays it comfortably from the crease, no run.
I'm going to throw this out there. It's early morning. It's just getting light here in London. There'll be plenty of early risers. Go put the kettle on, get a biscuit, get a cup of coffee. I'm just going to throw this out there. Get rid of this bowler running on the wicket. Get rid of it. Bin it. Don't bother. Run where you want.
Whoa, hang on. Right, it's a good job there's only 1 ball left in the over. We're going to need a couple of minutes on this one. Mark Wood, 3 for 105. All right, we're waiting because Jarrell's not happy behind the bowler's arm.
That'll get Tudor up. That'll get him up.
Righty-ho. Mark Wood does come in. It's down the leg side. It's clipped. Now Ben Stokes has got in a tangle and the ball has gone to ground. Is that a catch that's gone down?
Definite.
Oh, dear. I wasn't sure if Jarrell had got it into the ground and it had bounced back up. Stokes, well, the body language tells you it is. It's a catch that's gone down. So Pope has dropped one at mid-wicket a couple of overs ago. Mark Wood goes in. It is full. Yep, Jarrell has got underneath that. It's just above waist height. And I think Stokes has had the issue. He didn't know whether to go fingers up or fingers down. And it hits the heel of his hand and knocks him off his feet, and the ball goes to deck.
Yeah, after an hour and a half of persisting with the plan, the catch doesn't go with the short ball, it goes with a half volley, and Ben Stokes bins it.
I fielded there for 20 years. I'll just tell you, he's miles too close. I had a wicket keeper at Lancashire who Abby will know well, Farouk Engineer.
Yeah.
And I'd be at leg slip and he'd be pushing me back, go back. They come like rockets there. It's a clip, it's a full length ball down the leg side. It's a clip off the middle of the bat. It's coming quickly. Give yourself time.
Yeah.
401 for 7. Hartley to start a new over. Now that was shortish and it did bounce again. Ashwin beaten on the outside edge, and there is no run. Well, that drop has meant we've avoided Bumble's previous issue. So we'll try and get it in during the course of this over. Bumble happy for the bowler just to be allowed to run where he likes. This is going to be good. I'm going to enjoy this. Hartley brings Ashwin forward, pushes into the covers, no run. Right then, Bumble.
Well, the batter can. It's the same thing. It's the same danger area. It's exactly the same. The bowler gets warned off and can't bowl again in the innings. The batter, hang on, you have 5 runs. Well, do the same with the bowler. Hang on, you're running on the pitch, 5 runs. Do the same, exactly the same, or just say you can run where you want.
Hartley in once again. Ashwin coming forward defensively, back to the bowler, no run.
The other thing, it would reduce injury. It would reduce injury because it's so difficult for the quick bowler to get off from his side on action or his front on action at delivery to get off that danger area. If you can run straight down at the batter, you'll reduce injury. I'll leave it out there. It's early morning.
Hartley around the wickets. It's Ashwin pushing into the offside, no run. At TalkSport 2, at cricket_TS. If you're on the YouTube stream, you can send us a comment. If you're a subscriber, give us your thoughts. Bumble is actually going to be talking laws of the game tomorrow, so we're going to gather all of these up. Oh yeah, sorry, this is called on-air production, David. Welcome along to TalkSport 2. So we'll get into all of this tomorrow. And so we'll store all of these up. Hartley in, bowls left arm around the wicket. Ashwin pushing back down the pitch, no run.
So immediately there's an almighty division of batters saying absolute nonsense, male and female. Heather Knight, Tommy Beaumont, that nonsense. Kate Cross, I'm all for it. I'm all for it. Run where I want.
And therein lies the rub. Hartley in, round about leg stump, bringing Ashwin forward. Pushes out into the offside now and ends the over here on TalkSport 2. 4:01 for 7. India, they resumed this morning on 326 for 5. It was 388 for 7 at lunch, and they continue on their way. 401 for 7.
And I'll just add a little bit more.
Go on, he's going, boys.
Spinners will love it. Absolutely. Spinners, let him run where he wants. Let the fast bowler run where he wants. I'll bowl into his footmarks.
I think the spinners will agree.
Of course they will.
They will be all for it.
Give us your thoughts, ladies and gentlemen. I would love to know your thoughts on this one.
Here's another.
We've got him going, folks.
All right. No, I don't agree with this. Let me just say that. You can be out LBW if the ball pitches outside leg stump.
Oh, do you know what? My dad, God rest his soul, would be totally with you on that one. His argument was, if Shane Warne's good enough to pitch it 9 inches outside leg stump and turn it and hit them, what's the difference between pitching it 9 inches outside off stump and it turns in and hits them? Rayan Ahmed, he goes short. First ball of the over, and Jurel has walloped him over mid-wicket for 6. Rayan, well, that was short. He was asking to be hit, and Jurel has deposited him for the maximum. He goes to 38. It's 4:07 for 7.
You can sense frustration kicking in the England squad at the moment. And again, googly but short. He's bowled a lot of those, a lot of long hops in this innings from Rehan Ahmed, and Jurel, after getting a couple of chances in the last couple of overs, he's not going to let that one go.
Rayan Ahmed in. Now that's a better ball. Flighted, pushed into the offside by Jurel. He was looking for a quick single. Ashwin doesn't have the bar of it.
Inconsistency from the umpires. He's run straight down the pitch again. If it was 5 last time, it's 5 again.
Let's keep an eye on that one. Rayan Ahmed in. Again, solidly played by Jurel, no run. I mean, if you're genuinely concerned about that as an umpire, maybe the law has to be, it's 5 the first time, it's 10 the second, 15 the third. If you genuinely are wanting to get players to avoid it. Rayan Ahmed in, Jurel defends offside, no run.
Well, he's only there to administer the laws. Yes. But you've got to be consistent. If you've done it once, you've got to continue to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. Rayan Ahmed in. It's the leg break. It's well fielded by Johnny Bairstow as Jurel squeezes it out on the offside off of the back foot. Bairstow knocks it down, gathers in his own rebound. 4:08 for 7. One ball left in the over.
Yeah, again a short delivery. Wonderful save from Johnny Bairstow, definitely saving a few runs for his side.
Rayan Ahmed was on his way in, but Ashwin backed away as is his wont, with either bat in hand or ball in hand. Rayan comes in. Well, it's down the leg side. Ashwin has used his feet and chipped it to Anderson. With the minimum of celebration, England get the wicket to dismiss Ashwin. He used his feet to Rayan and has clipped it to mid-on. It's 4:08 for 8. Rayan Ahmed has his first of the match, 1 for 71. Ashwin goes for 37.
Well, it's a big wicket as well, the beauty of leg spin. Ashwin fancies him and he comes down the pitch. Good footwork, but he chips it to mid-on. And Jimmy Anderson, just about, second attempt. He punches it in the air, coming forward, diving forward. It hits the palms of his hand, it goes up in the air, and he grabs it at the second attempt. But an effective innings there from Ashwin, 37 from 89, and India are 408 for 8.
Yeah, that's a very crucial innings and a very crucial partnership for India as well. But India would be happy where they are. 408 for 8, and who walks in? Jasprit Bumrah. We know what he can do with the ball, but can he get a partnership with Dhruv Jurel with the bat as well?
Yeah, absolutely. It's now about eking out whatever else they can manage for these last 2 wickets. 120 overs have been bowled. It's been an excellent performance by India, having been 24 for 2, 33 for 3, and are now 408 for 8. Jurel, 39, not out now. The important thing is that was the last ball of the over, so Jurel will be on strike. He's got 39 from 88 with plenty of style, panache, and indeed power to add. 2 4s and 2 6s he's hit. Jasprit Bumrah is the man who walks out. He averages just under 6.5 with the bat. He does have a best of 34 not out, so he will do a bit. David Lloyd and Abhishek Jhunjhunwala have moved out. Gareth Batty and Jared Kimber move in.
That was versus England in 1 over.
Yeah, let's draw a veil over that. Yeah,
because you're always protecting the guys from Nottingham, aren't you? Weird that.
Right, so Hartley to bowl to Jurel. Does the style change from him? Hartley goes in. Oh my goodness, that stays very, very low. He was driving it into the pitch and it basically stayed there. That was little more than ankle height. Jurel does well to keep that out. And my goodness, that stayed down.
Yeah, well, that 5-run penalty was well worth it, Bat.
Hartley, back at the end of his mark, comes in, left arm around. Jurel's coming forward, pushing back down the pitch, no run.
It's the equivalent of 2020 cricket. Ball nice and straight, and if you commit the sin of a wide, it's a better sin than too much width. Take the 5 runs, run down the wicket.
Absolutely. Did you just hear Bumble, by the way? I'll come back to that after this ball. Hartley left arm around, Jurel solidly forward, no run. He said that the penalisation for a bowler running on the wicket, you get warned off, you can't bowl again in the innings. The batter 5 runs, that's not equivalent, so therefore just let the bowler do what they want. Let them run where they want, because if you're not going to apply it in the same way,
should be a 5-run penalty in both directions then.
Well, that was his other point. Hartley around the wicket, outside half of Jurel's bat, goes to backward point, no run.
So I'm not sure if you're aware, in England there's a class issue within English society that also came into cricket. Guess which side the batters and the bowlers are on in the class war?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that's why most things in cricket are aimed towards batters, because they were the people who bat. Bowling's hard work. Why would you want to do that if you've got a cravat on?
Well, exactly. Hartley, left arm around, gives it some air. Jurel solidly forwards, bat no run.
Did you ever play in a cricket game with a cravat on? Bat?
I'm not even sure I know what it is.
I'll tell you what, if bowlers are allowed to run where they like, though, you might be getting the bowling boots back out.
Never, sir.
Those days are officially gone. England reinforced the offside. There's a short extra cover and then 2 other cover fielders as Hartley goes in, and now again that turns, and again that keeps a bit low. 39 for Jurel at the end of the 121st over. 4:08 for 8 are India. It's TalkSport 2, live international cricket coming your way. These are the thoughts of Gareth Batty.
Yeah, we spoke about it earlier on today in the morning session that India want to take some time out of the game. And what we've just seen in that last over is why. The cracks are opening up, there are some dry patches on the surface, we're getting inconsistent bounce, we're still seeing some spin. It's going to be a difficult ask for England moving forward. The one thing that we can cling to is if the pitch gets really slow, then obviously it becomes harder to bowl people out, but at the minute there's probably just enough there for everybody.
Rayan Ahmed to start a new over. Bumrah really lunging forward at that one, keeps it out on the offside.
Yeah, I really think this was a situation where both teams kind of got what they wanted. England just wanted to make sure India didn't bat them out the game, which is at the moment certainly the case.
Rayan Ahmed in, and again Bumrah defends, no run.
And India just wanted this pitch to deteriorate as much as possible. You know, I said early on, I think that was what Jadeja's plan was, probably when he was going to bat. And then Ashwin came in and did the exact same thing. So, in some ways, both teams have got what they've wanted so far.
Rayan Ahmed goes in. Bumrah again, huge stride forward, pushes to point, no run.
And the big part of Bazball is that England have very rarely batted out of the game. You know, they stick in and they stay around.
Rayan Ahmed, bit of width on this googly, and it takes the inside half of the bat, I think, and then bounces down and over the stumps. Folks gathers behind and just takes the bails off just in case, but that googly had a plenty of rip on it. In fact, it actually missed the inside edge and spun so much. In goes Rayan once again. Bumrah, he's not a thing of beauty, but he's mightily effective with this defensive shot. It's basically everything together. Pad and bat are moving as one towards the ball, then he keeps it out. 5 dot balls in the over. And in Rayan comes for the final time. That's short, does spin, but it's punched straight to Stokes at mid-off. Maiden over for Rayan Ahmed. India 4:08 for 8 here on TalkSport 2.
CricViz actually sent us through something on Rayan Ahmed that, and I want Bats to explain this a little bit more. So when he's bowled his length balls, he's gone at an economy of 1.1 runs per over. When he's bowled back of a length, he's gone at 5.1 runs of an over. My guess is that's just because he's a wrist spinner and it's a little bit slower, whereas the finger spinners who get it through a little bit more, you can't just rotate them as easily.
Yeah, there's also something to do with the height and the trajectory, isn't it? If you're taller, you can probably bowl that back of a length a little bit more. The one thing about Ahmed, he's got to go up out the hand. So his margin for a full is probably less than maybe Hartley's might be, because he's a fraction more direct into that full area. But as soon as Rehan goes up out the hand, good batters would have picked where it's going to land.
Hartley to start the new over. Jurel is coming from the crease, trying to sort of dab it down towards short third. No run on this occasion.
So it becomes a little bit more step and hit the ball, as opposed to when it's shorter with him not being so tall, it stays in the surface a bit more and allows the batters to get deeper because of the trajectory of the ball.
Jurel waits, 39 not out. Hartley is in, bowls it down leg side, turned round the corner by Jurel. That could have potentially been quite a long single there if they'd wanted, but neither Jurel nor Bumrah had any inclination to take it. No run.
It's also one reason why wrist spinners work so well to tail enders is because they see the ball go up out of the hand a little bit more, and then there's more overspin on, there's more revolutions for wrist spin than there is for finger spin, but there's more overspin, so you can beat them on the side of the bat, but also on top if they slog across the line.
Hartley goes in, Jurel from the crease, dabs it down, fielded by Joe Root.
And particularly Rayan, because he's got such a good googly, he's challenging the stumps, which means you're challenging pad, which brings all dismissals into it.
Also more overspin on a googly than a leg spinner as well.
Hartley waits, now comes in. Hassan Pardana bowls left arm around. Jurel is punching and pushing towards Stokes at mid-off, was threatening to take a single. Stokes fields and then immediately gets both hands and makes the old aeroplane motion, aeroplane propeller motion. So everybody in. We're now protecting the single because we want to be bowling at Bumrah next over if that's what they're thinking about. What does Jurel do to counter that? Hartley in around the wicket. Jarrell bunts it into the leg side, and he's beaten the fielder at straightish mid-wicket, who's Ollie Pope, and they've been able to take the single with one ball of the over to go. Bairstow Fields, it's 409 for 8.
It's wonderful batting from Jarrell. It's only a single, but to get so deep in the crease and hold his line, so not get off side of the ball, not get leg side of the ball, so he's got a full strike into that gap at straight mid-wicket. It's wonderful batting. It really has been impressive on debut.
Can Bumrah survive? 2 slips are in place for him. Hartley around the wicket. He plays that pretty quietly, just dabs it into the offside. Ollie Pope will haul it in, and the end of the 123rd over here on TalkSport 2. 409 for 8. India, Bumrah yet to get off the mark. Jarrell 40 from the 99 balls he's faced. Some more thoughts from Jared and Gareth, and I'll make way because Neil Manthorpe's coming in.
It's interesting, Bats, because when that wicket fell, I wondered what Jarrell would do, and my thought was, wow, he's got Bumrah and Siraj, he might as well look for some boundaries. But I think the way that India are looking at this is, well, if Bumrah can just hang in for another 5 or 10 overs, that gives us an extra, a period of time where we're out and the wicket deteriorates a little bit more. So they're not looking like Jarrell's about to attack. Might be different when Siraj is there, but right at the moment.
Rian Ahmed continues and is pushed up to mid-on, no run.
I think it's more of a traditional thought, isn't it? That we're batting first, we get first use of the surface, let's bat as long as we possibly can.
Certainly time is valuable for India. Here comes Rian Ahmed in again, and it's driven by Jarrell up towards Stokes at mid-on. No run. Certainly, the pitch is definitely more unpredictable than it was yesterday, perhaps even this morning. Down the wicket comes Jarrell, and he's used his feet beautifully and driven that straight back over the long off for 6. Fabulous cricket shot from Dhruv Jarrell.
Oh, the balance. He just skips down the wicket, keeps his centre mass bang on the line of the ball, and a beautiful flourish, almost like a stunned flourish through the ball, straight back over Rehan Ahmed's head, and it's flat into the boundary boards for 6. This young man really has played a wonderful hand so far. 46 of 102 balls.
415 for 8, and this one turning away outside the off stump, keeping low as well, and Dhruv Jarrell makes it look like it kept even lower by squatting at the knees as he tries to cut at this one, but it just didn't bounce enough. 415 for 8. He's certainly showing why the Indian selectors have apparently anointed him as the next big thing with the gloves behind the stumps for India. Although he hasn't kept a great deal, he's more of a batter who keeps. But we'll soon see. Well, maybe not so soon. We'll see at some point how good his glove work is, particularly with Ravi Jadeja and R. Ashwin. Here is Rian Ahmed once again. Cut shot, edge, taken by Folkes. Rian Ahmed has Dhruv Jarrell. Thin edge, excellent glove work from Ben Folkes. He's taken some real screamers, particularly off the spinners, standing up and again keeping his position beautifully behind the stumps. Thin edge, and Rian Ahmed has the 9th wicket.
Yeah, we've seen him get cut a lot in this test match so far, but generally the balls have been a little bit shorter than that. I think he was trying to force that maybe a little bit more than he needed to. So we just said how he'd been batting defensively and hadn't looked to attack. Suddenly, I think he decided off Rian Ahmed there was some opportunities there. But it was a really good innings. He certainly deserved to get himself a 50, but he's done a great job for India. And he looks like a young player who completely knows his game. Everything is in alignment. There's not moving parts or anything. So he's got a very good future, but again, England find a way to just drag themselves back into this contest. I think if this was generally in Test cricket history, you come to India and India put on over 400 runs at 120 overs, you think you're kind of out of this game. As England's like, well, that's about 40 overs of batting.
Yeah, I think England won't be too disappointed with the total. Just revisiting that catch from Ben Folkes, we just had the replay, and it's quite a big deviation off the top right-hand edge of the bat. I mean, it's almost like you're reenacting the training, sort of off the face for the slips, etc. You're trying to get slip catching in, and the keeper manages to pull off a screamer. It really was a fantastic catch. But the young fellow, wow, he played very, very well there, and he's certainly a bright future. His balance, for me, the balance and time he had when Wood was trying to bowl quick, had time, but his balance throughout his innings was quite magnificent.
Seems like a very, very long time ago, that first innings in Hyderabad, when Ben Foakes looked a little bit rusty. He's just got better and better. When you think he can't get much better, he takes another catch, standing up, as you say. It was a thick edge. Rian Ahmed in then to Mohammad Siraj. Number 11 pushes forward to his first delivery and blocks it away defensively into the offside. The over comes to an end. India 415 for 9, and can't overemphasize the importance of the time that India have batted today. It's not just about the runs. Resuming at 326 for 5 from 86 overs, so almost 40 overs have continued to bat on today. Not yet scored 100 runs in addition to their first day score, but it's not just about that. It's about the pitch deteriorating. A reminder that India penalised 5 runs for repeated running on the pitch. Tom Hartley continues now, and that's short and wide, and so wide enough to be cut and short enough to be cut. Just a single to Jasprit Bumrah, who's off the mark, fielded by Rian Ahmed on the cover boundary. I was going to ask you how you think England might go about things when they finally come to bat, but I don't need to. We know exactly what they'll do. They won't take the pitch into consideration. Ben Duckett will be Ben Duckett, and Zach Crawley actually played by his standards within himself in Visakhapatnam in the second test. Forward comes Mohammad Siraj again, playing defensively, just blocking it out on the offside.
Yeah, this will be the thing from an England point of view. They don't want this partnership to drag on. It will just take that bit of time out that India want, and would that momentum shift go with India? They get a wicket quickly now. I think England will be relatively happy with the work.
Hartley in again to Siraj. It's forward, and you would think from the way he maintained his pose, very happy with his forward defensive push there. Mohammad Siraj, who claims to have worked hard on his batting, but shows no signs of moving above number 11 at this stage. Jasprit Bumrah was a long time established at number 11, but he's got a bit better these days, and that's flicked very nicely off his pads by Mohammad Siraj. Tom Hartley trying to bring him onto the front foot, slightly over pitching, and just worked off the pads for a single towards deep mid-wicket.
It's an outstanding catch, Ben Foakes, isn't it? Also, if you're the other wicket keeper, you want to go out to a bit of magic from your fellow. So, but it's a big deviation.
Just keeps his hands so still, doesn't he? Just keeps his position, soft hands as well, inside those gloves. Here is Hartley. 2 slips in place now, but Bumrah forward defensively, no run.
And none of it is fluke with Ben Foakes. I've never seen anybody, I've certainly not seen any of the keepers work as hard as him, because he's quite a big man. He's like 6'2", up and down all day, and he works so hard on his keeping all the time.
We saw that every single morning. He was doing catching routines. Here's Hartley once again, and forward comes Bumrah, pushing it up towards Ben Duckett at mid-off, no run.
He also does something that I think is a bit more unique. I was always taught when you're wicket keeping to keep your hands low. He actually starts with them quite high, and as the bowler comes in, he puts them down, which I think makes it harder for him to rise up too quickly. So it's almost like a trigger movement for a batter. Because if you have a look, just as Hartley or Rian Ahmed is about to deliver, his hands are at the bail height, and then he comes in, making sure that they stay low. So he's going to come up a little bit later. It's a weird little trick. Sometimes you see a wrist spinner and they cock their wrist beforehand. It's kind of like that. It's almost like he's trying to trick himself into doing the right thing.
One of the routines that he has is when he stands facing a net and he's got Paul Collingwood or someone behind him, sometimes two people on either side, but they're behind him and they throw the ball onto the net, and he's got to react very quickly because he doesn't know exactly where it's going to come. And apparently that's as much an exercise for the eyes as it is for the hands and technique, and it's just to make sure that you...
Is that the famous sports scientist from South Africa?
Cheryl Calder.
Yep.
Dr. Cheryl Calder.
I wonder if that's one of hers. It seems like something that she would prescribe someone.
It looks quite fun, actually.
It is. I try and hit him in the face when I do it. Really.
Forward comes Siraj. Blocks it defensively on the offside. You could just chuck a really quick one in
Yeah,
there.
it's them springy boards. I try and get him, but he's too good. He always catches them. I've cocked him on the shoulder, but never on the helmet.
Here's Rian Ahmed begins a new over, and that's a beautiful googly. He's turned that one. It's from too far outside the off stump, but it's turned very sharply. Left alone by Siraj.
It was a very early leave by Siraj, who suddenly realised that he didn't know which way the ball was spinning. he tried to maintain his confidence as it went back towards the stumps.
And this one is a leg break, and Siraj...
That one he's played at because
he played it and missed it by 6 inches.
Because it was what happened to the ball before. I love watching Taylor his face wrist spin.
And Rian Ahmed couldn't help a chuckle as well. Here he is once again. Forward comes Siraj. He has no idea. He's just going forward and playing the line, isn't he? If it hits the outside edge or hits him on the pad, well, so be it. And a lovely little instinctive chuckle from Rian Ahmed there, bowling to the number 11. And he knows that it's just a matter of time before he finds an edge or traps him in front. 417 for 9, India. Here's Rian Ahmed once again up to Siraj, who comes forward once more and happily feels and sees the ball hit the middle of the bat. But he doesn't know a great deal about why. It's the reminder that India have been penalised 5 runs for running excessive, repetitive running on the pitch. Another googly from Rian Ahmed, and Siraj lunges forward, hits him on the pad, but outside the line of off stump. And the over comes to an end. 417 for 9. I have to say this total looks and feels better and better, even when runs aren't being added to it.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen inconsistent bounce there just in that over. From Rian Ahmed. Big spin with the googly coming back in towards Siraj, and then the last one just sort of died into the pads, and Siraj, I think, is actually picking him. You two are just being a bit cruel. Got outside the line and made a nice fist of it, went a bit old school and used his pad as his first line of defence. But the inconsistency of bounce, not so much the spin, the inconsistency of bounce will be of concern to England.
Well, the other problem is that Kuldeep ran balls along the ground last match, and it's something that he kind of does when he bowls, and Rehan does it as well, but both shorter wrist spinners. That's the one that I think is going to be a bit nasty for them.
Tom Hartley has 2 slips as he comes in to bowl to Jasprit Bumrah. It's slightly too short, allows him to play it off the pitch, punches it to mid-off.
But one thing I would say at the moment is we are watching 2 very ordinary batters look fairly comfortable out there, and Ashwin didn't look like he was in any trouble. Obviously Dhruv on debut. Right at the moment, it doesn't look like a bad batting wicket. And if England do score a quick 200 without losing too many wickets, they can put pressure back on India.
Slog sweep. And Jasprit Bumrah does have the occasional aggressive shot, and that's gone all the way for 6. That's very effectively done from Jasprit Bumrah. Played it on length, and it's just good old-fashioned hoik for 6.
Yeah, Hartley just went up out the hand, trying to draw him forward. But Bumrah up to the task. It was kind of like a hybrid lap slog. He sort of got his front foot down and drops his back leg a bit as if he's trying to hit it over mid-wicket, and hits it pretty straight with a horizontal bat over long on. Fine batting.
Hartley in once again, this time slightly too short. Bumrah chips it out wide of Ollie Pope at mid-on, and they take a single.
I love the idea of that being a hybrid lap slog. Bumrah thought to himself, what I could do, or it's just a tail ender trying to hit the ball.
Never been. It's classical, that.
It was beautiful. I loved the heave that I saw. I'm not sure if I saw it as a hybrid lap slog.
I think presence of mind to go straight rather than dragging it.
Accidentally hit it there.
Oh, there's a short straight mid-on now as Hartley is in. Mohammad Siraj plays defensively, blocks it once again, and there's no run. Jasprit Bumrah is having plenty to say.
He's now coaching from the other end. Have you tried the hybrid lap slog, Siraj?
Here is Hartley once again, and Siraj slog sweeps, and maybe he has taken some advice from Jasprit Bumrah. He's actually hit that one very nicely indeed, straight out to deep square leg, and they take a single. 424 for 9. Jasprit Bumrah 8. Mohammad Siraj is off the mark.
Yeah, and we just see the camera panning to the Indian captain. These little partnerships here are the bits that just make it difficult for the fielding team.
Hartley once again, and a nice little bit of wrist from Jasprit Bumrah. He comes forward, then goes back, plays it off the pitch, and flicks it. A nice little turn of the right hand from outside the off stump through the leg side, and keeps the strike. They did take a single there, didn't they? 426 for 9. Bumrah on 9, Siraj on 2, and frustration for England.
Yeah, I think that last ball kind of shows that the service is losing a little bit of pace. Whether it really had it up until this point, well, I think possibly a little bit more, but Bumrah there getting deep in the crease to a ball just outside off stump and being able to work it into the leg side, hitting into the spin, just shows that it's probably just losing a little bit of pace.
Here's Rehan Ahmed bowling. Oh, that's a good googly and some bounce. Inconsistent bounce there. That's a little bit of extra. That bounced more than he expected, and he did well to keep it down. He's guiding it towards slip. It's one thing if a pitch starts to keep low, and as a batsman you can try and work with that, but when it's inconsistent, there's extra bounce as well. This is over pitched and it's heaved down towards long on. Johnny Bairstow can't get there, and that's gone for 4. It's a good hit from Jasprit Bumrah. He does hold a batting world record, most runs in an over. He didn't score all of them himself. There were some wides from Stuart Broad in that test match at Edgbaston.
I like both the shots so far because he's waiting for the ball to be slightly over pitched. Again, it's kind of halfway between slogging that and hitting it straight, but they had the fielder out at cow corner there, so he did manage to do it, but he's waiting for the right length to attack.
430 for 9. Rehan Ahmed comes forward and Bumrah defends. A good ball, shows it the respect it deserves.
I like that because that shows he's not just slogging, he's waiting for the ones in the right area, because he would have been done if he tried to hit that one.
Yeah, it's simple math, isn't it? When the ball's coming down the tram lines that we see on TV, then he's respecting that.
And this one is cover driven by Jasprit Bumrah over extra cover for 4. The Indian change room are absolutely loving this. Rohit Sharma is beaming from ear to ear, and all of the players are now enjoying these runs from Jasprit Bumrah, as you tend to do from a tail-ender who you don't think can generally bat.
Yeah, it's momentum shifting, these partnerships with the last wicket stand, and Bumrah enjoying himself. A big expansive extra cover drive hit up in the air,
and now defends the next one. Super frustrating for England and for Rehan Ahmed there. He's been hit for a couple of 4s, and each of his good balls has been treated with the utmost respect. So frustration, and it's not just about the runs, as we keep saying. It's about the extra time that England have been kept in the field. Rehan Ahmed in once again. That's a good delivery, and maybe a top spinner, a little bit of a googly, perhaps hit the outside half of the bat, ran down towards third man. Steve Waugh had this theory when he was captain of Australia. He said if you can take the team in the field, if you can take them into a 5th session, just take them into a 5th session. He had a theory that was worth between 2 and 3 wickets.
I can believe it. It's the psychological feel of having to walk back out there again, and that's not even taking into consideration the conditions of the heat. It's psychological for bowlers. 128 overs, there's bowlers out there going, wow, this is a lot of miles in the legs, and that's not even talking about the batters that have been stood in the outfield. And this little partnership here, there'll be the odd batter going, come on buddy, why are you not bowling the same as you were doing at the top order batters at the tail end? Why are you letting him have a free swing at you? You worked very hard to get to this point, now finish the job. And little doubts creep in everywhere. I wouldn't suggest that England have a huge overt issue from this point, but it's just the little psychological wins, which I think is what you're talking about with the Steve Waugh comment. It's just that extra little bit somewhere in the next 2 or 3 sessions that parrot comes onto your shoulder and just reminds you were out there for 5 sessions, so on and so forth.
I think we're having a drinks break because I believe Mark Wood was coming on, and so the Indian batters asked to put their protective equipment on, and so the umpires have just been like, okay, it's basically drinks.
Well, Mohammad Siraj actually had one of those big back braces, didn't he? He was
I
just
think it's a
adjusting
rib
that.
protector because he also was putting on an arm guard.
Chest
I saw
pad.
that.
Yeah.
Chest pad rather than a rib protector.
Well, it's your
It's
ribs
called-
you're protecting,
It's called a
isn't it?
chest pad, my friend.
Yeah, but it's your ribs you're protecting. Don't give me
It seemed to me like he had a back brace on as well.
We call them
by the way.
pads, but they're also leg guards.
He's just putting his corset on.
I don't think he was putting a corset on.
A little bit of back support, whatever you like to call it. 434 for 9. That's the reason that we're having the drinks break. Just a reminder that England began the day in terrific fashion with 2 wickets inside the first 20 minutes of play, with Ravindra Jadeja caught and bowled by Joe Root for 112, and Kuldeep Yadav caught behind by Ben Foakes off Jimmy Anderson for 4. But then since then, R. Ashwin and Dhruv Jurel have made 37 and 46 to frustrate England, before finally Ashwin was caught at mid-on, chipping Rian Ahmed, the leg spinner, to Anderson for 37. But now Jasprit Bumrah has belted 17 off 20 balls. Mohammad Siraj has 2 off 12. And India are looking very, very good at 434 for 9. But we've seen enough of England over the last 2 years to put all of our previous test watching, and in your case test playing experience, to one side, because who knows, for 100 well, not 100 years, India have been playing test cricket for 75 years, 95 years. So at 434 for 9, we would normally say England really under pressure, Gareth Baddy. But who knows, as John Norman takes over from me.
Yeah, England certainly are under the pump when you look at the history of the game. 434 in the first innings is normally quite considerable when we're seeing the deterioration of a surface that we are doing now. So England have their work cut out, but they fought back incredibly well the morning session. They just need to get this final wicket and then go to work with the bat.
Thank you, Gareth Batty. I'm joined in the commentary box by David Bumble-Lloyd, who's just been outside. Just bumped into somebody who's not part of the commentary team, who's not working on the cricket. He just came up to me and said, so when you're on air, you spend your time talking or watching cricket? And he noticed that we're still watching cricket when we're off air. And I said, yeah, and if you went out with us at night, all we talk about is cricket there as well. It's one of the healthier addictions, I'd say.
Well, it's a great sport for debate.
It creates conversation.
It does.
Like no other. So Jared Kimber made that point in the last test, and it does. Maybe the stop-start nature, but essentially every single delivery conjures up about 3 or 4 different things to talk about. As Mark Wood has to abort, I'd say, 3/4 of his way towards the wicket. Whether that was Mohammad Siraj not ready to face, or the umpire just watching, noticing that the field's still moving, or maybe the umpire wasn't ready. Who knows? We're creating conversation right now and nothing's happened.
I've not seen that handshake between the bowler and the umpire when the bowler's on his way back to his run.
Well, what we do know is that England need just to... I was hoping that I might be commentating on England batting by now when I was last on commentary. We've had a 9th wicket. Jurel has gone for 46, but India now enjoying themselves, and there will be another run from the bat. What are you gesturing towards there, Bumble? 435 for 9, India.
And just give him a 1. England have just... I have a 1.
Yeah, just no point. You've got to attack. I'm a bit surprised that the number 10 and 11 have managed to score that many runs for India. We haven't seen them scoring runs for a long time.
Tell us about these lads. What's the personality of these two at the crease now?
I think Shiraz, we know where he comes from and just gives it everything. He just loves his cricket. I think he's very lucky that he finds himself very lucky that he's got an opportunity to play for India. A few years back, he was playing tennis ball cricket and tape ball cricket. To be here in such short span is a brilliant story, and same with Bumrah as well.
Wood in, and there's a swing and a miss from Bumrah, and Mark Wood has pitched this ball up. There's a fraction of movement towards off stump, missed by the batter, and he could so close, very close to being bowled there. Oh.
Well, it looks as if it's disturbed the bail. It hasn't. It's very close to off stump. And Bumrah, to me, seems a genuinely nice fella.
Yeah, he's just a lovely guy. I played against him very early in his career when he just came into the scene, and there was a lot of chat about his action. And no one thought he's turned out to be that good.
Wood again, and this time Bumrah plays a little more watchfully. He's 17, Siraj at 3, 435 for 9 India.
Yeah, so the first time I played against him, John, was in a D.Y. Patil tournament in Mumbai, and I just saw this bloke coming and running and bowling around 140 mark, and I'm like, who's this guy?
When you say departmental tournament?
No, D.Y. Patil. It's a very
D.Y.
It's a big tournament because a lot of cricketers get picked from there to play the IPL and a lot of other tournaments.
So that's a short form.
It's a T20 competition. Right. Yeah, which happens in Mumbai.
Wood again. He's in short, and there's a hook shot from Bumrah. He gets glove on the ball, fielded at long leg by Hartley, and Bumrah comes through for another single. He's 18, and the score moves along, 436 for 9.
Mike Wood looks weary. He's into his 27th over, 3 for 107.
And still banging the ball in.
Yeah, he looks tired. He looks absolutely knackered, to be honest.
We were in, now, where was it, Bumble? It was 2019. Was it Hamilton or was it Mount Maunganui when Jofra Archer was requested to bowl 42 overs?
Oh, yeah.
Do you remember that?
Yeah,
Flattest track.
Yeah.
I'm not saying this is particularly flat, short again. And Bumrah wears this one. Oh, no, Suresh, sorry. Wears this delivery, no run.
Yeah, one thing I'm very impressed here, that both these players are not running away. They're not backing off against Mark Wood. And Bumrah has definitely worked a lot on his batting, looking a lot more improved with the bat. Plays some wonderful shots so far.
India have eaten time on different occasions in this test match. They don't seem to be eating time quite so much now the tail enders are in. Both of these batters are... they are going for their shots. I mean, Siraj 3 from 14 would suggest otherwise, but here is Wood. Pitched up forward is Siraj. Good looking shot there, actually. Seems to be quite comfortable with the pace of the pitch, at least.
27 overs now, Mark Wood, 3 for 107. 436 for 9. So game plan, you talk about occupation of the crease for India. Their game plan is to bat once. Get the big runs in the first innings, and they've done that. Get to work with the quality bowlers that they've got to bowl England out twice. So England have got to play so well. We've seen the ball spinning, and it's not going to stop spinning. Bumrah is number 1 in the world, isn't he? So they've got a lot of work to do, England.
I think Bumrah and Shiraz are going to ask a lot of questions on that pitch, because we have seen lateral movement when England started. Initially there was lateral movement, there was a bit of swing, and then also there was a period where we saw a hint of reverse swing as well. And Bumrah, if there's any reverse swing, he will try and extract as much as he can. We saw that in the first test. He was outstanding.
And then of course he can take the pitch out the equation as well, as Ollie Pope knows all too well. There were some wonderful photos, wasn't there, of that dismissal, middle and leg uprooted, Pope nearly overbalancing. He was nearly knocked off his feet. There's Hartley bowling on off stump, little bit of turn away from Bumrah, but comfortable single. Another score, 437 for 9 as India batted the best part of 130 overs. If England bat 130 overs, there'll be 600 on the board.
I think so. Also, he uses the slow ball really well, John, which no other fast bowler does in Test cricket.
Yeah, he does have it all. It's Hartley just changes his line. This is more middle stump, defended by Siraj. Crawley and Duckett. England needs some runs, don't they? We've seen some runs coming from the bat of Ollie Pope. England have got off to decent starts in nearly all their innings, but it's middle order runs where they could do with a Bairstow or a Root, or dare I say even Stokes, who did score a half century in the first test, as Siraj is in again, plays defensively. All smiles from India at least. 437 for 9.
Oh, you get this from tail enders. Bumrah is 19, in support Siraj with 3. They're just having a bit of fun. Big smiles all around. Opening batters will be thinking about their job.
And they would have been thinking about it for the best part of 45 minutes. On the reverse sweep, he's struck in front, and umpire Joel Wilson's finger goes up. Siraj will review, but I think he'll be reviewing as he walks from the field.
He thinks he's got an inside edge. That's what he's showing to the umpire.
TV umpire to director.
Well, we shall see. It certainly hit the pads,
decision is out.
adjacent to the stump. So I don't think there's any danger of the ball missing. But Siraj thinks he's hit it. Then Siraj probably has.
Front on coming up now, Joel.
Oh yeah.
I think he's missed this.
It goes very close to the bat.
Where does it pitch? We're just seeing many replays of the ball pitching. It looks to pitch in line. It's certainly not going over the top. It's hitting really low.
Has he not inside edged that?
Has he? Do you think so?
Yeah, maybe because the ball went down after pitching didn't hit. Maybe an inside edge.
Safe from front on.
He's on the sweep, and essentially Siraj feels he's inside edge that down onto his pad, and we shall see now.
Just go back one frame, please. Go back one frame. Yeah, I've got a spike as the ball is on the bat there. Joel, I've got a spike as the ball's on the bat. So you'll be overturning your decision to not out. You're on screen now.
Well, the batter knew. It looked absolutely plumb from where we were. And I'm sure if we were to see the continuation of DRS, the ball would have splattered the stumps, but the inside edge has saved Siraj. So Hartley will have to bowl another. 2 balls left of the over. This Hartley's 40th. And plenty of flight. And Siraj steps forward and just calmly bumps that into the leg side. No run.
You're not sure he's going to try another reverse sweep anymore.
He's been watching Jimmy Anderson, hasn't he? I mean, there are 3 or 4 of these Indian side. They come into cricket with big turn away from Siraj, but too short, and Siraj just watches that go. There's quite a few of the Indian players. You just wonder. I know this is. Are we going to see another delivery? No. Oh well, we got. Well, it looked like Siraj was shaping to face a 7th ball there.
We've all done it. I'm talking about umpires. There's been a bit going on, and there's been a decision review. Inside edge, umpire has to overturn his decision, and you get lost on the counting. It's quite easy to go to 6, and sometimes he just got it wrong. He was waiting for a 7th ball there, the umpire, and then he would get a word in his ear. That's the over. They finished. But the 12th man is on, or is it? The physiotherapist is on.
Yeah, it's called the physio on, and Siraj looks like he's just got a problem with his knee, his right knee.
That's where the ball
spray.
hit. I think that's where the ball hit after getting an inside edge.
I thought it hit him higher up. I thought it hit him more on the thigh than the knee.
The magic spray, the physio's got that magic spray. As the pad has come off, the trouser has come up round about that knee area. Time for drinks as well. And we're seeing the replay as the ball hits him straight on the knee.
Absolutely right, Abby. Abby's nailed it.
It's right knee, it's his back knee as he's batting. So he's padded up again. He's taking a couple of tablets. He's having a drink of water. Physiotherapist is on. The 12th man is on.
Well, we've got a little pause in the game, so we have had a question in. If you're just joining us here on TalkSport 2 or via the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel, earlier today, well, possibly you were sleeping or eating breakfast or getting the kids ready for school, though it is half term for many of us. Ravichandran Ashwin was penalised. 5 runs will be added to England's score after Ashwin ran on the pitch. And Shahid Hussain gets in contact to say, regarding penalties for running on the pitch, you can get in contact with us at cricket_TS. As Mockwood is in again. And there's a handsome shot by Bumrah. It's agricultural, but it's effective. Hauls this up and over, couple of bounces, and the ball skips over the rope at mid-wicket. 4 runs And even Mark Wood's smiling.
I can tell you something, Bumrah is enjoying this a lot more than he would bowling. That was a great shot. He picked the slow one very early.
Well, deep in his crease. I wouldn't say that's out the coaching manual, Bumble.
It's an off spinner. 122k from Mark Wood.
Well, they do say that batters prefer the ball turning into them. Some would also say, well, look, if Jasprit Bumrah can hit 23 at a run of ball, then England have got nothing to worry about. Pitched up, driven, and just for a moment it looked like it might be back-to-back fours. A sprawling stop at mid-on, and Mohammad Siraj, I think that's Siraj, who has picked up a little bit of a problem with that on-field dismissal, the reverse sweep. He inside edged the ball onto the top of his right knee. We saw the medic come out at the end of the last over. The medic is racing out again, and in completing that run, Siraj is now hobbling somewhat dramatically towards the medic, who's on the field. And I suggest maybe India want to wrap this up quite quickly now, because Siraj looks in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, you want him more for his bowling than the batting prowess. I just felt that Jimmy Anderson went up to Siraj and said, come on, mate, let's get on with it.
He looks in some discomfort here.
Well, he was called through for the second, right? And the ball had been fielded, and Siraj was running towards the danger end. Shy at the stumps. Siraj is home, but he's got a little bit of a problem with his knee. Well, it looked like a little bit of a problem in the last over. It now looks like a slightly more serious problem.
Well, he's down on the floor now, and the pad's off again. Physio's on, doing all sorts of checks on his knee. He looks in a lot of pain.
No, he doesn't look quite right here. And before, it looked like it was an impact injury, the ball hitting the knee. All of a sudden, it doesn't quite look like it's an impact injury. It looks like the medic is actually just running a few repairs to the lower leg, and maybe the ligaments, maybe the tendons around it. England will be watching on.
Well, it's hit him straight on the knee, the delivery from Hartley, and then he does the running and hobbling around, and so there's got to be some delay here as he gets strapped up. His pads are off again, and there's a strapping going on, one of these big elasticated strappings that will go round the knee, giving his knee support. So we've got... Go on, what was that question?
Yeah, well, it has given us the opportunity. So Shahid Hussain has got in contact via @cricket_TS, and he says, regarding penalties for running on the pitch, if the bowler can be banned from bowling in that innings for consistently running on the pitch, why can't the batter be given out if they're consistently doing it or constantly doing it? It's the same crime, but the penalty is not the same.
He's dead right. He's got it absolutely right.
I mean, would you give it 2 warnings and you're out? I mean, would it be like a bowler? Listen, matey, you know, you've got to score 400 on the board, and 5-run penalty ain't going to make any difference.
Well, the thing is, as it is now, it's disproportionate, because the 5-run penalty is just incidental. It's just nothing to do with it.
And it's not taken off Ashwin's score, right?
But let me stress, it's been going on forever. Every team that I've ever played in or been involved in, of course it happens. We got that message from Philip Tufnell that's up there. What a good spinner Ashwin is. He's got his long studs on, running on the pitch.
I tell you what, I'll let you continue this chat. There is a pause in play. Andrew McKenna's just about to come in. But yeah, it's a fascinating one. And of course, when England come out to bat, they'll be 5 without loss without facing a ball, I think.
Yeah, but I don't think India is going to mind that, as long as they've done some damage to the pitch. That was the whole intention of coming out with those long studs and the full studs. And Ashwin was pretty good at it.
Well, what is there's wear and tear on the pitch, and the players are helping it's on its way.
Wood is in, Bumrah's coming forward and opening the face, guiding it down to Rayan Ahmed at third, and they will take a single, and Siraj has hobbled his way down to the non-striker's end. That's why number 11s don't play the reverse sweep. Hit them onto their own knees. So there you go, lesson learned. I mean, he really does look uncomfortable, and there's a serious point to this. is that he's due to be opening the bowling, and well, from England's point of view, in 11 minutes' time, because hopefully the next ball gets him out.
I think Yorker will be a good option now. With his knee, he's not going to be coming forward much.
You wouldn't have thought so.
Yeah.
Well, Mark Wood is in his 28th over. The most he's ever bowled in a test match is 28. Wood goes in. Oh, that's full, that's straight. There's on the pad. England want that one. Umpire Dharmasena is saying nothing. Mark Wood is wandering down to slip and keeper, the first part of the Brains Trust. Now Ben Stokes wanders. Folks is saying, well, that kept low. The timer is at 10 seconds. Surely it's worth having a look. England have got 2 reviews left. And I think, yes, the signal has been made. England will review this.
I've checked both feet. It's fair delivery.
I think it's very close.
Right, so the first part is it's not a no ball.
Where does it pitch?
Oh, leg side-ish.
Can we get Aldridge to confirm that, please?
I don't fancy this.
Well, they're checking that there's not an under edge.
Just go back a frame. Sorry, I was... Yep, fine. Flat line as it goes past the bat. Thank you. So no bat involved. We can go to ball tracking when it's ready.
Okay, so Rod Tucker's established no bat involved in it, so it's now about the pitching. But we've seen the replay. You can see off stump.
Impact in line and missing the wickets. Kumar, stay with your original decision. I'll let you know when you're on screen. Stay with your original, not out. You're on screen now.
Kumar Dharmasena gets that right, and it means that England's reviews in this series is at a staggeringly low level of success. Wood in once again. That one's hit on the pad. Is that slightly straighter? Yes, it is. Finger goes up. Bumrah is given out LBW. He is going to review it because it's the last wicket. But that one looked better with the naked eye.
Yeah, and we just saw a glimpse of Rohit Sharma, who's put his finger up, and he thinks it's out. It looks straight, does this? It's hitting very, very low. This could be the end of India's efforts, and they've been great efforts.
Coming up.
Off spinner,
oh, it's
slow delivery.
Now, where does it hit? Flush on the knee roll, and he's on his tiptoes.
Please.
Could height be an issue?
I think at best it's going to go with the umpire decision.
Yeah, remember, umpire's call will stay with the out call.
It goes past the bat. So we'll go to ball tracking when it's ready.
So again, no bat.
Ball tracking coming up. Kumar, impact is in line and hitting the wickets. You'll stay with your original decision of out. I'll let you know when you're on screen.
Well, that's a wonderful effort from India. Innings ends. Mark Wood picks up another wicket. He's finished with 4 for 114. It's been hard toil into his 28th over. But India winning the toss, batting first. I think they've played really well. 445 all out.
Yeah, given they were 33 for 3, from there to get to 445 is a brilliant effort. And some really good innings from Rohit Sharma, Jadeja. The 2 debutants batted really, really well. And then Jasprit Bumrah, that's 25 run can be very crucial from Jasprit Bumrah as well. And now they've got a job in hand with the ball. But England, they'll have to play really, really well to get anywhere close to this target of 445.
So England have an option of a roller here, and we've just seen on the screen that Ben Stokes has opted for the small roller. He wants a little roller. He doesn't think too much will happen with this pitch. What we know, what everybody knows who've been listening to us and watching, is that this pitch will spin. The bowlers that India have will be potent. 131 for Rohit Sharma, 112 for Jadeja, and the tail has wagged big time. 46, 37, 26.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take you quickly down the scorecard. Of course, all started yesterday. India winning the toss and batting. Jaiswal 10, Rohit 131, Shubman Gill a 9-ball duck, Patidar 5, Jadeja 112, Sarfraz 62 before he got barbecued by his mate run out. Kuldeep 4, Jurel 46, Ashwin 37, Bumrah 26, Siraj 3 not out. James Anderson finished with 1 for 61 from his 25 overs. Mark Wood 4 for 114 from 27.5. Hartley 1 for 109 from 40. Joe Root 16 overs, 1 for 70, and Rayan Ahmed 2 for 85 from 22. So 4-4-5, all out from one ball short of 131 overs. From where they were winning the toss yesterday morning, we were all thinking, look, you've got to be batting with a 4 and talking about 450. Well, they're as near as damn it at 450, aren't they?
Yeah, they've got what they wanted, India, winning the toss, batting first, get your runs in that first innings, premier batters scoring centuries, and so all has gone to plan there, but resilience as well from 33 for 3. They do have a long batting lineup, and that the tail there, I think they've played splendidly to just stick around and frustrate England. 131 overs in the field, and now as an opening batter, the two, Crawley and Duckett, just to get the batting head on. You know, an uncomfortable little time, get through the new ball. And that's not going to be easy against the class of bowling. I just wonder, with that Siraj injury that we've seen, is there an option to open with a spinner, Bumrah and a spinner? I think there are plenty of options.
Well, yeah, I was just thinking Ashwin to open the bowling, 1 wicket away from 500. I mean, it's kind of all written for him there, isn't it, to set it up? So Bumrah will definitely take one end. Of course, he took, 9 for 90 odd in the second test, taking the Player of the Match award. Other options, well, you wouldn't have thought Kuldeep, but so yeah, I suppose Jadeja might be an option, but Ashwin's probably the one that stands out.
I think Ashwin is the one who's going to start if they start with a spinner, given that there's Ben Duckett left-hander, and already we have seen a lot of balls jumping, few balls just staying low, and with R. Ashwin with the new ball, he can be very potent.
So we are in the meat of the day, just 8:05 this Friday morning in the UK. Means it is just after 1:30 in the afternoon in Rajkot, and it's a hot one. I mentioned earlier on today, due to be about 31 degrees in the hottest part of the day, there is literally not a cloud in the sky, and we can see for quite a few miles. So there is going to be very little respite for the fielders this afternoon. So England have got off the field at the right time, but they have a big score in front of them. 1-1, as we said yesterday morning as we started this broadcast for you. 1-1 in the series going into the third, therefore going 2-1 up with only 2 to play is a big moment in this series.
Well, for the two opening batsmen, they've been in the field for all that time. You come off the field now, you've got to prepare, get your preparation, you'll have got your kit ready, that's all there. I just wonder whether you want to change your clothing, whether you have a shower, whether you freshen up. And it's so important that you get that batting head on and you trust each other as partners. So what's your job? You've got to get rid of the new ball, see off the shine, build a partnership. It makes it so much easier. And we saw some wonderful play from India, from Rohit Sharma, the captain. Played a real captain's knock, gets a big 100, steadies everything down. If you look at that second test match, England had a couple of pretty 50s, plenty of 20s and 30s, no big shot, no big innings, and that's what they need right now.
Well, Zach Crawley made his highest score against India in the first innings in Vizag. He's got 2 70s in the game. 76 was the first innings, 73 was the second innings. Ben Duckett didn't really get going properly. He got into the 20s a couple of times, 21 and 28. Duckett's yet to make a 50, his highest score in the series so far, 47 in the second innings in that remarkable England second innings in Hyderabad. So 45 and 47 there, 21 and 28 in Vizag. Crawley had a quiet match actually in Hyderabad, relatively speaking, 20 and 31. So he was probably the man who is going to be probably feeling more in form.
And the other batter, the premier batter, has been quiet, Joe Root.
And we all keep saying it, he can't go through a 5-match series without making a big one.
Not keeping quiet forever, but this is an opportune time. If he does get to the crease, that he just delivers. It's been a quiet time for him.
And also these conditions suit Joe Root, the kind of the way he plays, the way he has played for so long, I think he should go back to his own way of playing. Yes, you can be attacking, but you just got to pick the right delivery. At times you have seen him over-attacking and paying a heavy price for it, but this is a pitch where you want Joe Root, classical Joe Root innings.
Do you not think that Joe Root is just a natural scorer anyway? When he's at the crease, he'll just naturally score. He doesn't have to force it.
Yeah.
He doesn't have to push on. He will just score naturally.
I mean, just looking at his numbers, so this is Joe's 138th Test match. He's made just shy of 11,500 runs at 49.5. In India, 12 previous Test matches, 1,004 runs at 43.7, 200s, the highest of 218, which is of course in the COVID series 3 years ago, 550s. So in other words, there's not a huge difference from his overall average to his average against India in India. So that backs up Bumble's point here. Actually, just let him do what he does. It works. We will see. Well, hopefully from an England point of view, we won't see, because it will mean Crawley, Duckett and Pope in before him go on and bat big.
You know, we've all been involved with teams as young players and mature players, as coaches. Build partnerships, get a partnership, keep the opposition quiet. You know, it's about control from India. India, I think, will try and control the game. And what I say when I make control is, if the bowlers are not taking wickets, be going at 2.5, 2.7. England have other ideas. We want to push on and go up 4 and over.
Yeah, absolutely. I think on this surface they have to change the way they bat a little bit. Yeah, they can still be attacking, they can still have that intent of scoring runs quickly, but they should take a leap out of Rohit Sharma and Jadeja's book as well. The way they built that partnership, the way they batted when they lost early wickets. You just got to spend a bit more time.
But you go back to club and league cricket, the lads who turn out at weekend, lads and lasses who play the game, the same rules apply. It's exactly the same. Build partnerships.
Yeah.
Yep, you can get funky with it, but you can overthink it. The game is still the game. The basics still apply, however you want to dress it up. Right, you can hear the children getting excited, because the roller is leaving and the Indian team are arriving, and Jasprit Bumrah already has his cap off and is making his way to the end of his bowling
I've seen some rollers in my time. I've seen some big motorised things that they're chugging along like steamrollers. I've just seen the roller that's been on here. It's like a cocoa tin. It's like a tin of cocoa that's rolled on the pitch. It's very, very light.
Steve Harmison rolling up and down, it'd probably do more damage. Morning, Harmy. To be fair, Harmy will tell you that himself at the moment, Jared. Don't look at me like that. He did. The big fella did an awful lot of work in the gym while we were in India. Right then, here we go. Batters on the way. And Jasprit Bumrah will take the opening over. The question is, will Siraj be ready to go in the 10 minutes? Have they been able to do what they needed to do to that knee? If you are just joining us, Mohammad Siraj, while batting, attempted a reverse sweep and under-edged it onto his own knee, which has caused him a considerable amount of discomfort. But he took 2 pauses during the innings to actually get himself strapped up and ready to go. So we wait and see. Zach Crawley will take the first ball, and there's going to be 2 slips for Bumrah at the moment. I don't know quite why, but there's a great big committee meeting going on.
It's something to do with the umpires, because
yeah,
they've both been touching their hips and talking to someone off field. I think it's a technical thing.
Subfielder, numbers of players on the field.
Not enough? Too many?
Yeah.
Oh wait, is it foot marks?
I can't quite hear what's being said through the stump mic, but there is a conversation going on. Now the 4th umpire is coming on. Let's see if we can have a listen to this.
Well, that was in Hindi, that bit.
Well, you can translate, can't you? Oh no, you only do the swear words. Sorry, I forgot.
I thought it might have been foot marks, because that's what Bumrah was pointing at.
Yeah, I think he was pointing over at Ashwin saying, "What have you done to the wicket, pal?"
You've cost me 5 runs. And so remember, England are starting 5 without loss here as a 5 penalty run to... I tell you what might be the case. I think the wrong ball's been brought out because the fourth umpire seems to be coming out, and I think they may have... Because, correct me if I'm wrong here, Bats, you picked 2 balls for the new one, and then when you get to 80 overs, so I think maybe the wrong one has been brought out. They seem to look at the ball and then go, hang on.
Most teams would mark it. They'd pick it and they'd do like a little mark on it somewhere to know which ball it was that they'd selected.
Well, anyway, whatever the reason, Bumrah is now on the way. 2 slips and a gully in place. Crawley is facing, and he leaves this through to Jarrell, the new wicket-keeper.
Chicken front foot.
There is no run. However, it might be a no ball. It is a no ball. So England are now 6 without loss without having faced a ball.
I've never seen a team score this quickly ever, Bats. What an infinity strike rate in a test match. This is Bazball in action.
Oh my days. That is a hair's breadth as well. That's such a tough call. But England 6 without loss without having faced a legal delivery. They're knocking him off already. In goes Bumrah once again outside of off stump. It barely carries through to the keeper, and there's no run.
One for you, Gerard. Is there a stipulation on how wide the white lines can be on the crease lines? Because that looks massive to me. Is there a standard size of brush, shall we say, or width of line? Because that looked very wide to me.
I'm not sure there is, because you've just got to have something behind it. So it could be a foot
huge,
wide, but you've just got to have something behind it.
I think it can be...
Bumrah is in once again. Crawley gets bat on this one, pushing to mid-on, should I say, to Ashwin, no run.
As long as the back of the crease line matches up for the right measurements, I don't think it matters how thick you would make that crease. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes total sense, yeah.
Because I have seen places... I've got a feeling Australia might have been, for one stage, had really thin lines compared to other parts in the world. So I don't think the line needs to be an exact measurement. I'll wait for a text from Gary.
Yeah, Gary's currently got the law book open. I can guarantee it. You'll be looking at it. Bumrah is in. Zach Crawley coming forward, pushing into the covers. Shubman Gill will run after this one. They'll come back for a second. England are motoring along. 8 without loss after 3 deliveries. Which doesn't quite tell the tale, but let's not let the facts get in the way of a good story.
Crawley straight into his work there. Bit of an upright sort of push through the covers. Top of the bounce. Balance okay. Is he going to come very hard at the ball? He's just eased it through there. Opened the face through point.
England replying to India's 445 all out. 8 without loss as Bumrah comes in over the wicket. Crawley plays from the crease, turns on the onside. Kuldeep does the fielding, and there is no run. So England were out there 1 ball short of 131 overs. India posting 445, having won the toss. Abhishek Jhunjhunwala has told us he reckons that tomorrow the pitch really starts to break up and starts to misbehave, so it's really important for England to bat well and bat big today. Jasprit Bumrah in for the 5th slip. That's a good leave. That's coming back in on the angle. It goes over the top of the stumps by quite a distance, it has to be said, and carries well through to Jarrell, the wicketkeeper, no run.
Abhishek, obviously an expert on being dismissed by Ravi Jadeja on this ground. I think he's 2 of his 60 career wickets on this pitch. So he averages 100 or actually it would have come down a little bit, but let's say 130 plus change with the bat on this wicket, Jadeja, and he averages 19 with the ball. Why would you ever leave? Move in.
Final ball of the over from the first over from Bumrah, and solidly forward is Zach Crawley. Is 1 over gone here on TalkSport 2. England 8 without loss, replying to India's 445. We've had a tweet in to @cricket_TS from Cape Town Musings, which I don't think is manners under a different name.
I don't think Manes has a burner account, if that's what you're asking.
Well, let's just say Cape Town Musings, there might be a hint of sarcasm in this. Will the umpires allow England to run on the pitch for a day and a half before they sanction them like they did India? I suspect India will complain from ball one.
I think it wasn't really until Sarfaraz came in that we noticed it, so I would have assumed that it was probably later on after India got runs. It would be silly for India to have been running on the wicket early on when they were batting at that stage. You want to make sure you got some runs on the board before you start to it. I thought the umpires were pretty strict on it from the moment they first started seeing it, if we're being honest. I know that ruins the joke, but in this case I think that's probably fair. I thought the umpires handled it really well. Even when India tried to, Sarfaraz tried to pretend, I'm a young player, I'd never seen a pitch before.
Right, well, Siraj is fit to bowl the second over. Of course, didn't play in Vizag, did play in Hyderabad, and went 0 for in both innings. Didn't look that threatening, if we're honest. In he comes to the left-handed Duckett, just shaping back into Duckett. He ends up sort of push blocking it back down the pitch towards mid-off, and there is no run.
Yeah, I think predominantly Siraj is going to try and bring the ball back into Duckett, which signs from the first ball are pretty good for Siraj. That's definitely a decent amount of swing back into Duckett, sort of trapping him with his weight distribution on the back foot and keeping his front leg out of the way, playing like a bit of a home block in the end.
Siraj in once again. Play and miss from Duckett. Now he's playing well away from his body there with very minimal foot movement, and it goes past the outside edge through to the keeper. No run. Yeah,
this is good length ball, because the previous ball has just swung back and Duckett still just finding his balance, finding his feet, just fences a bit, almost just throws his hands a bit towards the ball, so throws them at fifth line off stump, fraught with danger.
2 slips, gully, point, extra cover mid-off is the offside field. Siraj is in. Duckett but it looked like he was playing towards mid-on, takes the outside portion of the bat, and he'll get a single to Rohit at mid-off. So Duckett's underway with a single, England 9 without loss. Just on Siraj, Gareth, it's the right knee, and as a right-arm bowler, presumably the left knee does most of the work in the fact that that's the one that's braced. So other than being slightly discomforted, the right knee won't do that much work, so it wouldn't cause him that much trouble?
I think the greater force obviously goes through your landing leg, so your front leg, so your left leg goes through that knee and that brace position, but you still accept a bit of force through your back leg. I don't think it's quite 2 and 3 times your body weight like it would be in your front leg.
Siraj is in, bringing Crawley forward. Push drive. He will get a couple for this as Kuldeep will set off after that one. In fact, it's Sarfaraz who picks it up in the end, returns it, and they do indeed take a couple. Crawley moving along nicely. He's got 4 from 8 deliveries, Duckett 1 from 3.
Yeah, nice from Crawley. Bit of a push. The one thing I would say, the 2 shots that Crawley's played, they're just a little bit in front of himself. Just could have got his contact point just underneath his eyes, just for a bit more power, for a bit more control. Both players look as though they're just finding the feet on a 2-pace surface.
Siraj in once again. That's a little bit leg side-ish. Crawley has tried to play this into the leg side, takes him on the pad. Siraj was quite enthusiastic towards the umpire there, and he's turned around to ask his mates about, should we review that? And he's been given the complete cold shoulder. Quite rightly, by the way, because it wouldn't have hit another set down the leg side. But bowlers always think these things are out.
Mohammad Siraj, I've seen him be absolutely positive for some of the most bizarre. I mean, that wouldn't have hit a 9th stump. what was he thinking? I think it actually hit him outside of leg stump when it hit him in front of his pads anyway.
For the final time, Siraj in this over, takes Crawley on the pad again. That's going leg side. Now, interestingly, Siraj has bailed out the appeal, and the slip cordon are really going. Now, whether they just think that we need to back up our bowler on this one after the last one, but they were quite enthusiastic, and Siraj had given that one away pretty sharply. 11 without loss here on TalkSport 2 at the end of the second over. England replying to India's 445 all out.
Yeah, I don't know what. I mean, that was still missing leg stump by a long way, so I'm not sure what was going on with the people behind the stumps there. Again, I think with Crawley, I would already have a short cover in. I'd have two. They've got a gully. Well, they had a gully and then they had a gully line. They're not quite sure if they want a gully or not, but 2 slips and a short cover. And if he wants to punch it past him, he can.
Yeah, I'd have my short cover quite square though. I'd give him extra cover. I want him pushing with a straight back, which brings my slips into it. But if it just falls off the face, it's going to my square catcher in front of the wicket.
So I told you the figures of Jadeja at this ground before, and they've just named the stadium after someone else. What do you have to do to get a ground named after you as a player? Jasprit Bumrah coming around the wicket. This is the back of a length and just punched through the offside. Beautifully timed by Ben Duckett there, and that has gone off for 4, hasn't it, Neil Manthorpe?
You're doing a terrific job, Jared. Well, unfortunately, Macca's microphone's turned off a wee bit prematurely. Do you know, I want to come back to something you said an hour ago, and that's when, just after India had passed 400, Jared, you said that if England were able to reach 200 for the loss of not many wickets, they'd be able to start putting India under pressure. Really? Still 200 behind?
With the way that, because of the scoring rate that they play, yeah, I think they can.
Wow. You're moving as quickly as Bazball. Here's Bumrah once again to Ben Duckett, in behind the line of this one, tucks it away defensively, no run.
I think if they get to, I mean, we've seen them be none for 50, none for 60, 1 for 60, those sorts of scores around 10 overs. You can already see India get under a lot of pressure.
Well, Hyderabad was a great example because the deficit was 100, and Duckett and Crawley, they only put on 60, I think, for the first wicket, but suddenly England were 120 for 1, and that deficit of 190, which looked like a mountain, was still a significant hill, but it had gone so quickly, it had been eaten away so quickly. Here's Bumrah once again, Duckett again behind the line of this one, tucks it out on the onside. There was no way I could see England winning that with a deficit of 190, that first test in Hyderabad, but there was just something about the speed of scoring that suddenly the 190 didn't seem quite so intimidating.
So, and I think, having spoken to teams, they are put off a little bit by that. It's kind of like, even when you're in front, that wave is coming for you, and I think that's the bit. So generally, if you were 200 behind in India at 3 wickets down, I think India would be pretty happy. But
not generally, always, every single time. Before then, 2 slips in the gully. Here's Bumrah around the wicket, bowls to Duckett, and that's exactly the line and length he wants to be bowling. Duckett there wasn't quite sure whether, well, he wasn't going to leave it, but he didn't have the room, the width, the cut to slash at it as he loves to do, and he's beaten by the extra bounce. Yeah,
we've seen Anrich Nortje bowl this exact ball to Ben Duckett before, just slamming it back of a length outside off stump. We know it's Duckett's biggest weakness, although it's not something that always gets exploited on Asian wickets. But that's where most faster bowlers in the world are going to bowl to Ben Duckett.
Absolutely perfect line and length from Jasprit Bumrah. Duckett, though, missed. He remains 5, Crawley 4, England 15 without loss. Forward comes Duckett, playing from the crease, actually, rather than forward. He came forward after he'd played that one defensively.
Yeah, but you talk to some of the teams, even Australia. I talked to some of the Australian camp during the Ashes and everything else, and they were constantly having to recalculate what cricket was, because England isn't playing it normally. And so India came into this, and out of the 2 teams, obviously, I think even England probably thought India were going to win this series, right? But England thought a lot more about this series than India did.
Here is Bumrah once again, and this one is tucked away off his pads. Brilliant fielding from Kuldeep Yadav. Fabulous diving stop, full length to his left at square leg. And he did knock it on and allowed them to go through for a single, but it's a very good stop.
Spinners have got better at fielding, like everyone else has. But so I think England had an advantage there, but also I'm not sure India knew how to think about Bazball in India, whereas now they have more of an idea, which means that the the positivity and the game-changing nature is now playing on their mind a little bit more. Whereas coming into that first test, I think the feeling from within the Indian camp was this style won't stand up, and now they realise it will.
I think they always thought they had a handbrake to put on, and I think the conditions would be the handbrake. The slow, more turgid surface, being able to wear people down with spin, with defensive fields, and get a wicket and then get 2 or 3, hasn't quite gone as they thought it would do in the series so far. That isn't to say it will at some point.
Mohammad Siraj begins a new over. He comes steaming in, and Duckett has a swing at this one. A glorious looking cover drive. Makes no contact, but it is a thing of beauty, the Ben Duckett cover drive. He holds nothing back. No such thing as the check drive with Ben Duckett.
Yeah, I think it's the right shot. I just think he's trying to hit it in the wrong area of the ground. He's trying to hit it through extra cover mid-off, which brings the slips and the keeper into play. If he just waits for it a fraction longer and looks to hit the ball square as it's going past him, even if he nicks it, it goes to third man and not to the keeper and slip corner.
Here's Siraj, and once again he plays the lavish cover drive, doesn't time it, bottom edge out towards cover, and there's no run. So it's you'd rather he played the slap drive rather than the slash drive.
Yeah, I think keep slapping it is what we're saying, but try and hit it square as the ball's coming past, so your contact point isn't as I suppose dangerous. If you're going with a straight blade, trying to hit it more down the ground at extra cover, you bring in slips, etc. if you get the line wrong. Whereas if you're hitting it square, you're in a better contact point.
Siraj to Duckett, straighter on the line of off stump, and he does defend it, pushing out towards cover, no run.
Can I ask a question of your notebook? How many catches has Shubman Gill taken in the slips, do you think, in this series so far?
Do you want to have a quick flick through, or do you know the answer?
No. I assume he's been catching pretty well, hasn't he? That's one thing that he's been doing very, very well. And I say that because he's not in the slips. Sarfaraz has gone in at first, and that's Jaiswal at second.
Here is Siraj again, beats the edge. That's a lovely delivery from Mohammad Siraj. More the angle than any movement off the pitch or through the air, but just starting on off, had to play at it. Ben Duckett, and well beaten outside the off stump. He hurt his finger, Shubman Gill, didn't he? And I think that's the reason in the second test match he didn't field in the second innings because of a sore finger. So that I assume is the reason. He's a very good catcher normally.
Yeah, and so they've got even more rotation within their core team. They've got essentially 2 slip fielders who probably wouldn't have been there at the start of the series. It would have been...
Here is Siraj. Duckett comes forward again, plays defensively, and there's no run.
They would have assumed it would have been probably Gill and Kohli. I'm trying to think if Patidar was in the slips in the last game as well.
No, he was more of a cover square leg man.
So
that's a seniority thing, though, isn't it?
There's a lot of rotation.
Should everybody be able to field in the slips if required, Gareth Batty?
I think you want multi-talented players, don't you? But no, I think it's very specialist. So I would want to see the 4 or 5 lads that you would have as specialists. I'd want my best catcher at second slip because I think it's harder than first slip.
Here's Siraj again. Duckett drives for the 3rd time in the over and misses for the 3rd time. This one slightly fuller from Siraj, and Duckett playing more of an off drive rather than that slap drive through the offside that he so enjoys. But 3 times Siraj has induced. That's a very good over, actually. If that's what he's trying to get Duckett playing, then he's doing a good job of it.
Yeah, he's challenging that sort of 4th stump line with the odd one trying to bring it back in to almost get Duckett to play outside his eye line with his blade of his back. So he's having to cover off his stumps and his pad, which he's played defensively very nicely in that over. Really good positions, but because it's not consistent swing, it's just the odd ball. He's managed to just get his hands away from his body, try and find that outside edge with the newer ball kissing through and slips and keeper being in play. But it's the it's the frustration that this Baz Ball, Duckett Crawley opening partnership, whatever you want to call, offers the bowler, because he could have easily gone for 12 in that over, and not all where he intended. He could have easily got the wicket as well, but It's what risk he's prepared to take as the bowler for the rewards.
The popcorn seller is eating his own popcorn.
Flicked away as a new over begins from Jasprit Bumrah. Zach Crawley takes a single down towards long leg. Your eye was distracted by the popcorn seller?
So he's eating his own popcorn, but what I love about that is he just thinks he's sitting in the crowd and he hasn't looked up to notice that the camera's on him.
He's sitting amongst the Barmy Army supporters.
I think it was a seniors tour. A bunch of old fellas in matching shirts.
Gloucester.
Oh, is
Gloucester they're from, with the orange shirts on.
And so the popcorn seller thought to himself, "Man, I'll just hide here for a moment and take a little bit of the product. No one will ever see." He happened to be perfectly in the background.
Rumbled.
I'm just saying, he might get docked some pay now.
Do you know how much one of those containers of popcorn is?
20 rupee?
No. It's a good test match, remember. Here's Bumrah, and that one is chopped away behind square on the offside for 4. That's better. I think that's what Gareth Batty was suggesting Ben Duckett did. Delay the shot, play it later, and that's more of a, well, not the slash or the slap drive, more of a cut drive.
Yeah, I think it's a very nice execution here from Duckett. He's let the ball travel, so you're almost hitting it off your back foot. So your back elbow and your knee are kind of in the same position when you make the strike, which is alongside yourself and underneath your eyes. And it's your best powerful position to execute the shot. And it's what he's so good at, Duckett. He's almost impossible to bowl to when he gets it right.
Bumrah around the wicket to Duckett, who's on 10, Crawley 5, England 21 without loss. Duckett nicely behind the line of this, pushes it up towards mid-off. You are right outside of the test grounds, because the exact same container of popcorn was 25 rupees just outside the stadium, but inside the stadium you've got to pay concession extra, so they're on sale for 100, which is £1.
I reckon I saw him eat about 40 rupees worth.
Scott Taylor has just whispered in my ear, because you know Scott doesn't like anything spicy at all, so he thought, I'll be safe with the popcorn. He wasn't. Here is Bumrah again around the wicket and steered away out towards cover point and fielded by Jadeja, and there's no run.
The popcorn had a bit of zip to it.
Yes, it did.
I remember the first time I went to Sri Lanka and I thought a similar thing, and I remember getting like an egg sandwich, and like I was like,
curried eggs.
Jeez, this is got to zip up. But after a while, you're like, this is better. I wish this is how it should taste everywhere.
England 21 without loss in reply to India's 445 all out. They resumed this morning at 326 for 5. Made a further 119 for the loss of the last 5 wickets. Mark Wood finished with 4 for 114. Here's Bumrah around the wicket. Duckett comes again forward. He doesn't come a long way forward. He never moves a great deal onto the front foot. Just more plays from the crease and guides that one up towards mid-off. And there's no run. But I still think it's pretty good value. It's a large container of popcorn, sort of movie size, for about £1.
What can you buy for £1 while we're sat in London? You ain't getting a Snickers bar or anything like that. You ain't getting much for £1.
How many pieces of popcorn might you get for £1?
Probably 10 now in London.
And just plain salted. 21 without loss as Bumrah's in, driven by Duckett. He's got it right. He's been practicing the extra cover drive on a number of occasions, and he's got it absolutely perfect this time. That's glorious out of the middle of the bat, through extra cover for 4 more. Duckett up to 14. England 25 without loss.
Bat has been talking about the other shots he's been playing, which is when the angle's coming across. This one, because it's coming around the wicket, it's probably a better shot to go a little bit straighter, a little bit fuller as well. So this time he picks the right option, whereas with some of those Siraj ones that are angling across, and it's because Siraj falls away a little bit when he bowls, and he bowls from quite wide, he creates even more of an angle that's, I think, putting Duckett off a little bit. But in that case, Duckett was in the right place. His bat still twisted around in his hand. It wasn't perfect, and it was in the air for a little while. I think it was Shubman Gill at cover point was interested, but it was safely in the gap.
England 25 without loss. Talking of the Barmy Army and the seniors tour from Gloucester. No beers in the stand in Rajkot, which is of course in the state of Gujarat, the capital of which is Ahmedabad, which is Gujarat is a dry state, but Rajkot not quite so strict in that sense as Ahmedabad is. Someone is turned away behind square on the leg side by Zach Crawley, and they go through for a single. There aren't too many of the major cricket playing stadiums where beer is available inside the ground. I think Bangalore has a few concession stalls where you can buy a beer in the ground, but
You can buy beer in some Indian grounds, but you can't watch the cricket live while consuming it. So Bangalore is a perfect example of that. You can buy the beer, but you have to go back outside to drink it. Not outside the ground, but sorry, outside the viewing area to drink it. And there's a lot of corporate stuff. So you'll see the corporates still quite often drink at the Indian grounds, but they don't do it on the balcony or in public.
here is Siraj once again, and driven by Duckett again through the offside. He just doesn't leave the ball. He's got the highest play percentage of any Test match opener since these statistics first came into being. He leaves less balls than any other Test match opener since statistics were measured. Less than 2% leave.
Yeah, I mean, it's just classical left-handed batting to a right-hand over the wicket bowler. Waits for the ball to travel, plays everything. Everything's a back foot strike, not a front foot strike, even when his position looks like he's on the front foot, which allows him to hit the ball late and into those gaps.
Duckett on to 18, England 30 without loss. This one is pushed square of the wicket on the offside, fielded by Jadeja, and they go through for a very quickly taken single. So anyway, yes, Ahmedabad, impossible to get a beer anywhere. Rajkot, you can in the designated 4- and 5-star tourist-friendly hotels. You can get a beer when you're back at the ground. Do you recall that, Bats, from your time in Rajkot? Do you remember being able to get a beer in the evening?
I think I remember somebody saying that you had to write a letter to somebody saying you were an alcoholic and then you could get your drinks served.
Well, you have to apply for a permit.
Yeah, that's it, a permit for being an alcoholic.
Yeah,
I think you have to say that you're an alcoholic, don't you, to get the permit?
I think so.
That's beats the inside edge from Mohammad Siraj, and Zach Crawley just playing a little. I don't know whether he's playing a little away from the body, whether that's relevant or not. It just maybe kept a bit low and did nip back in towards him. I think it's a good ball from Mohammad Siraj. Alcohol dependent, I think, is the phrase.
Is that what it is?
Appears on the certificate. Just from what I've heard.
I've never heard anyone describe Western. It's alcohol dependent. You're a Western person.
Sorry. England 31 without loss. Anyway, it's water only in the stadium, and some chai if you're able to stand in the queue for half an hour. Here's Siraj once again to Zach Crawley, forward, playing defensively up on the offside, and there's no run. Crawley 6, Duckett 19.
Outside of the popcorn, what other kinds of snacks did you have?
Samosas.
In the first two tests, yeah?
Yeah.
How much is a samosa?
5 for 250 rupees.
Okay.
They weren't very, very big.
Vegetable samosas?
Yes. Yes, very much so. So that's £2.50 for 5 smallish samosas. There was some biryani, large, very, those huge, vast biryani pots, pushed away by Crawley up on the onside towards mid-wicket.
Like a big vat.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, no, like the size of 2 50-gallon drums, massive, and that was 300 for a portion of biryani. 31 without loss. Crawley on 6, Duckett on 19, and is that tea already? It is, isn't it? My goodness me, that session went very, very quickly indeed. India bowled out for 445, with Mark Wood taking 4 for 114 and 2 for Rian Ahmed, 2 for 85. There was a wicket as well for Joe Root and Jimmy Anderson and Tom Hartley. England in reply, 31 without loss. They've made an exciting start. I think it's probably a little too early, is it, to make any kind of judgment call, Bats, on the way the pitch is playing. I mean, Ben Duckett has played and missed half a dozen times. That's good seam bowling.
Yeah, I actually think the one thing that's very obvious, Crawley and Duckett really complement each other, not because it's right and left hand. One is 6'4" and looks to play off the front foot, predominantly, and one is 5'7", and plays predominantly off the back foot, which on a slowish surface and a pitch that is offering something for the seamers. We've seen both edges beaten, outside and inside, but it's made it very difficult for them to hold a length, and I think the fact that the Indian bowlers haven't held that length has meant that England have got off to a relatively sprightly start, and they would be relatively happy going in at tea time and feeling like they've nullified the Indian momentum in that 6 overs.
India's 445 all out.
Yeah, Duckett racing along. He's a very fine sweeper of the ball, and the last time he was in India, that was the thing that he didn't go to. If it's a shot that you play and you can put the ball under some pressure, you've got to go to it early. Don't wait and wait and wait. You've got to do it early. He's done it in the first 3 balls of Kuldeep coming on, which is brave but also intelligent from Duckett.
India reposted a deep mid-wicket straight away. He's going to go down on the sweep once again, Duckett. This time he's got it finer and beats the man at short fine leg. It's back-to-back boundaries, 39 without loss, and Kuldeep has just slightly lost his line on certainly that 4th delivery, but it's back-to-back boundaries.
And also the square leg is very wide. It's a bit towards mid-wicket. I'm a bit surprised with the field position, maybe for the slog sweep, but these are easy pickings for Ben Duckett.
He's reached a long way forward and got very low, and actually taken the ball that's pitched outside of leg stump. So how will Kuldeep combat that? He goes in once again, outside of off stump. Duckett weight on the back foot, punches to the cover sweeper. Patidar is the man who does the fielding. Single taken, 40 without loss, England.
Yeah, brilliant batting. Duckett giving Kuldeep Yadav no length. So he's full of ball, almost his best ball. He's lapping him and sweeping him for 4. And then a ball that's fraction, just top of the stumps. He's leaning back and he's squeezing in through point for a single. It's really productive, really positive batting.
Crawley on strike. He's got 6 from the 15 balls that he's faced. He's going to go against Kuldeep. Left arm over, bringing it back into the right-hander. Just opens the blade, pushes to backward point, no run.
And also Kuldeep mentioned it in his interview recently that he's finding it a bit difficult. Also, it's an opportunity for him to pick up wickets, but also he's never had a team which has come so hard straight away in Test cricket against him. So he also had to adapt to this style of play. And I think, so far England has done exceptionally well.
Yeah, the one thing about Kuldeep is often he'll go up out of the hand, and I think to Duckett that gives him too many cues to pick up length quickly. I think it's a different story for Crawley. I think he could have been brought on to get Crawley and hit him on the shin. Just pushing it across and then the spin bringing it back into the stumps is a theory I would possibly be looking at with Crawley, but I don't think it works the same for Duckett.
Very good morning to listeners on TalkSport. Joining us here on TalkSport 2, England have got off to a rattling start. 40 without loss after only 7 overs. Replying to India's 445 all out. Ben Duckett has got the vast majority of them. He's 28 not out from 27 balls, and he's now facing Siraj. He's got 4 more to add to the total. Siraj has over-pitched and he's been driven back past himself for the boundary. It's 4 more to England, 44 without loss. Abhishek Junjunwala and Gareth Batty alongside me.
Yeah, at the moment it feels like Ben Duckett just having a net session. He's just watching the ball and hitting the ball. There's hardly any movement of the pitch. And it's also the best time to bat on the surface after tea.
Yeah, the ball is coming out of the surface. It's not sort of lost its hardness of the ball, that little bit of lacquer. It just makes it skip into the blade a little bit easier.
7th boundary for Ben Duckett already in the innings. Siraj goes in. Duckett's taken this. He's bowling right arm over to the left-hander, trying to go across him. He's taking it from about off stump, trying to work it onto the leg side. Can't find the gap. And there is no run. So England, I'll say, they've replied to 445 all out. They're 44 without loss already, just playing this England brand of cricket. I mean, Duckett's played a few very big shots in the before tea that he didn't get hold of. After tea, he's actually middled pretty much everything.
Sometimes you've got to take some early risk to put some pressure back on the opposition.
Siraj in, bowls right arm over, it's a short ball. Duckett on the pull, clears the man at mid-wicket. 4 more to Ben Duckett. He's got 36 now from 30 balls faced. He's going at more than a run a ball in a test match. England 48 without loss.
And also I think it's a very good ploy as well, because the ball is new, is coming onto the bat quite nicely, it's hard. You have an opportunity to score runs quickly, and the more you score now, it'll be easier as the ball gets old. It'll be harder to score runs then, so you might as well go hard at the start.
Well, England really are making a great start. They've now made it to 40 for the opening partnership in every innings of this series so far. In fact, 3 previous times they've gone past 50 as well, so they're 2 runs away from making that 4 times out of 5. In goes Siraj. Duckett just plays into the offside to Shubman Gill. No run on this occasion. Siraj did have a problem when he was batting earlier on. He tried to play a reverse sweep and under-edged it onto his own knee, which caused him all sorts of problems while batting. But he's got the bowling boots on after India were all out, and he doesn't seem to be having too much of a problem, at least in the regard of the knee. Ben Duckett's given him a slight headache in a slightly different way.
Yeah, certainly his run-up and his follow-through, all the points when the pressure would be going through your body, is not showing any signs of the injury.
And he comes once again, right arm over. Duckett just sort of, it looked like he bailed out on the shot he was originally playing and ends up just sort of dropping it into the leg side. No run. And we approach the end of the 8th over.
Yeah, I think this is where Siraj has to be a bit patient with Duckett. He's got to hold that line where he's pitching about leg stump, just going across him. Some will straighten and maybe just cannon into leg stump. But he can't be off stump and outside. It's width on this benign pitch to Duckett, and he's playing so well. He's moving, economy of movement, so that when he's actually coming in and has to.
Siraj is in. Duckett is playing onside, gets a bit of a leading edge that won't carry through to Rohit Sharma at mid-off. It bounces a metre or 2 in front of him, and there's no run. 48 without loss at the end of the over. As TalkSport listeners prepare to leave us, if you do want to stay with us, then on your DAB radio, just flip it along to TalkSport 2, or of course just swipe if you've got the app, go between TalkSport and TalkSport 2, or go on the website or your smart speaker and just fire up TalkSport 2, and we're going to be here probably for the next couple of hours or so till we finish day 3. Gareth, sorry, carry on.
No, I feel like that last ball is kind of what we're talking about. He's almost got to move more to address the ball that's down the tram lines of the stumps at middle and leg, as opposed to the ball that's off stump and outside. He's limiting his movement there.
Kuldeep then. The ball is second over. The first over going for 9. The first one is short, and Zach Crawley will feel he's missed out on one there. And Sarfaraz at short legs life flashed before his eyes, because Crawley was winding up for something that was going to disappear out of the ground and, I don't know, head towards Ranchi. I mean, he was lining something massive up there. This occasion he's back as Kuldeep is in, roundabout off stump, playing from the crease, pushing back down the pitch, no run.
Against short bowling, you've got to be a bit careful on pitches like these, because with invariable bounce, some balls might not bounce at all, so you've got to be very careful when you're trying to play across the line on the back foot.
Yeah, we have seen some keep down today, and I mean, when I say keep down, I mean really low. Kuldeep in, left arm over. It's outside of leg stump. Crawley can turn it away, pushes to square leg, and will take a single safely enough to take England to 49 without loss. Crawley goes to 7. England halfway through the 9th over.
Yeah, England just haven't allowed the Indian attack to settle. They can't either group enough balls together to keep the same guy on strike, or there's a release ball with a boundary. There's just no pressure build-up. There's no holding of the game, but attacking in the same breath.
And hence, I think Rohit Sharma will quickly look into Jadeja or Ashwin, who's a lot more consistent than Kuldeep Yadav. With the wrist spin, you'll always get one of those balls which is easy to hit.
Kuldeep goes in, Duckett on the reverse, and he's going to plop it. 1 bounce for 4 over what started off as backward point, turns into square leg, and the England 50 is up. 53 without loss, and Ben Duckett has gone to 40 with his 9th 4 of the innings, so 36 out of his 40 in boundaries. And he said before the start of the series that his reverse shots were as significant and as strong as his forward defensive in these conditions, and he's middled another one.
This is just too exciting cricket.
This occasion, Duckett stays deep in his crease, pushes to a point, and will take a comfortable single. England 54 without loss.
Yeah, lovely batting there from Duckett. I mean, everybody talks about Bazball being a bit reckless. It's not at all. It's just very positive. So Duckett, but it's pre-thought out, the reverse sweep, but then he's quite happy to play the next ball on merit and get deep in the crease and push it for a single. There's nothing reckless about it. It's just very positive. It's very brave.
Kuldeep to finish his second over. He's gone 0 for 15 already. Kuldeep goes in again. Crawley staying back to that one, which didn't bounce a huge amount. He keeps it out, pushes back down the pitch to the bowler, no run. So 9 overs gone is on the board. So England going at 6 an over. There are still 34 overs of today to be bowled. So we're going to be pushing the cut-off time. We'll probably go a bit into the overtime, depending on how much spin gets bowled. But England 54 without loss, so they're inside 400, and it's all about just ticking off those little momentum markers.
At this rate, they'll be there in 60-65 overs, the way they're going. But again, going back to Bazball, when he started, we all thought that is just going out there and trying to slug it. But as we dig deep, we understood that it's a mindset. It's a way of playing cricket. It's not just about slogging. It's about just that positive intent. And that really helps. Which other team would you ever have thought be 9 overs 54 in India on a turning track?
Ben Duckett, 41 not out from 35 balls. A strike rate in a test match of 117. I'm not surprised Rohit Sharma's down having a chat with Mohammad Siraj, his bowler at the moment. Siraj is about to start his 5th. Got 0 for 17 so far. Interesting to see how long he goes for before Bumrah comes back. But Siraj is in. Again, Duckett's just opening the blade, and he's going to guide it through third for 4. Ashwin is down there, but he's not that fine. And Duckett is just going to keep on scoring. He's now got 45 out of England's 58 without loss.
Now, this is just beautiful batting from Duckett. There's a bit of touch about this. He holds on the back foot. It's only just outside off stump. Is it a bit of an off cutter? But he's just waiting for the ball to come alongside him, and then it just runs off the face. There's no flourish. There's no extension of the bat. It's just ball hits bat, runs down to third man for 4. It's wonderful batting. It really is.
Yeah, it's brilliant. It's just good game awareness as well, knowing exactly where Ashwin was. Just opening the bat face at the very end. Timed it beautifully for another boundary.
Yeah, he's more sort of deep backward point rather than third, isn't he? He's quite wide. Siraj is in. Duckett is trying to aim a straight drive. Doesn't quite time this one. Siraj fields in his follow-through. Loops the ball back to the wicket-keeper, Jarrell, which is why the crowd get a little bit excited, because they see him sort of throw the ball, but there was no intent of a run-out, and certainly nothing in terms of aiming it at the batter. He just lobbed it back into the keeper's gloves and started to make his way back towards his mark.
Yeah, he's that bustly type bowler, isn't he, Siraj? He wants something to be happening. Just feel like this is possibly the moment where you just give yourself 6 balls. Try and hold him on strike for 6 balls, just at the top of the stumps, top of middle stump. Let him come to you a little bit. You've got a relatively defensive field, so you shouldn't get hurt too much, but just have a bit of patience.
Duckett, 45 not out, is square driving this one. That's going to be 4 more. And we've just said that Ashwin is a sort of backward foot. He may have just edged a little bit towards the third side, and that one's gone the other way. So Siraj goes 4-0-4 at the start of this over. England 62 without loss, and Ben Duckett 49 not out from 38 balls. He's a run away from his 8th Test match 50.
It's just magnificent. Again, keeping it very simple, just rocking on the back foot and punching it in the gap, and just playing with the field a little bit. This time he just goes in front of point, and the earlier one he just opened the bat and just played it behind point.
Ben Duckett's Test match strike rate is 85.9. He's going to bring up his 50 with a square cut to Ashwin down on the deep point boundary, and Duckett goes to 50 from just 39 deliveries. That is a strike rate of 128 in a Test match. As I say, it's his 8th Test match 50, his 6th away from home, and the first time that he's got to 50 in India or against India.
Yeah, I mean, even now, if he's out for 50, it's been a wonderful innings. He's just changed the shift of momentum in the game towards England. which is a bizarre thing to say when India got 445. It just feels like England are in the ascendancy here because of just playing in such a free and positive way, but with incredible skill and thought process. It's not just randomness, he's just played beautifully.
Well, Crawley's the man on strike, who's 7 at the other end. He gets the ball from Siraj. It's bringing him forward, just covering up on off stump, and plays it out quietly, no run.
Yeah, it looks very easy and seems very easy to do, but it takes a lot of skill. He's played some unbelievable shots and just the game awareness, just playing the situation. And it proves, looking at Jack Crawley, who's again a very attacking player, he's just on 7 of 21 deliveries. So it just shows how well he has batted Ben Duckett.
And the other thing is Crawley hasn't got caught up in it. That's the great thing. So, okay, look, you're off and doing your thing. I'm not going to try and cramp your style. I'm not going to try and copy it. On another day, it'll be my day and you'll do the same. Crawley's not got caught up in it. In goes Siraj. That's a nice looking shot. It beats mid-off from Crawley. That'll be 4. That'll take him into double figures. He was waiting on that ball and he got it. A drive ball, full from Siraj, and he's hit it through straight mid-off for 3 boundaries in the over from Siraj. He's pulled 5 overs that have gone for 30 after 10 overs here on TalkSport 2. England 67 without loss.
Yeah, and this is Zach Crawley at his best. He's hit the ball on the up, but he's waited for his contact point, so it's underneath his eyes. He's a big, tall man. That's his advantage. But he just pierces the gap, doesn't try to overhit. It really is execution of the highest level from Crawley to find that gap at extra cover. I mean, this is an incredible partnership. 67 for none after 10. I mean, wow, I can't believe I'm watching it.
He's hardly broken a sweat. Not taking any risk. It's just pure good cricketing shots.
Well, you start to wonder what's going through Rohit's mind at the moment. What's his options? Well, his options are quite obviously Ashwin and Jadeja, because those are 2 world-class operators. Stay with Kuldeep. It's Duckett going on the reverse. Now it loops up to, let's see, what starts off as sort of a gully position, ends up as short, fine leg. Now, did it roll up the pad and take anything in terms of glove? I don't... Oh, it wasn't pad, it was glove all the way. He basically punched it, and Rohit wasn't able to get around. So that was a chance.
Yeah, very, very lucky. It was a difficult chance, a bit away from Rohit Sharma, but he's batting like that for a while.
Duckett gets a ball leg side this time from Kuldeep, and there's no one out deep on the leg side, and Duckett has another boundary. 54 from 41, 71 without loss, England. And as Simon the Barmy Army trumpeter pipes up, it is 4 more to the England.
Yeah, this is unbelievable. This is so entertaining. This is so good to watch from Ben Duckett and from England, and putting so much pressure on Kuldeep Yadav. Kuldeep Yadav spoke about it a couple of days ago, that how difficult he is finding bowling against England batters, especially the openers.
Well, he's coming in again to Duckett, outside of off stump. Duckett stays deep in his crease on this occasion, chops it into the covers where Shubman Gill will field, and they take a single, 72 with their loss. And you've got to remember that Kuldeep is 29, but it's only his 10th test match, so he's played a lot of cricket, but actually in terms of test match and dealings with this kind of thing as a test match, actually he doesn't have that much in the bank to fall back on.
Yeah, he doesn't, and he was out of the team for a couple of years where his form dipped. He was dropped from the IPL side as well. Then he went back to the drawing board, worked a lot on his action and came back strongly.
He's in once again, left arm over, bringing Zach Crawley forward outside of off stump, pushing back down the pitch, no run.
So he used to be a lot slower, now he's bowling a lot quicker, he's got more variety, but as you said, still new to test cricket, just 10 games, so doesn't have that much experience. So I wouldn't be surprised in the next over if we see Jadeja or Ashwin from the other end.
Kuldeep in. Oh, Crawley doesn't move his feet there. That was pure hand-eye coordination inside half of the bat. It goes to short leg and there's no run. I'll tell you what, I think we've just had a little window into the mentality of India at the moment, because on the TV coverage they've just put up the graphic. This is the 3rd highest score made against England in the McCullum and Stokes captaincy era, but the previous 2 matches were both won by England. Crawley is going to play a nice looking shot from Kuldeep straight back over his head. 4 more to England, 15 now to Crawley, and England go to 76 without loss. So India's 445 all out is the 3rd biggest score conceded by a Ben Stokes captained England side but the 2 occasions they've conceded more, England have both won those games. So maybe the Indian TV are getting a little bit twitchy on that one already. Gentlemen, I'll let you consider some more on that as Neil Manthorpe comes in for the commentary.
Zak Crawley there punishing. It just got a fraction full. It went up out of the hand, which gives him all the time he needs just to replace that initial movement that he has, that little press, and then extends and hits him straight back over his head. And I think if you dissect the partnership now, you've got Crawley who wants to be expansive down the ground, and you've got Duckett who wants to hit square of the wicket very hard. It's complementing each other. They both know each other's games. You can see them talking in between overs, in between shots almost. It's a partnership that is blossoming and only growing from an England point of view.
And also the clarity. Both know what shot they want to play against the spinners, and they've worked their game plan out against each individual, each Indian bowlers, and they're doing it brilliantly so far.
Ravichandran Ashwin into the attack, and Duckett drives at this one, doesn't time it at all, stands very still in the crease, didn't move forward or back, and, didn't time it. Ashwin does the fielding himself. Not too often in the Duckett-Crawley partnership that Crawley's played quite such a spectating role. Ashwin in again once more. Duckett just looking to get after Ashwin, trying to force him through the offside. Doesn't time it. Ashwin fields.
Yeah, I think Ashwin will be quite smart here. I think he'll try and almost run the ball into Duckett a little bit, get him hitting the ball, and then look for a bit more side spin.
Here's Ashwin again. Duckett drives quite high on the bat, in the air for a little while, beats extra cover. Chase on for Shubman Gill. Gill gets there well before it reaches the extra cover boundary. They've run through for 2. You can't help sort of feeling that Ben Duckett is literally looking to attack every ball. Every ball.
Yeah, he is. But what he has done really well so far, man, is that he hasn't really played a false shot. He's picking the right ball. Yes, he's taking a few chances, but those are calculated risk. The percentage is still with Ben Duckett, the shots he has played so far.
He played in 4 cover drives, extra cover drives early on against Siraj, didn't he? Here's Ashwin again, bowls. Duckett on the back foot, punches it out towards cover. Sarfaraz Khan is under the helmet at silly point or short cover, gets a hand to it, tips it over the bar, and then has to chase after it. He looks even chunkier with his protective kit on, as Sarfaraz Khan, with the helmet on. I think he's got pretty much he's got pads on under his trousers, and obviously a box as well. Scuttled off, beetled off after that one, and it's another single. Duckett moves on to 58 from 46. So I suppose technically they were false shots, playing and missing, but they weren't the wrong shots. So that's what you mean. Here comes Ashwin again, reverse sweep. Up goes no, it doesn't. Oh, he's hit it. Oh, I tell you what, umpire Joel Wilson was very twitchy there. I think instinct immediate was that that's going on to hit, but there was a bit of bottom edge, was there? Reverse sweep from Zak Crawley. Bottom edge?
Yeah, good amount of bottom edge, yeah.
That's it. If you're bowling to somebody like Zak Crawley, I'll come back to that after this game.
Here's Ashwin around the wicket and loses his run up there. What went wrong there? Into the delivery stride and then pulled out.
He does it a lot of times.
Just wanted to see whether Crawley was shaping for another reverse sweep, maybe. Crawley comes forward, rock solid in defence, and pops this one out on the offside. No run, 12 overs gone. England in reply to India's 445, 79 without loss.
Yeah, what I was going to ask is, yes, they're playing brilliant cricket. They've been super attacking. But as a bowler, you always feel you also have a chance. If somebody's playing this brand of cricket, you're always in the game as a bowler.
Yeah, I think for the very experienced and classy Ashwin or Jadeja, but I think Kuldeep would feel under pressure, and it's almost stress testing his action. You know, he's had some ups and downs in his career. He's been away, he's worked on his action. You can see that he's having to work very hard in the 3 overs that he's bowled to get the ball down there at the speed that he wants, and he's almost losing his front side, so his right arm's coming out of his action, which means you're working even harder. And I think that's the difference when you put a bowler under pressure. You're stress testing their action and their repeatability.
And also Kuldeep Yadav is somebody who likes to get settled in quite nicely.
Duckett goes for the slog sweep again, hits it hard out towards deep mid-wicket, and it's 4. Honestly, if this was a 50-over game, you would wonder whether Duckett was overdoing it. It's just incredible. He's attacking every single ball.
But again, just picking the right length. If you got a sweep or slog sweep, you've got to pick the right length. And every time he has done that, he's picked the right length. And as Barry said, Kuldeep Yadav looks nervous. He doesn't know which length to go for now.
Well, Duckett is 62 off 47 balls, and he does play a defensive shot here and pushes it just wide of cover to mid-off.
Yeah, I think this is the thing. Yadav, I'm almost saying Kuldeep should be bowling it very slowly and tossing it up to Duckett, get him hitting it down the ground. And then Crawley, I'm saying almost drive it in top of the stumps, get him playing on the back foot, try and bring the tramlines LBW bowled into play, which is tough to change for each batter.
That's short and pulled away by Duckett. Again, nobody at deep mid-wicket. That's just a poor delivery. And he hasn't actually been bowling poorly, Kuldeep Yadav, but that was a drag down, and Duckett very quickly picking up the length, dispatches it over mid-wicket for another 4.
Yeah, this is just a bowler under pressure. That's all it is. It's just human error from Kuldeep. His right arm, is coming out of his action very early. That's why he's dragged the ball down. He's under pressure. The stress test of his action isn't standing up right now because Duckett's really got him. He's got him on the negative thought process in his head.
66 off 49 balls. Just brings a smile to your face. and looking at the England players' balcony, it brings a smile to their faces as well. As Duckett now on the back foot punches Kuldeep through extra cover. There'll be another couple for him here. Stroll's back for a couple. There was just a shot of the England change room, and Brendan McCullum, of course, looks absolutely impassive as always, but you've got Johnny Bairstow and a couple of the other players all just almost chuckling, laughing in disbelief at the way Duckett's going.
And also I think Rohit Sharma now needs to hold him back a little bit, otherwise he's going to get a massive dent to his confidence if he keeps going like this.
Kuldeep in again and bowls the wrong one, and it carries scuttles straight on, hits Duckett on the pads, missing leg stump. Well, it's interesting you say that because Tom Hartley was savaged in his first spell, 3 overs for 34. Very similar to Kuldeep's figures, almost identical. And that was on debut. Yeah. And yet Ben Stokes kept him on, bowled it for a 9-over spell, and he did haul it back. And this time it's pushed away by Duckett behind square on the offside. How much more of a confidence dent would it be as a senior player, Kuldeep Yadav being taken off after 3 overs or 4 overs because he's being belted around the park? Or, I mean, yeah, if you get taken off, it's a vote of no confidence.
I don't think so. I don't think it's a vote of no confidence also that lets somebody else come in and settle. And Jadeja can be a bit more on the right spot. He's a very consistent bowler, and just let Jadeja and Ashwin bowl for a few overs. If they manage to get a wicket, you can bring in Kuldeep straight away.
I think it's also, if you were to take him off now, it's how you then bring him back into the attack. If you leave him for 30, 40 overs, then confidence, huge hit. But if you just get a bit of sanity back to the game with your 2 senior bowlers, and then you introduce him again in 10 overs or so, then it's not so bad.
Yeah.
Well, England 89 without loss after 13 overs. India were bowled out for 445, added 119 this morning for their last 5 wickets. Mark Wood finished with 4 for 114, 2 for Rian Ahmed as well, 2 for 85. Here's Ashwin around the wicket, out leg side, top edge sweep, out, caught! Rajat Patidar takes the catch, and Ravichandran Ashwin has his 500th Test wicket. Just the 9th cricketer to reach that remarkable milestone, and the victim is Zach Crawley, top edging a sweep. Rajat Patidar takes the catch, straightforward in the end, but our Ashwin knows how much work over how many years has gone into that.
He has been over the years for India and thoroughly deserves that 500 wicket. Great to be in that elite club for our Ashwin. What a cricketer.
Yeah, 500 wickets for a spinner. I don't know how many spinners have actually got over. Is it 4, I believe? Is it 4?
Kumble,
Well, Murli and Warne are top, and Anil Kumble.
Yeah.
So, and Nathan Lyon.
Which
so the
is
5th spinner.
phenomenal. So, I mean, he's had an incredibly long and distinguished career. And in the later years of his career, the milestones are kind of nice because it's leaving a bit of a legacy for the man that has given so much to the game. 500 wickets is not something that will, apart from players that are closing in on it now, it's not going to happen again, I don't think. I don't think people will have the longevity, and that is the true test of greatness and wonderful sporting prowess, the longevity that you can stay near the top for so long. So, you know, he's eyeing up the 100 Test match as well, and so on and so forth. All the things are coming at the twilight of his career, and very well done. Just to touch on the Crawley, he had no need to play at that ball. It's pitching outside leg stump, an off spinner spinning it from the rough. I'm not sure what he was trying to do. You'd be better off having a massive. It's almost your free hit. You try and smack it out the ground and have a big slog at it. I'll just leave it alone. It's a wide. It's negative.
Yeah, it was a bit too close to sweep.
Yeah, just a strange one. And they played so well. I'm not criticising, it's just one of those things. It's just one of those moments in India, if your concentration just lapses for 1 second, all of a sudden, bang, you're back in the pavilion, which is so difficult.
Just to run through that list for you, Matthias Muratharan top, of course. He'll never be caught, he said confidently, with 800 Test wickets. Ashwin in to Ollie Pope, the new batsman, pushes it out towards mid-wicket. Do we agree? Just a nod will do. 800 will never be overtaken.
It'll be very difficult for somebody to get to 800.
I think they'll have to play for 25 years.
Yeah.
And it would have to be for one of the big three. Here's Ashwin again, short to Ollie Pope, outside the off stump, punched off the back foot, and they go through for a single. Ollie Pope is off the mark. Shane Warne in second place with 708. Jimmy Anderson 695. Anil Kumble 619. Stuart Broad 604. Glenn McGrath 563. Courtney Walsh 519. Nathan Lyon is just above R. Ashwin. 17 wickets better off with 517. R. Ashwin now the 9th player to reach 500, and an emotional moment. We thought that he was going to get there in Visakhapatnam 10 days ago, and so did he actually. I think he was a little disappointed to be taken off with England 8 down, and surprised, but he's had to wait. And well, it's a very, very special moment, and all of his teammates gathered around him, and there was lots of hugging and congratulating as Duckett comes forward, plays defensively, no run, 90 for 1.
Yeah, 90 for 1 seems a very good score, but this could change very quickly in India. India's got an opening which they were looking for, and now we'll have to wait and see how things pan out.
Just ridiculous thing. Only 13.4 overs gone, 90 for 1. Duckett tucks this one off his thigh pad behind square on the leg side, sets off for a single, and then looks aghast at Ollie Pope and holds his arms out as if to say, what's wrong with you? It's your call. It's behind square on the leg side. Come on. And Ollie Pope said no. At least I assume he did. He didn't move. And Duckett had to turn round after about 4 or 5 paces up the wicket and reclaim his ground. A brilliant average as well for Ashwin. Those 500 wickets have come at less than 24 apiece. Oh, that one keeps low to Ben Duckett. Kept very low, and he played back to it as well. So some excitement amongst the fielders close in around the bat. Duckett 68. Pope has 1, and England are 91 for 1.
Yeah, this is the challenge now for Duckett. Can he keep that positive intent? He's played so well up to this point. And I think I'm right in saying that the English mantra is you keep playing your way. Don't change how you're playing because of some numbers that are on a scoreboard over there. You've got the game. You've got the bowlers by the scruff of the neck. Keep on top of them, because it will only make Ollie Pope's job easier if he can continue in that sort of vein.
Ben Duckett 68 not out from 55 balls. Ollie Pope has 1. Zach Crawley's gone. Top edging a sweep to backward square leg. England, I think I said 91 for 1. I meant 90 for 1 after 14 overs. And this is in reply to India's 445 all out. Kuldeep Yadav is going to continue. And he's bowling to Ollie Pope now, who drives in orthodox fashion straight out towards extra cover. And there's no run. It'll be interesting. I mean, I don't suppose Ollie Pope will begin sweeping and reverse sweeping immediately, but it won't be long.
I wouldn't be surprised. Because that's the way they've been playing.
Pope has just a single at the moment, 90 for 1. Here's Kuldeep again, over pitches and driven, not timed, up to mid-on, fielded by Bumrah, no run.
I reckon you'd be trying to do it in your first 12 balls, because the longer you leave it, that little parrot, pigeon, whatever you want to say on your shoulder just says don't do it now, and then you get in worse positions. You've got to do it early sometimes to take the risk.
Here's Kuldeep, there he is, reverse sweep, bang on cue, and it's gone straight to the fielder at what becomes backward square leg. Started off the backward point, Mohammad Siraj. The thing about Ollie Pope's incredible 196 in Hyderabad is that he mostly reverse swept when the field demanded it. There is a fielder there now, but very often, I mean, Rohit Sharma was quite stubborn and refused to change the field, so Pope kept reverse sweeping while Rohit was saying he'll make a mistake soon, and he didn't. Here's Kuldeep again, bowls to Ollie Pope, goes back and tucks this one off his pads out towards square leg. So on this occasion, I mean, you don't want to be playing that shot just because you can, do you?
Yeah. I'm saying you've got to do it earlier, or else you're not going to play it. You've got to get it, whatever we want to call it, on that shoulder. You've got to get it off early, or else you're not going to do it.
The little devil.
Yeah, because you question yourself, so you play a game within yourself rather than just play the game. Play the game in front of you.
Here's Kuldeep once again from the media centre end. Oh, goodness me, that's a wrong one. And it's gone fizzing past the outside edge. There's an appeal for a stumping. Dhruv Jurel had the bails off in a flash. Well, nothing wrong with his glove work on this particular occasion, but I just wondered whether there was an edge.
I think this is close, you know. I think he's groped at the ball. He's reached forward as he knows it's done him on the outside edge, Ollie Pope. I think he's just dragged a fraction. I mean, let's hope he keeps something
TV
behind the line. But
director, we have an umpire review for a stumping. I've checked both feet. It's fair delivery. Can we go to side on, please?
Now then, the review is for the stumping. Okay, so in other words, if he hasn't edged it,
and bails are removed. Just keep rolling through there for me.
I think that's a fairly simple one for you, Mr. Tucker.
Yep,
Rod Tucker's the third umpire.
I've made my decision.
Oh, and that's good. I do like that. You know what? You see, one replay decision made. What are you frowning at?
I think we know why it was referred. I think the umpire was stood in the wrong position. He was stood on the stump line, not the popping crease line. He was out of...
Oh, good spot.
Yeah, miles out of line.
Reverse sweep again from Ollie Pope. Doesn't make the contact that he wanted. Little bottom edge, squeezes it into the ground. 15 overs gone. Now we're in a logistical situation now because Jared Kimber and David Lloyd have been loitering and they're late. They're both due on now. They're 10 minutes late. Gareth Batty has also got to make way, as has Abhishek Jujunwala.
I'm here. Don't worry about it. Okay, it's okay.
And John Norman is going to come in to take over from me. So triple change in the commentary box. Nice to see you, Jared. Enjoy your breakfast.
It's possible that myself and Bumble got a little bit confused with the timings, but we're here. In some ways, we're ready to pounce now. We're at 10 minutes extra rest. Sort of extra rest that the England batters don't get. Ashwin around the wicket. It's back of a length, punch to short cover. Duckett thinks about the run, but there's no run there. 90 for 1 here on TalkSport 2 with David Bumble Lloyd and Jonathan Norman.
Hello, mate. Shall we just continue the conversation we were having outside?
What, the one where you were like, you guys were supposed to be on 10 minutes ago?
That's the one. Ashwin again on off stump, and Duckett, what a start again. 68 from 56 as he pushes this to point, comes through for a single. This England team used to have maybe one batter in it, maybe two. You can both correct me, that would clear the bars. You know, Botham's batting, KP's batting. Now it seems like you've got to be there at the start, right? You've got to be watching Crawley, you've got to be watching Duckett, and then of course you've got Pope coming in, and he's the frenetic one. Bairstow, Root, Stokes, blimey. Back and defended by Pope. 1 from 8, Duckett 69. Bumble.
Square leg umpire for the stumping. He stood not on that popping crease because of the camera. He can't get in way of the camera.
Here is Ashwin. He's picked up wicket number 500, but pressure has been put back on India as Pope will take a single to square leg. He moves to 2, Duckett 69. Yeah, there's a bit of confusion last. There was a shout for a stumping. Pope was the batter, and there was a little bit of confusion
As to where he was stood, the umpire. He can't stand on that line because he'd be in way of the camera.
Round the wicket is Ashwin, and Duckett exposes all 3, steps away, cuts the ball to Shubman Gill at point, no run. I mean, England are trailing by 353, and they are putting pressure on the home side, the best side. They're facing one of the greatest bowlers down the leg side this time, clipped off the pads, no run from Duckett. Ashwin's got 500 wickets, scoreboard is behind him, 350 run lead, and England are pressing the accelerator.
I don't think they're too worried either, India. It's a long, long way to go. 92 for 1, just get into your work. I'm just looking at the pace of Ashwin, and we talked about the pace of Hartley. Ashwin is significantly quicker. He's been up to 94 Ks. He dropped his pace that last delivery to about 88. So he's got a change of pace. He's got 500 wickets.
What about the line? Difference in line?
Yeah, I mean, as the off spinner towards Hartley as a left arm spinner, but he's got a great pedigree, Ashwin, and he'll demand respect. And so they'll get into the game. They'll not be too worried that England have kicked on.
Thing is though, right, you say demand respect, but Crawley inside edges a sweep shot early on in the piece against Ashwin. He then gets out on the sweep. I mean, is that respect? On off stump this time from Kuldeep Yadav. We've got finger spin and wrist spin. Left arm and right arm. And Pope, he scored that generational knock in the first test match at Hyderabad. New to his innings. The first 20 balls belong to the bowler. That's what Brian Lara used to say. Down the track comes Pope. Swing of the bat, clears the boundary. Does he at mid-wicket? Yes, he does. Ball number 12, and he smashed Kuldeep Yadav for 6.
Do you know what? Pope's had a lot of problems with spin, but the pace of his footwork is never one of them. There aren't many players left in the world that use their feet like he does. And he gets down exactly to the right spot there and then plays a clever shot against a left-arm spinner. It's good cricket.
98 for 1, England. This is like ODI stuff. It amazes me how often we're approaching the 20th over when a team reaches 100. Well, they're actually accelerating on the reverse. And Pope is through the shot too soon, and there's turn as well. Little talk between keeper and Rohit Sharma. Not a million miles away from an underedge through to the new keeper, Jurev, who batted well earlier today.
There's a lot of noise for a dot ball, though, wasn't it, in the end? Good take by the keeper, though. I like the way he took that. He looks very neat.
This is tossed up by Yadav. Just outside off stump this time, and forward is Pope. 8 from 14. England trailing by 347. Bowling India out finally for 445. And they've just got off to one of their customary quick starts. This is a little bit of a drag down. And a misfield at point by Siraj, who dives over the ball, commando style, gets to his feet, and Pope is sent back. Pope fancied a third there. It wasn't on. Duckett sent him back. England reach 100 from a misfield. And all smiles now. But we've seen a few run-outs in this series so far. And that would have been another one if that single had been attempted.
It's a good job he sent him back. Good job he sent him back. It was a misfield by Siraj. Short ball outside off stump. Just got 2 eventually.
8 runs from the over. Kuldeep's given up 42 runs as Pope smothers a spin coming forward. And that's the end of the over. Wow, this is brilliant. I mean, this is what it's about. And this is the kind of cricket that attracts new followers to the game. I cannot express how many people have spoken to me over the last year or two who have, I quite like white ball cricket, but now they like red ball cricket, and it's because of this.
Well, it's in competition to white ball cricket, and Kuldeep's going at 7 and over, and tactically England are just saying we're not going to let this wrist spinner settle. Don't let him settle. Push the field back. Don't have fielders around the bat, but he'll keep him going. Rohit Sharma will look at this at 100 for 1. Okay, I'm going to keep him going. Do you want to carry on playing your shots, your reverse sweeps, you fancy this, you fancy that?
They might make a change to Jadeja just to spin the ball away, but other than that, yeah, I think you're right. They will keep Kuldeep on, but it might just be that they want to see something slightly different with Jadeja.
Well, they're going to be asking the question, aren't they? They're going to ask Sharma, are you going to keep attacking, or are you going to hold back? Tossed up by Ashwin, and smashed to cover. No run.
You say tossed up, that's 94 Ks.
Jadeja was the bowler that Abhishek has been saying is going to be the point of difference, potentially, in this innings. We shall see. On the reverse is Duckett.
I tell you what, Ashwin's bowled, 20 balls, and he's raised his hands above his head 18 times.
That was 10 kilometres slower, that delivery.
Yeah, a lot of people bowl quicker when someone starts to sweep, but it's usually better to go a little bit slower.
Duckett in position, sweeps again, and he sweeps well through mid-wicket, all along the grounds. He's a short man, but he got a big step forward there, purposeful and effective. Moves into the 70s, does Duckett.
73, 104 for 1. It's thrilling stuff. It's a shot a ball.
Sounded good, that one, didn't it? Don't go anywhere, folks. You're listening to TalkSport 2, as this time Duckett does show to us all he can play defensively on the front foot.
I love this contest, and I talked about that 94 Ks. Drops his speed down to 84.
What have we got here? Again, draws Duckett forward. We did see Hartley get the ball to spin away from the right-handers. The ball turning from the straight.
Let's go, boys.
This is a different contest, though. Approach the end of the 18th over as Ashwin is in, and it's Sarfraz fielding close to the wicket on the offside, and the speed drops again, Bumble.
Yeah, I like that, and it's 500 Test match wickets for, a brilliant cricketer and a wonderful bowler. But when you analyse that over, he's up to 94 Ks, dropped his speed down to 82, 84, 86, just that variation. And he's probing away at the batters. The batters are looking to play shots, extravagant shots. And I think he won't mind that. The bowler, you keep playing shots at me, I'm still in the game.
Do all bowlers feel like that? And it does look like there's going to be a change.
I think they do when you've got 500 Test match wickets. If you're a young bowler, you might get disturbed by it all. But he's seen it all before. And again, talk to the great Shane Warne. He'd love it when they come at me. You keep coming, come on. And he's in a game within a game. And that's what it's happening here. He won't mind this, Ashwin, with his 500 Test match wickets.
But how often would he have had this? Because he doesn't play a lot of overseas. He has played a fair whack of Test cricket overseas. But this couldn't have happened to him often.
No, but, you've got to rise to the challenge, haven't you? And you, as a bowler, just in your mind, I don't mind if you're playing shots.
He does bowl in the IPL, doesn't he? So he's used to, limited overs cricket. I know it's slightly a different situation, but...
Jasprit Bumrah, whose 3 overs have gone for 17. We're approaching the 20-over stage. He gets more and more effective. Full delivery, and Ollie Pope meets this with the full face of the bat. Just steers it past mid-on and away to the boundary for another 4.
Is that Ashwin at mid-on? He's just flagged that through. The old style. Talk about fielders diving all over the place on the boundary. I think that's our Ashwin at mid-on. It's a lovely shot through mid-on, full-length ball.
It was.
And he's just after you, Claude.
I tell you what, we were talking off air, weren't we, Bumble, about the old school. Jim Laker, 19 wickets, and they celebrate by having a good sit down.
Sit down and pull your pants up.
Well, there we go. He was born maybe 40 or 50 years too late. Ashwin, as Pope readies himself, full again, drives again, this time. Thick outside edge, the ball squirts to point.
And the other thing, John, is that there's so much advertising on the cricketers now. You can see the clothing. Going back in the day, years and years ago, early 1900s, every cricketer wore a belt. I'm telling all these managers of cricketers now, get them a belt, put your advertising on it, you'll clean up.
Well, I think I think cricketers miss a trick with the helmets. Look at Formula One. Look at all the sponsors on the helmet, the close-ups.
Are they not a bit different? Are they allowed to do that?
Well, no, they're not. That's what I mean. Look, I mean, you had Martin Crowe growing up, Jared. I had Alex Stewart with the old white helmets, shorter, a touch shorter from Bumrah, and defended by Ollie Pope, 14 from 19 deliveries.
I still remember the first text message I got from a friend of mine who said the West Indian captain has advertising on his face. Do you remember?
Chandrapal.
Yeah, Chandrapal used to have those. I think that what the NFL players have, the reflectors under their eyes.
I do remember.
But my friend thought he had advertising on his face, which I thought was brilliant. That's one way to do it. Players used to have buttons as well. You would have started with shirts with buttons, wouldn't you?
Of course.
Yeah. Bring the button back.
Bring the button back. Here is Bumrah, left alone this time from Pope. I mentioned this yesterday briefly. Jared, you wrote a piece this week about Bumrah, and one of the many things that came from it was his success rate as the ball gets older, essentially. So if you break an 80 over, if you break the ball up into 80 overs and you put it into 4 sections, overs 1 to 20, 21 to 40, 41 to 16, you get the drift. And Bumrah's average is at its highest in the first 20 overs. And then it dips, and I think he's at his most successful between overs 40 and 60, is it? Or is it 60 and 80?
60 and 80, I think. Yeah, right at the end. I mean, you look at this series so far, and he's got an economy of 3.5 runs against the openers and an economy of 2.34 against everyone else.
Brilliant bowler. As Ollie Pope steers this, one bounce to Gully. He stays on 14.
Didn't they do that with James Anderson when he first started, as to when he takes his wickets? With the new ball, doesn't do anything, and then from overs 18 onwards in the game, he comes into his own.
You see that a lot with English bowlers because of the Duke's ball, because it's that 15 to, especially if you're a swing bowler, 15 to 30 over mark when it swings a little bit further. But yeah, no, it's I think the best bowlers with the new ball are generally that sort of Glenn McGrath, Curtly Ambrose. You need the seam to be able to move in both ways, whereas it's a little bit different for other kinds of bowlers.
You're listening to Jarrod Kimber and David Bumble-Lloyd as Jasprit Bumrah induces a slight full shot from Ollie Pope, who's forward on the drive. It's an inside edge, and it could have gone anywhere, but it didn't go near the wicket. But for the first time, we just saw an Indian bowler, fast bowler. I suppose Ravichandran Ashwin has done it 18 times in his spell so far, if you were saying. Was it just a little bit of tail there?
Yeah, a little bit of a reverse.
So there's the game within the game, right? And that's one of the reasons why England go hard at the start.
It did reverse. That was set up to be an outswinger, and it's pitched and moved back into the right-handed batter.
So with Ashwin and Bumrah bowling in tandem, you'd say India have got their best two, right?
And the ball reversing.
And the ball reversing, and it is also turning. And yet the score tells you England have hit 109 runs from 19 overs, and they've lost just 1 wicket. Short leg in place, and Ollie Pope is forward and just clips this towards deep square, and you can make that 19 times that Ravichandran Ashwin has put his hand in the air after delivering the ball.
He's going to injure his shoulder.
That's such a good shot. It's a tick-over shot. It's just a single. And just work it with your hands and your wrist. Just work the ball off the front foot into the leg side, use the spin, get yourself a single.
Sid Monga wrote a piece a couple of years ago about how Indian play against spin is about that shot, just that ability to get the single.
Duckett now facing the left-hander. And this is straighter and defended with back down the track by Duckett.
So overseas players think it's about using your feet and about sweeping, whereas actually what Indian players are doing is they're just turning it to the leg side, either into the spin or against the spin.
Duckett plays back and across, and he'll pick up 4 through vacant long on. There's a fielder at wide mid on, but it went about 5 or 6 metres to his right, all along the ground for another boundary.
Picks up length very quickly there, Duckett. He's a small man, and sometimes they can be difficult to bowl to. Ashwin might think that's a decent length, but he's gone back, and Duckett has seen it as back of a length and punched it through mid-on.
Duckett, 77 not out, and it's those wrists. Played a lot of hockey growing up, Goffey was saying. He's known Duckett for a long, long time, and he's just wristily played that through point for a single.
Well, that's a good point, because we've just been talking about Asian players, Indian players, Sri Lankan players, wristy. We talk about them being wristy players, whereas English players, they tend to be quite stiff wrist.
Pope, 16, loves to use his feet, but he's back on this occasion and is watchful.
Lovely bowling.
The Indian fielders liked it. I struggle to think of a batter that I can compare Duckett with. Opener, English. I'm not sure. Might set that one. You have a little think. Macca's about to come in. Last ball of Ashwin's over. Slightly leggy, and Pope will feel like he's missed out. He's just clip that straight to Sarfraz, who fields it short leg, and that's the end of over number 20. We are in the evening session on day 2 at Rajkot, the 3rd test, the series 1 apiece. India posting 445 in first innings, and in 20 overs England have knocked off 115 of them. Crawley's gone for 15. I mean, he ate up 28 balls of those, Bumble.
Is there I'm just thinking about the modern day county player. Is there a player like Duckett who plays in county cricket, who's a dasher, who comes out there at the top of the innings for his county, plays that sort of way?
Maybe when Bats is back, I think he'd be the man to ask, wouldn't he?
I would have thought Duckett's nearest neighbour would have been David Warner. Similar height, slashing square of the wicket. They're not quite identical. They do play a little bit differently where they like to hit the ball, but they both like to go square.
I'll let you continue this. Macca's in.
Michael Slater just going a little bit backward, playing that sort of vein, take the game to the bowler, be more attacking. But he's thinking
I suppose he still went square, didn't he, Slater? But he liked going down the ground as well.
Here we go then for Bumrah. Around the wicket, Duckett tucks it to Kuldeep at mid-wicket, and there is no run. What an innings we've seen from Ben Duckett. Blimey, we've seen some things in international sport down the years, but England replying to 445 have just gone in and blazed away. Well, Duckett has, but with not really taking chances. And can someone explain to me, why is Jadeja not bowled yet?
Well, I was thinking that. Yeah.
They've kept Kuldeep going at 7 and over. I mean, not that England are complaining, but I don't quite get that. Bumrah around the wicket, and Duckett plays a defensive shot. Mark that one down in the diary. You don't get many of those for the pound. 78 from 70 he remains.
I think Jadeja would have come on for these overs, but they prepared the ball for reverse. Now, why Kuldeep bowled the extra couple was probably because they thought that there was still a chance of getting a wicket while he was going for runs. But I think Jadeja normally would have come on for this over, but they probably looked at the ball and went, it's ready. It's either that or it's an injury, I would assume. I can't imagine there's any other reason. Have we seen him out there? Is he definitely out there?
He's definitely out there.
Okay.
Yeah, he is definitely out there. Well, he's watching Bumrah. Those stuttering steps and now accelerates in, comes around the wicket inside half of Duckett's bat. He's playing an attacking shot. It ends up down at fine leg, and Bumrah is standing in the middle of the pitch, his hands completely covering his face because he can't believe that Duckett's got the inside half of the bat on that. It's gone for a single. It's 116 for 1.
Well, the ball's working. There's a little bit of reverse swing both ways, and he's a good exponent. And Duckett knows as he gets a single, he squeezes one out from a very, very full length. You see Jasprit Bumrah's action, I mean, unbelievable. You just say to this bloke, and he's an athlete, I'm not going to give you a cricket ball, just run. He would run nothing like that.
Yeah.
Give him a cricket ball, totally different.
Absolutely. You wouldn't coach it, but by God it works. In he comes around over the wicket to the right-handed Pope. Pope plays to mid-on, no run.
As an experiment, and you do it with lots of youngsters, quick bowlers, right, just run. You're going to run an approach. I'm not going to give you a cricket ball, just run. Now give them a cricket ball. Totally different. Totally different. Because they've got something in the hand, and Bumrah is the number one example. He would never, ever set off running for a bus or whatever like that.
By the time he gets up to pace, he's only doing about 5 or 6 paces in the end. In he comes, bowls right arm over. It's the one that comes into Ollie Pope, pushes to Ashwin at mid-on and will take a single. Pope goes to 17, 117 for 1.
The Australian bowlers used to practice jogging, didn't they, with the ball in their hand? So I think Ray Linmore was the first one, or was it Alan Davidson? It was one of the bowlers just after the war, and then I think Dennis Lillee and Mitchell Johnson used to do it as well, partly because, but for that very reason, that if you could get used to just jogging on the street with a ball in your hand, it meant your running was a little bit more natural.
Mm-hmm.
It's interesting to do that, just take the whole psychology of it being something different away. Bumrah for the final time this over is around the wicket. It's fallen straight. It takes Duckett on the foot. He goes up for LBW. Kumar Dharmasena says no. He's got to have got a touch on that one. Surely that's the only thing that saves him.
If he hasn't, he's in trouble.
The DRS timer is counting down. Rohit is asking Jurel, is there a touch on that? He makes the T sign. It's very full. He's gone for the Yorker in the same way that Ollie Pope got the Yorker in Vizag.
We have a player review
Batter says he's hit it.
Original decision is not out.
There was more than one noise,
checked
wasn't
both
there?
feet. It's fair delivery. Can we go to front on, please?
Well, Rod Tucker, our third umpire, is going to get a look at this one. We get the first replay. Oh, yeah.
Okay, it's gone very close to the bat, so
it lands almost on the
angles on that
crease line.
Screen with ultra
Does
edge,
it?
that might be good there.
It's my guesses will be it actually hits the toe end, the chalk end of the bat, and gets squeezed.
And the bat hitting
There's
the
going
ground.
to be so many noises on ultra edge as this all happens.
It appears
It's a great
there's
point,
deflection
actually,
there.
how to determine what's bat, what's ball, and what's bat hitting floor.
He's going to want to hope he got a lot of bat on it.
Oh,
Just go
He's
back
hit it, hasn't he?
one
He's
frame.
squeezed it.
we just
You can
heard
hear
that in
it.
the headphones,
You
yeah.
can hear it there. He
Let's go to
squeezed
ultra
it as
edge,
the
and
ball
unless you've got a
pitches.
split
It
screen
hits
on
the
that, we'll go to
bottom of the
ultra edge to
bat.
Get a split screen first, yeah.
There was so much noise when we heard it live as well, wasn't there?
Yeah, okay. Just go back to that frame, freeze it on that frame where the
Slow
ball
it down,
is on
lads.
the bat.
goodness
That one there,
sake. Playing at
One more
5
there,
speed.
yeah. Okay, I've got ball on bat.
Well, it's also on the
So
ground.
I'll be going back on field. Kumar, I've got bat involved, so you'll be staying with your original decision of not out.
I don't know.
I'll let you know when you're on screen now.
I think he did hit it, but we just saw 4 different waveforms in about 4 frames then. So good on him for deciding he was just very sure of that. I wasn't as sure, but I do think he hit it.
Well, just to take things away from that, he's bowling very, very well. He's got movement in the air, and he's good enough to get his Yorker in at great pace. 5 overs, none for 24, Bumrah.
Well, we said he'd got to have got something on that. He did have something on it. Now, Kumar Dharmasena is just walking around at square leg as well. I think just having a conversation with the fielder about that decision process. But we carry on. David Bumble-Lloyd and Jerry Kimber move out as Gareth Batty and Abhishek Junjunwala step in. That was a good job he got something on that, wasn't it? Because that was going to be a world of trouble.
Yeah, too many ifs and buts, and there's so many things happen at the same time, it's very hard to tell. But it did look like there was a deviation of the bat onto the pads.
I don't think the technology really helped Rod Tucker when they ran it in at about 5 speed at one point. I mean, how he was supposed to differentiate what was what. But anyway, it's going to be Ashwin to continue. England 117 for 1 after 21 overs. Here on TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. Ben Duckett, 79 from 72 not out. It'll be Ollie Pope on strike, though. 17 from 27. And actually, Ollie Pope might well have played the best 27 balls, first 27 balls he's played so far this series. Ashwin's going to start to him. Pope turns to Shubman Gill, and it's turned towards mid-on. Pope in the previous couple of innings, even when he got the double 100, was a little bit frantic at times. This he seemed calmer, more at peace with himself. Ashwin goes in, and as soon as I say that, Ollie Pope gets down on one knee and plays the big sweep. Gets a little under edge onto the pad, which is why the stifled appeal. So even though he's looking more composed, he still knows the way it needs to play. He felt that that was on for the sweep shot, and he actually got a big piece of it onto his own pad. Ashwin comes in, Pope pushes to mid-off, and will take a single. Bumrah can't prevent that. Pope goes to 18, 118 for 1.
Interesting there from Ashwin. Looks like he's changed up how he's going to bowl to Ollie Pope. 2 Karen balls in his first 3 balls that over. Looking to bring the stumps in play.
Ashwin has the 500th wicket to his name. He goes in and Duckett slog sweeps him all the way over mid-wicket for 6. Nearly takes out 2 policemen who were nodding off over the boundary edge. And it's 6 more to Ben Duckett and England. He goes to 85 from 73 balls. England 124 for 1 in the 22nd over.
Yeah, this is just unbelievable hitting. And unbelievable batting as well from Ben Duckett. Probably one of the most exciting innings so far in this series.
He gets down so low and he's still playing that with a horizontal bat. It's a phenomenal shot. He's using his reach together. He's not the tallest, of course. In goes Ashwin. That's slightly shorter, and Duckett has flogged this one into the onside. Oh, there's no fielder out there, so it's 4 more. So he's gone 6-4 against Ashwin, and Ben Duckett just keeps on going now. 89 from 74 as England reply to India's 445.
Yeah, it's the sweep shot that then creates this back of a length ball, because it's generally your best ball that gets swept hard and out of the ground. So Ashwin adjusts the length by, 6 inches, fraction shorter. Duckett right back in the crease and pulls him.
Ashwin goes fuller. This one's tickled down the leg side. That's going to be certainly 1 or 2. It's all down to whether Jadeja can pull it in. Nice footwork, sir. Pep Guardiola, if you need a midfielder. Ashwin, some good footwork down on the boundary. They're still going to run 3. So Duckett goes to 92. England 131 for 1 after 22 overs. I'll keep giving you the overs because the scoring rate just continues to baffle Gareth Batty.
Yeah, I mean, that's 14 off the over without really taking too many big risks. You know, he's played the lap slog, but Ashwin went up out of the hand, which gives him the time to get underneath the flight of the ball and extend his hands and hit it deep and long into mid-wicket. Then he's deep in the crease for the pull shot. A tickle here down to 45 for 3. I mean, it's just all happening, but it all seems to be like Duckett is completely within his control. He's not going outside of his bubble. He's just playing the game that seems to be unraveling before him. It's fantastic. 92 off 75.
Yeah, absolutely right. I think he's controlling the game completely, Ben Duckett, and also the bowlers often trying to overcompensate, and he's taking full advantage. Ravi Jadeja, never seen him use a foot to stop a ball before.
It was the heel, wasn't it?
He's often very good. He's so quick as well.
He's a phenomenal fielder. He sprinted after it and then used the foot to stop it, but then used the heel to keep it back in play. He's now just actually stretching out the muscles because, as we mentioned earlier, he's not bowled yet, which has been something of a surprise. Bumrah will start his 6th over. Duckett aims a big drive, finds Ashwin at mid-off, and there's no run. So Bumrah, as I say, is in his 6th. He's at 0 for 24. Mohammad Siraj has bowled 5 overs, one of them a maiden, at 0 for 30. Kuldeep 6 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 42. And Ashwin 6 overs, 1 for 30. So just the 4 bowlers used so far. Zach Crawley, the man dismissed by Ashwin, caught by Pasidar at short fine leg for 15. That was with the score at 89 for 1. England now 131 for 1. Bumrah approaches around the wicket. Duckett plays it into the offside. There is a deep cover fielder. They will take one only because it's Jadeja. And you do not take on the Jadeja arm.
Yeah, the camera's just panned out to Jadeja at the start of this over, and the 12th man is round there taking him a drink, and it looks from the colour of the bottle that it's sort of Dyrolite or something, replacing some minerals that are out of his body from the batting he did earlier. I wonder if that's the reason why he's not bowled as yet. Is he getting some cramps or something on the back of that?
He was out there 225 balls for 112. Jadeja caught and bowled by Joe Root in the early part of this morning. Next one from Bumrah is speared down the leg side. Pope, I don't think, got anything on it, so it will be a bye. Yes, umpire Dharmasena signals that. One more to the total, 1-3-3 for 1.
It's a bit unfair when it's a bye to the keeper because it was so wide. He did a great job to stop quite a few runs for the side here. Dhruv Jurel. 3 runs to be precise.
This is where keepers will tell you there needs to be another category of extras, because really, what's he supposed to do there?
Catch the ball. He's got
and
gloves
there's
on.
the head coach.
He's the only bloke with gloves on.
Duckett back on strike, 7 short of a remarkable 100. He gets a lowish in-swinging ball that he turns into a full toss and hits through mid-on for 4. It's another boundary for England. It's another boundary for Ben Duckett. He moves to 97 not out.
God, the skill level of this from Ben Duckett. He holds his weight on the back foot for a fullish, almost a Yorker, and he manages still to dig out with the power down the ground. A full, big booming drive through mid-on. Flicks that bottom hand through just for that extra bit of power to get it past mid-on. I mean, this is quite magnificent batting here from Duckett. It was actually a low full toss, which is even harder to strike at times.
97 not out Duckett. 18 fours and a 6 already. Oh, he gets a slower ball. It's a full toss from Bumrah outside of the off stump. He didn't quite pick it early enough. If he did, he'd have been lashing that one through the covers. As it was, he just popped it out on the offside and there's no run. So these two have put on 48 already from 58 balls. But yeah, just doing some quick arithmetic. 18 fours is 72 plus a 6. That's 78 out of his 97 have come in boundaries of one form or another. That's staggering.
Yeah, it is. And this game is very nicely poised at the moment and setting up to be an unbelievable test match.
Bumrah around the wickets. Duckett covers up and there's no run. And here was me thinking that Hyderabad, 190 behind on first innings, was going to be the most incredible performance we've seen of the tour. Well, maybe not. 23 overs gone, 137 for 1, and drinks are now going to be taken. Well, I mean, if you're Rohit Sharma, let's put ourselves in Rohit's shoes. He's got 445 on the board. He's probably feeling fairly good about life, 90 minutes or so ago. What's he thinking now? 137 for 1, because the Duckett innings is such a remarkable innings that can he think to himself, oh, this is just one guy having an incredible day because no one else has got away from us? I mean, what's the captain thinking here?
I think he's already shown us. Every time the camera pans to him, he's scratching his head. An angry face is possibly a bit OTT from my side, but he's certainly a concerned face. I don't think he has anything in his mind where he's thinking I can restrict what's going on here. So he's got to take a wicket from somewhere. has to get a wicket, and that's why Bumrah's come back on now to complement his sort of leading spinner in Ashwin. But I think this is possibly a point, and you go through all different sports. Sometimes you just got to meet fire with fire, and you've just got to say, right, we're just absolutely hell-bent on getting a wicket, and then from that point we arrest some control in the game. But if we don't get that wicket, this game is going away from us. So you've got to just go toe-to-toe with England right now and just say, by hook or by crook, we're going to make this happen. And I think that's what England are so very good at now. They almost play the moments in the game. They're playing that sort of, I suppose, mental side of the game where you can read into situations like we are talking about it now. I think you've just got to throw caution to the wind and say, we're going to get back on the front foot by taking a wicket.
Yeah, I think that's the only option. And also, in the back of his mind, he would know that the middle order is struggling a little bit. Root hasn't really scored. Bairstow is struggling. Yes, Ben Stokes is somebody who can do a massive damage. But then again, you've got folks, Rehan, Hartley. So if they can get a wicket now, Rohit Sharma will feel confident that he can still restrict or get England out quickly.
So let's just recap where we are in this game. As I mentioned, India 445 all out. They resumed 326 for 5, but England took 2 quick wickets very early on in the day. Kuldeep, the night watcher, was caught behind off the bowling of Anderson for 4, and then 7 balls later, Jadeja caught and bowled by Joe Root for 112. That was 331 for 7. Ashwin and Jurel put on a decent partnership. Ashwin was 8th out with the score on 408. He made 37. Jurel 9th out. He made 46 on debut, 415 for 9. And then Bumrah managed to get the score to 445 before he was LBW to Mark Wood for 26. So Anderson finishing with 1 for 61. Wood 4 for 114. Hartley 1 for 109. Root 1 for 70. Rayan Ahmed 2 for 85. And of course the run out from Mark Wood of Sarfraz yesterday. And England have come out and played England cricket at the moment, or at least England cricket 2024 version. Crawley and Duckett motoring things along. Crawley out for 15 from 28 balls when the score was on 89. That was the first ball of the 14th over. Ashwin's 500th wicket as he got caught at backward square leg, really, getting a top edge. Patidar taking the catch, and Duckett and Pope have just continued on their merry way since. Duckett 97 not out. Pope is 18 not out, and we are now going to get Jadeja. So maybe he's had that fluid in and is now ready to go. He is replacing Ashwin.
I think this is where the game can change very quickly, because Ravi Jadeja knows exactly how to bowl on this surface. It's his home ground, played a lot of games in this on this pitch, and he knows how to bowl, because if there is any assistance to the left arm and to the spinners, he will try and take most of it.
So Pope on strike. Rohit setting the field here with millimetre precision. Here comes Jadeja then around the wicket, left arm around, and he floats this one up well outside of Pope's off stump. He's got no interest in playing that, allows it through to the keeper, no run. That one was 87 kilometres an hour. Jadeja comes in. Now that one grips in the surface a little bit, outside half of Pope's bat. To point, no run.
Yeah, I think this is also the telling point of how India move forward from here, because Jadeja's trajectory is very different to Ashwin. Obviously, he's not the wrist spin of Yadav, so this is kind of crunch time.
In goes Jadeja. Ollie Pope very, very forward, playing defensively, no run.
You'll have to be very careful against Jadeja on this surface that he doesn't plant his front foot, because a lot of deliveries was just go with the arm, and that's where he's going to target.
Jadeja. Middle and leg on that one. Does grip in the surface. Pope turns it around to Ashwin at square leg and will take a single. 138 for 1 England to bring Ben Duckett on strike. 97 not out from 80 deliveries. Ben Duckett hunting another 100, his third Test match 100 it would be, if he's able to see this one through. His best score 182. I'll tell you what, England would take that now in a heartbeat, wouldn't they? Right then, so Jadeja is going to stay left arm around the wicket to the left-hander. In goes Duckett, and it's played 2 metres to the right of Sarfraz under the helmet at short leg, which is why you heard the big cheers from behind the stumps. Now, short leg is going to go back to just behind square at square leg. And the short fine leg is going to go 10 metres or so deeper, presumably for the top edge sweep.
I like that field. Stop him from sweeping.
In comes Jadeja, left arm around. Duckett is crabbing really across his stumps, tries to get it out on the onside. Shubman Gill fields at mid-wicket, no run.
Yeah, I think this is the thing that India would have hoped that Jadeja would give, and that's a bit of control, staying around the wicket to Duckett. Basically says he's going to bowl the ball that's going to hold in the tram lines, so he's bringing LBW and stumps into play the whole time. If you want to play across the ball when it's a bit in different bounds at the speed and trajectory that he bowls, there's an awful lot in Indian favour, particularly with the field set as it is. There's a deep mid-wicket, there's a long on, there's that sort of fly leg, deep square leg and straight mid-wicket. You're basically saying we're covering a lot of bases here for you to take big risk. But there's still a slip there in case the ball runs on from a straight line. And that's the thing that's crucial here, is able to bowl a straight line and make Duckett play across the ball.
Right, Bumrah to continue. Once everyone is in position, Ollie Pope just does the right thing, just steps away from the crease till everyone's finally finished moving, and then he will get into his position. He had a lot of problems in Hyderabad with spider cam. It's supposed to be stationary and then the bowler starts his run, but then we had a few occasions that it was still moving around and the umpires were getting very tetchy. I can tell you that, they were getting very tetchy. Right, Bumrah is now ready. Pope is ready. So Bumrah is on the way. Pope just guiding this into the offside. They will take the single. Jadeja throws, and Ollie Pope has made his ground at the non-striker's end. The ball hits his bat, and he loses his footing. Ends up on his backside. There's smiles all round, but he brings Ben Duckett back on strike. 139 for 1.
Yeah, it's that horrible thing when you're running in and you're almost past the stumps and you know the ball's going to be thrown and it's coming somewhere near the body. I think it did. I think you're right, Macca. Initially I thought it hit him right up the backside, but it just copped the back of the bat and ran off and ended up on the deck for his troubles. Slipped on the green grass. No damage for England. No damage for Ollie Pope.
Good job he wasn't running down the middle. Slip in there. Anyway, that's another story for another day. Right, Duckett 97 not out. Bumrah around the wicket to him. He just puts the bat there, plays defensively, guides it down to third. He'll take the single. The single is there, that's all he needs to do. He goes to 98 from 83 balls, 140 for 1 England.
Can Bumrah produce another magical Yorker against Ollie Pope? That'll be in his mind. He'll be looking out for that Yorker, Ollie Pope. But yeah, if he gets it right, it's very hard to manage.
Well, I said on commentary, I was on commentary for that ball. And I said on it, I don't know how you're meant to play that. I genuinely don't know. If a world-class player gets cleaned up like that, I mean, what chance have you got? It was basically perfect from a bowler's point of view. Here comes then Bumrah. 2 slips and a gully. As he comes in, delivers right arm over, brings Pope forward, pushing out on the offside, no run.
It's smart what he's doing here. Bumrah is changing the pace, almost like we see in white ball cricket, pulling his fingers across the ball, trying to change the tempo and the rhythm of the batter to then the ball that you've been talking about, the rocket that blows his feet off or goes for the base of the stumps, or he may even go double bluff and try and get a bit of chin music in there just to change the tempo, which is what India need to do here to unsettle the two sort of in England batters now. I mean, I would say that Pope is now in with 37 balls to his name. Duckett's obviously in 98 to his score.
The world's #1 seam bowler, Jasprit Bumrah, the first Indian to achieve that feat. In he comes, right arm over. He goes slightly short and Pope's trying to fiddle that one down towards third. It bounces over the top of his bat and through to the keeper Jurel, and there is no run. There's a bit of extra bounce there.
Yeah, this is where Jasprit Bumrah gets really dangerous. Again, a bit of reverse swing, hint of reverse swing there. And this is the time when you need to be a bit watchful against Bumrah.
Yeah, pace on ball. And because of the change-ups, it changes your feet, changes your weight distribution. Sometimes the pace on ball, you get stuck because you want to react and you don't move again. And then the bat and your hands get outside your body, which is what happened there.
Bumrah's on his way. Pope waits, bat raised. In goes Bumrah, he goes for the Yorker. Doesn't quite get it full enough, so Pope is able to push to Ashwin at mid-on. And there's no run, and there's one ball left in the over. 140 for 1, England.
Swing again from Bumrah. Definitely a bit of reverse swing going on.
So this is what, the 25th over. So the conventional swing is gone. The reverse is kicking in. And there's theoretically half an hour left in the day, but presumably a bit longer as Jasprit Bumrah goes in. Ollie Pope will drop into the offside, and that will complete the over. 25 gone, England 140 for 1. Pope 20 not out. Duckett will take over 98 not out. Some thoughts from Gareth Batty, and then Neil Manthorpe will take over the ball by ball.
Yeah, this has been a good sort of 2-3 overs here from India. Two senior bowlers, Jadeja with his left arm spin, different tactic to Duckett, trying to keep the tram line in play, trying to bring the stumps in, almost encouraging him to sweep, but having a defensive field on the back of it. Bumrah backing him up from the other end. We're seeing a bit of reverse swing. This is how the game has gone so far. There's been ebbs and flows, and you just feel like this is a key moment for both sides. Do England break India down here and really extend on this position, or do India get their foot in the door and get a couple of wickets? Fascinating period of play.
As Macca said, nominally half an hour to go, but we'll have more like an hour. But rare day on the first day of the Hyderabad Test match when England bowled 93 overs, but yesterday we were 6 short of the day's allocation of 90, and we'll do well to get all 90 in today. England to 140 for 1. Ollie Pope 20, but it's all about Ben Duckett at the moment. 98 not out from just 83 balls. It's been an innings of pure joy. Apart from the 4 cover drives that he played and missed out early on against Mohammad Siraj, it's largely been faultless innings from Ben Duckett. And it's interesting that Siraj has now been recalled, because he is the one man who troubled Duckett, and he's back into the attack now. Duckett on 98, Siraj in, bowls, tucks him up with this one, angling back into him from around the wicket, and he's tucked up, plays it defensively out on the offside, and there's no run. It's been an exhibition of counter-attack in so many ways from Ben Duckett. There was a time, I thought, certainly between 25 and 50, where he was attacking every single delivery. There were almost no defensive shots at all, and he certainly doesn't leave anything. Here he is on the cusp of a 3rd Test 100, and it's been a remarkable innings. Here is Siraj again around the wicket, bowls. Duckett tucks it off his pads, only as far as square leg. David Lloyd, Bumble, you've enjoyed this innings, I'm quite sure.
Absolutely scintillating, and I just wonder if he feels it's my day. I'm going to keep going, it's my day. You mentioned the 4 drives, absolute wafts at the ball, and he's missed it. Could nick it another day, couldn't nick it, but he's played some wonderful shots. He's hit Ashwin out of the attack. Not many do that.
Not many left-handers.
No.
Here's Duckett on strike. Here's Siraj again around the wicket, bowls and down the leg side, and he's got that one wrong. Good take from Dhruv Jurel. Ashwin's taken the second most left-handed wickets in Test cricket, is that right?
Most. Yeah, I think he's got more than Jimmy Anderson.
And Stuart Broad's in 3rd place, left-handers.
Yeah, maybe as well. Yeah, there's most of the modern players, because we've had a lot more left-handers come in. And also, with the off spinners and DRS and bowling around the wicket to left-handers, there's been a lot more of them going out.
Duckett still on 98. There's tension around the ground amongst the England supporters in the change room as well. Here's Siraj bowls. Duckett drives down the ground and again can't pierce the field. R. Ashwin at mid-on.
Just into the 26th over and they're probing away. It's 140 for 1 England, but India, they're looking for reverse swing. We've seen that from Bumrah. Siraj is just the same, around the wicket, bowling that fullish length and looking for any sort of movement.
I wouldn't say that Ben Duckett has gone into his shell, but he has not scored for 4 whole balls now in a row.
Get on with it.
140 for 1. We're into the 26th over. That's all of this England innings in reply to India's 445 all out. There's a wide slip and a gully and a man catching a short cover. Siraj in again. Duckett drives down the ground, beats the fielder at mid-on. That's down to the boundary for 4. Ashwin turns to collect. Ben Duckett takes the helmet off, looks briefly heavenward and now affords himself the luxury of a smile as he kisses the badge on his helmet. The England players on their feet celebrating. Duckett reaches his 3rd 100 from just 88 balls. What an innings.
It's incredible, isn't it? He's almost the epitome of what Bazball is, because you had this player who was kind of on the scrap heap a little bit. No one knew what to do with him. He's being told to just come in and be himself. And we saw years ago, Jason Roy and Alex Hales, other players with similar kind of skill sets come in and feel constricted. And Ben Duckett is just being told, be Ben Duckett. And we've seen him fail plenty of times. But when it works, it's magnificent. And this was a very, very special innings. Even if it doesn't end up changing the game, it certainly made India feel like they're under pressure. And I said they'd be under pressure when England got to 200. It was a lot earlier than that, Manners.
Here is Siraj again, short and pulled by Duckett out towards deep mid-wicket, and that's 4 more, so no slowing down. I was about to say India is still 301 ahead. It's now 297 runs ahead, and yet it's balmy, isn't it, that Jared's talking about India being under pressure. They lead by 297.
Scintillating stuff. The way that he's played to his 100 and then gets back in his crease and pulls one powerfully away through mid-wicket. And in the past, he's been daft. He's just been a daft lad. And he himself, when he got back and got a second chance into this England team, Ben Duckett, he on interview said that I've matured. I'm a better person, which is all part of life, really. And, there's no mistaking when he were younger, he was a bit of an arum scarum. Moved counties, found a place at the top of the innings, and he fits, you just mentioned, he fits this aggressive Bazball. He's perfect.
Welcome to our listeners on TalkSport. Joining us here on TalkSport 2, you've arrived just in time to celebrate Ben Duckett's 3rd Test century, which has come from just 88 balls with an astonishing 20 boundaries so far. He's counter-attacked in exhilarating fashion as England have made an exhilarating restart to their reply to India's 445. And Ben Duckett is 106 not out from a mere 89 deliveries. England 148 for 1. Ollie Pope now paddle sweeps Ravi Jadeja, the left arm spinner, down to the fine leg boundary for 4. Very, very cleverly played.
Just won't let them settle, will they? Like, as you said, still 300 runs basically behind. Jadeja comes on, he's gone for 1 run in his first over. He's bowled a decent delivery here, and Ollie Pope has just improvised again and just said, now what are you going to do? You're not going to be able to hit that line and length again.
Do you know Ben Duckett played in England's first Test match on this ground 8 years ago? Here is Jadeja again. Forward comes Ollie Pope, stretching, leaning forward, nudging it out towards mid-wicket. And he was a talented loose cannon that England didn't really know what to do with. And he batted at 4 and was told, oh, that's a quicker one from Jadeja. It turns and bounces, and Pope is slightly troubled momentarily before managing to deflect it out onto the offside. But he reflects himself and remembers being told, don't do this, don't do that, don't do this, a lot more than he was told, do this, do that. And now it's just be yourself, do whatever you like. And he's at the top of the order, and he has played an innings that I don't think many of us who've had the good fortune to watch will forget in a hurry. As Jared Kimber says, it doesn't necessarily matter what whether it affects the game or not. Little reverse paddle here from Ollie Pope. A reverse scoop, actually, almost, against Jadeja. He has literally gone down on one knee and tried to reverse flick that over the keeper's head and has succeeded.
This is ridiculous. He's into his second over. He's a dangerous bowler, Jadeja. And he's got into... He's like a contortionist as he plays this shot. His head is down, not looking at the ball, no way. And he shovels it.
He's not looking at the ball.
He's nearly pinned the wicket-keeper. He's nearly worn this.
Jadeja in again. Big appeal for leg before wicket. It is sliding down. Not out, says umpire Kumar Dharmasena. And it did look like it was sliding towards, if not past, leg stump.
Don't review it. I wouldn't review it. The thinking about it, it is leg side. I can tell you now. And I'm miles away.
That was just a remarkable reverse scoop from Ollie Pope, and at the moment that he played the shot, his head was looking straight at the ground. Just played it on instinct. Just remarkable. But that was a very loud, it was almost an angry appeal rather than a confident appeal from Ravi Jadeja. I think he's still feeling a bit miffed about Ollie Pope taking the liberty of reverse scooping him over the keeper's head. 156 for one. Jadeja in again. Forward comes Pope, playing an orthodox defensive push to short mid-wicket. Well, 27 overs gone. England flying along at 156 for one. They're still 289 runs behind. But so much for the long attritional grind that we've associated with this England.
But they're not going to play that way, the way that they talked before the game. We're going to carry on. Jadeja, 2 overs, none for 9, and 1 for Hartley just to look at there from at times in these 2 overs. He's been up at 95k. Now Hartley would max out at 91, maybe 91 and a half. Jadeja fires it in, and he should be a handful. We mentioned that Ashwin has been hit out. I'm not sure they can do that to Jadeja.
Well, we're just having a look at the LBW appeal, which India decided not to review, and a good call. Was missing leg stump.
Yeah, it was always sliding down. It's the reason he missed it, really, isn't it? He's playing up the line, so it would have been very unlucky. Not one of those Akshar ones where you miss it on the inside, but he's still spinning it a little bit, whereas Jadeja doesn't bowl those as much. Jadeja's either rag back or they slide down.
Ben Duckett, 106 not out. And Mohammad Siraj is going to continue to him, and he slap drives this one, doesn't time it, quite high on the bat, off the splice maybe into the covers, but they do take a single.
I wonder if players still, they used to, just pick your opposition number 1 against number 1. So Rohit Sharma gets 130, Duckett's got 100, so we're matching there. And so number 3 match the number 3, just keep going the way down. Have I won a little battle? It used to happen.
Ollie Pope's won that because Shubman Gill made naught.
Didn't make a score. And so you keep looking at your battle. So there's another 100 coming up from Jadeja at number 5.
Johnny Bairstow. Here's Siraj, back of a length towards Ollie Pope. He steps outside the off stump and pushes it away defensively. The one thing that as an opposition you want to do, particularly with Ollie Pope, I mean it applies to every batsman, get them early, but with Ollie Pope is a particularly sketchy starter, isn't he? He's twitchy and nervous. Well, he looks nervous. I'm sure he is no more nervous than any other player, but once he's in, he's faced almost 50 balls now, and it's that much more difficult to remove. He's 28 not out from 47 balls. Ben Duckett is 107 from 90. England 157 for one. Here is Siraj, and on the charge now. Ollie Pope takes a step and a half down the wicket to the fast bowler, and I think it came off the pad. It deflects away behind square on the leg side. Leg by confirmed by umpire Joel Wilson, who, by the way, we don't say this often enough, is having a good game. It's early days. We have not yet finished day 2, but umpires... Why am I saying that? He's got a lot of decisions right. I think I'm basically saying that because...
He gave 5-run penalty, which was correct. He did get that right.
I suppose it's also because I've seen him have a few poor test matches, to be honest. And I think he's had he's been really imposing. And that's not always a good thing as for an umpire, is it? You don't necessarily want to impose yourself on the game, but he's controlled it very well. Short and wide and cut. Slap drive from Duckett, only as far as Rohit, the captain, at short cover.
I used to be on the panel that chose the international umpires with ICC, and the figures that you got with the naked eye, I can't remember the figures, but roundabout, with the naked eye, the elite umpires would be 89% correct. With DRS, that moves up to 95, 96% correct decisions. So DRS works, but you like the umpire to get the majority right, which they usually do.
Here's Siraj again around the wicket to Duckett. A little bit of width outside the off stump, not a lot, but he doesn't need a lot, and he punches it out to Jadeja, sweeping on the cover boundary.
So from an umpire's viewpoint, having done the job, you want your LBWs, you want them to be sort of on the line, about on the shin, hitting middle, halfway up. So when you get something down the leg side at 90 miles an hour, and is there a little feather of a glove on it? You've not a clue. You've no idea. You cannot give that decision. DRS will help you.
I think DRS has helped umpires get a lot more decisions right, even without the actual...
Correct, yeah.
It's just trained umpires to know what balls are doing a lot more.
Here is Siraj again, and that's flicked away behind square on the leg side. Very fine. It's gone very fine. Very nicely played by Ollie Pope, and it's too fine for the fielder to cut it off, Jasprit Bumrah, and so the result is 4 runs. Jadeja's actually the fielder down there, beg your pardon. Normally you associate him with sweeping on either side or at backward point, but the umpires aren't sure whether that was leg buys or not, and it's clearly hit the boundary triangles. I don't know what the confusion is there.
It's because Jadeja couldn't see it, right?
Yeah, but he knows it's hit the boundary.
No, because Jadeja got his foot on it and then he closed his eyes as he jumped the rope, if you have a look. So he never looked back. Someone else, one of the many other people around, should have just said, that hit the rope. Or that padded triangle. What do we call it? It's not a triangle, is it?
Cushion?
Is it prism?
Boundary cushions, yeah. I call them boundary triangles.
Are you allowed to say Toblerone, or do I have to...
Other chocolates are available.
Because I don't eat chocolate, so I don't even understand. I understand the shape.
Do you remember in the early days of DRS, some of the umpires were very dismissive of it? Alim Dar used to shake his head in disapproval when he was overruled, wasn't he?
Yeah, it took time. It did take time. They were upset that they were seen to get something wrong.
Felt undermined.
It isn't the easiest job, let me tell you.
There's a faint glove down the leg side. Those ones, I think, are almost impossible.
And you can tell the players anything. I've done it. Just tell them anything. They've not a clue about the laws of the game. No idea.
You're not going to mention the shoes thing again, are you?
That's the shoes. You take your shoes off running on the pitch. Is that right? Yeah. When did that come in this year?
Here's Jadeja continuing to Ben Duckett, who's just punching this one down towards long on. Interesting that India do have long on now for Ben Duckett. Is that a little victory for the batsman, when, particularly with Jadeja having a long on?
I just think in modern cricket it's almost normal. You almost want them to chip the ball down rather than a free swing.
Reverse sweep from Ollie Pope for 4. He's hit that beautifully, and Rajat Padikar had a lot of ground to cover. He put the dive in. It looked good, but it was never going to be effective. That's as good a reverse sweep, and it's not a reverse paddle sweep. It's really hit that one.
It's a hit, and he's comfortable playing it as well.
Yeah, I had the player out there and he still beat him. That's the, maybe a little bit of an edge.
Jadeja in, and Ollie Pope forward now. Chips that one in the air momentarily, but falls a long way short. Jasprit Bumrah is halfway back to the boundary at at mid-on. Pope moves to 37. He's picking up the tempo now. Ben Duckett has 109. England 169 for 1. Absolutely exhilarating. You just can't take your eyes off the action. I hope you can't take your ears off the action as well. Duckett now down on one knee, and he too has swept Jadeja for 4 more over square leg.
So watching the big screen here, he's played that shot and I think, oh, that's a single. But there used to always be a deep backward square. There isn't one. There's nobody there. He's hitting with the spin. He would think, Duckett, I've just got a free hit. There's nobody down there.
He's got so many other gaps to fill. That's the old adage, isn't it? There's just not enough fielders in this game.
So there was a deep backward square leg, but he was very square, wasn't he?
Yeah, I think he's on square. The square leg is, whereas usually, or it used to be, that it'd be quite fine.
Especially because that's the way he's spinning the ball.
And at that pace. Here's Jadeja again. Bowls. Duckett! Oh, he's got an inside edge just over the top of his off stump. He's running down towards the boundary. But that is a real moment of good fortune for Ben Duckett. He's earned himself a bit of luck, it has to be said. But that is a very, very fine delivery. It's quick, it's turning in, it's hit the inside edge, and Duckett has a wry smile on his face, because as he's edged that, I think he's thought, I'm gone. He's waiting for the death rattle, isn't he?
And he's played across the line. It's a spinning ball. He's got plenty of revs on that.
Jadeja in again, and another reverse sweep from Duckett this time. Out towards deep backward square, and they go through for another single. Duckett moves to 116, but I'm absolutely convinced that as he's edged that, he's thought, I'm gone. That horrible feeling when you know you've been beaten and you're just waiting for the noise of
the death
stumps.
rattle, they call it, don't they? I'm waiting for the death rattle.
Well, I tell you what, England are 176 for 1. It's just extraordinary cricket. India bowled out for 445, 4 wickets for Mark Wood, but it's all about England's batting now, and Ben Duckett's 3rd Test century. More from David Lloyd and Jared Kimber, and it'll be John Norman.
Well, back to umpiring, and I'm going back to when I used to do a bit of it for 3.5 years. There'd be a big appeal and I'd nod out, and then I'd wander off to square leg, and a fielder would come. They'd always come and stand next to you. All right, yeah, how you doing? All right. What about that last one? Is it? What do you think? Oh, good appeal. Yeah, big appeal. Might have been hitting, might have been missing. I'd have to start guessing if I'm giving then. I'll tell you what I'll do. When you're batting, I'll start guessing. All right, yeah.
Listening to TalkSport 2.
You want to talk, John?
Right, Mike? Yes, I am now. You're listening to TalkSport 2, or you're watching us on the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. However you're listening or watching, well, welcome. And what a test it's been. What a session. I mean, this is ridiculous, isn't it? Once again.
Do you know, at 4:45 and seeing what the pitch was doing, I was fearful. I thought England have got a real examination here. They've done what they do, just take the game to the opposition, put them under pressure. They've done that. It's an exhilarating century from Ben Duckett. 116 in 96 deliveries. He's got a partner in Pope, who's 37 from 51. They're rollicking along. It's 176 for 1. We're just about to start the 30th over.
Adam Gilchrist, Clive Lloyd, Adam Gilchrist, Clive Lloyd, Ben Duckett. Fastest centuries in India. 84 ball Gilchrist, 85 ball Lloyd, 88 ball today Ben Duckett. Siraj, short delivery on the pull is Duckett. He'll pick up 1, but that'll be it. Two boundary riders on the leg side. It's Shubman Gill, who was shown to be applauding as Duckett reached 3 figures in record time earlier today. Partnership of 88 between Duckett and Pope, and England find themselves 177 for 1 deep in session number 3 on day 2 at Rajkot.
I wonder if there's something in the fact that they're all left-handers. I mean, Clive Lloyd was a brilliant player in India. Gilchrist wasn't. He actually struggled quite a bit in India outside of that 100. So they're not. You got two taller guys, one guy who loves pace, and then a guy about half the size of the other two, if we're being honest. But they're all left-handers. I wonder if it's something to do with hitting with the spin as being a part of it. Although, to be fair to Duckett, he's hit everyone today.
And I'd love to see his wagon wheel as well, because he has hit the ball all around the park.
They just showed it. It is. He's still square of the wicket, but yeah, everywhere.
Pope this time, flex of the knees, he pulls, and it's fielded at fine leg for a single by Paditar. 178 for one. Ollie Pope going about his business, 38 from 52. Ben Duckett, I mean, it's going to be up there. It's going to be talked about. We all remember KP's effort in Mumbai in 2012. But this is going to be spoken about this century. But wait and see what happens with the test. It could be a high-scoring draw. We may compartmentalise it that way. But boy, oh boy, I was asking earlier on to see a little bit more. When he gets going, you just want him to see him stick around. What's it going to be like if he bats 3 or 4 hours? And now we're seeing.
The two that you mentioned, Clive Lloyd and Gilchrist, it'd be interesting to know the attacks they were playing against. Who were the attacks? This is a good attack. Make no mistake.
Size of the boundaries as well, perhaps. Another short delivery, and Duckett, well, he's so quickly onto this, rolls his wrists as well. Good diving stop. Reached at Shubman Gill quickly on the boundary on the leg side at deep square. It's just a single, I think. He hit it so well, almost too well. The other thing that I suppose we should mention, of course, it's not just about the bowling attacks that Gilchrist and Lloyd came up against. It's the teams that they played within. The greatest Australian side, the greatest West Indian side. By the time they came to the crease, maybe the damage had been done. I don't know what the score was. I don't know where the state of the game was. But England were up against it. Short again, and now Ollie Pope is too soon onto that, and it's hit him in the grill, so we might have to have the medic come out for the old concussion protocol.
Yeah, there'll be a delay here. He's got to change his helmet. The medics will come on, ask him who he is, and
tell him he's Ben Duckett.
Clive Lloyd would be Bedi, Prasanna, Chandrasekhar, Venkat.
Yeah, so
Abid
it's not Beatty. He's the only one not playing there. But the scores were basically level coming into the second innings. He comes into the crease at, where are we here? 75 for 3, and he smashes 163 from 149 balls, and they end up going okay in that test match. But yeah, it was Chandrasekhar, Prasanna and Venkat that he went up against. And just looking at this, looks like so the leggy looks like he got, so again spinning into the left-hander. I'll have a look at Gilchrist as well, but yeah, certainly it was an important time. That wasn't a, and against a good attack.
Absolutely. Well, that answers that question. I wonder about Gilchrist. Gilchrist skipped Australia to a series win, didn't he?
So Kumbli, Harbhajan.
I know Harbhajan tormented them in that series.
Oh, here we go.
No,
Gary Morgan's just got to this. Srinath, Agarkar, Harbhajan, Tendulkar, Shanghai.
Jamagal Srinath, wonderful bowler.
So Kumble didn't play in that one?
That's what Gary Morgan, our statistician, is telling us. Fastest 100 by a right-hander against India in India. Ross Taylor at Bangalore in 2012. 99 balls. There were a couple of real high-scoring games involving New Zealand and India. McCullum hit a century, but I think that was a bit later. That might have been 2016 maybe. Jesse Ryder.
Yeah.
Kane Williamson scored a century on debut against India, I think, in that series. In and around then, anyway.
Ross Taylor.
Well, it would have been before then. He was batting before then.
Ross Taylor, what? LRJP Taylor, is that? Or LJRP Taylor? He got lots of names.
Is it Luturu, his real name? He was named Ross at school, wasn't he?
Yeah. Samoan descent. There's not too many Pacific Island players that have come through the system.
You just named two of them, to be fair. You mentioned Jesse Ryder.
Was he Samoan?
They're both Pacific Islands. I think it's different Pacific Islands for each of them.
Oh, I didn't realise Jesse Ryder was Pacific Island.
Yeah, they're both Pacific Island. But I think, slightly different backgrounds. But didn't they grow up near each other as well? I think they grew up not too far from each other.
I get confused by the way that the domestic system is carved up in New Zealand. Short again, and Pope. Well, heart and mouth time there. Top edge and square leg was scrambling to his right. Oops. We all know what that sound means. It's not NWA. It's not the sound of the police. It is a no ball. And Mohamed Siraj just has to move umpire Joel Wilson's arm out of his way as he gets through, almost like going through a ticket barrier. This is another short delivery. The tactics are clear to see, and Pope has just helped this round the corner and past square leg. That really would have been a moment if it had been caught from a no ball.
I'm just looking at this Gilchrist 100. So I said about the left arm finger spin in this particular game. We talked about Sangvi. So obviously Anil Kumble wasn't available. Sangvi, 10 overs in this game. It went at 6.5 runs and over. I think a few of those might have been Gilchrist.
Ben Duckett, 118 from 98 deliveries, banged in again by Mohamed Siraj. Duckett, all the time in the world, really. Just to swing the bat round, play the ball into the turf, and come through for a single. 182 for one ball left of the 30th over.
You get these passages of play in test matches and it frustrates viewers and listeners. Why is he banging it into the pitch? We saw it with Mark Wood. Why is it persistent? And it's just a tactic. Let's try and disturb the mental capacity of the batter. Let's try and see if he comes out of his comfort zone, see if he wants to play these daft shots. It's fine, don't overdo it.
I think the other thing that amateur cricketers don't understand is that the risk in a hook shot is much higher than the risk is in any other shot is. So you can't control it.
Last ball of the over, and wrapped on the pads. Pope's coming forward, imploring Joel Wilson to give this out. It looked a good shout. The ball has made its way to the boundary. It won't be runs against the batter's name, and I think Siraj might be trying to force this here. Big moment in the game.
Worth a review.
I think it'll be umpire's call, but I think it's worth a review as well.
And Rohit Sharma agrees. Now, we saw an interesting moment a couple of overs back where the keeper, debutant Jurel,
TV umpire
indicated to Sharma not to take a review with Jadeja bowling. And Bharat was criticised for not being strong enough behind the stumps. Jurel has insisted or asked for the review here, so we shall see.
It's high, but
okay, it looks like it's missed the bat. I'll just get
it. Certainly missed the bat. It's moved back. It's pitched and moved back, jagged back. It's hit him high, way above the knee roll. Half forward. He's not fully forward. He's half forward.
Edge coming up. Yeah, clearly has missed the bat. So we can get a ball tracking.
Looks like the only thing that it will be not out for me.
I've got this just missing the stumps.
I think umpire's call. We're about to find out.
Impact in line, hitting the wickets. Joel, I'll get you to overturn your decision to out. I'll let you know when you're on screen. You're on screen now.
The bowler wanted it.
Signal now.
The keeper wanted it. And once he heard that was enough for Rohit Sharma. It was worth the risk. Pope, we saw what he was capable of in the first test. It looked a close shout. It looked a good shout. And India have struck. Given not out on the field, they've overturned the leg before decision. Siraj has pitched the ball up after going short. Pope's missed it, and he's got to go for 39.
I'm surprised. My first thoughts were review it. Then you see the replay, and I just thought that's high. He's hitting way above the knee roll. He's hitting at the top of the pad. He's half forward. He's had to go. Promising innings, 39, just been struck on the helmet. 1 or 2 short balls. So again, into that short ball ploy. Soften him up. What's he want to do? Get him half forward. They've done that. Hit him on the pad. So the second wicket, a welcome wicket for India. And it brings... Well, he's had a quiet time, hasn't he? England's premier. He's had a quiet time.
Joe Root. You know, Ben Stokes he raised an eyebrow quizzically at the Zach Crawley leg before decision, which came just before the lunch break on day 4, that big run chase. I wonder if he's going to raise the other eye quizzically to that one when asked.
I thought that was fair. I didn't think it was bouncing. I mean, bouncing over was the only thing. I thought it was always hitting leg.
We all thought it was a good appeal and worth a review.
Yeah.
It did hit the batter quite high. We all thought it was going to hit the stumps. It was just a question of how much of the ball was going to hit the stumps.
Yeah,
It's gone India's way. It's out. We're done. And Joe Root, who I must have spent about 3 years talking about on TalkSport about the problem of him coming to the crease with the score 20 for 2, is walking to the crease with the score 182 for 2. So, you know, England are in a good position. We've only had 30 overs. And it's going to be Jadeja. Duckett facing, he's forward and defending. Now what we know from England is, despite that wicket, they're just going to continue going. There has been some talk about the manner in which Joe Root has started his innings. Michael Vaughan of the opinion that if you have a look at the figures, this is down the leg side and comfortable single. Actually, Duckett thinks there might be 2, but Root sends him back. 1 run to the score, 120. Michael Vaughan making the point that Joe Root's record against spin in the McCullum era, the Bazball era, has dipped. And he puts that down to the manner in which Joe Root is starting his innings. And there's a few people out there who'd like to see Joe Root going back to the Joe Root that we've seen over the years, but hey, we shall see. He's yet to face a ball. He's going to face it now. He's forward, pushes this. Past the bowler, Jadeja. Well, it's not exactly a unique moment in time for Jadeja to overstep. And he's done so again there. So we'll have to bowl this one again. 184 for 2 with Joe Root coming forward and defending. England trailing by 261. I'm joined in the commentary box here on TalkSport 2 and via the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel by Gareth Batty. This is on off stump and Joe Root plays back and pushes this into a vacant point area and he'll come through for a single. Abhishek Jinjinwala as well. Oh, it's just been good cricket, hasn't it? We've just been either on comms or off comms. As another no ball is signalled. And you guys have played a lot of cricket. And we've all seen a hell of a lot of cricket. But this cricket is still just making us drop our jaws at times in wonderment, isn't it?
I think, over the years, I've never seen anything this exciting, especially in Test cricket. The brand of cricket England is playing.
You never watched bats bowl. Tossed up inside edge. This pops out. There's no short leg. And in truth, it would have gone maybe a couple of yards to the right if there had been a fielder station there. But possibly pause for thought for Rohit Sharma, the skipper. That first slip. On the reverse is Duckett. And he has absolutely nailed this delivery from Jadeja. He's brought a smile to the face of Rohit Sharma, of all people, and he's deposited it over the boundary for 6.
It just sounded good off the bat, didn't it? He got into position early. And with a flash, reverse sweeping it. It's gone in front of square as well. It's almost like it's gone over cover, I think. And it's gone a good 10 rows back. Oh, he got a good piece of that. Wow, he's playing well.
He hit a 6 off Ashwin earlier on today, which was extraordinary. It sounded so pure. That one dragged down by Jadeja, and he quickly onto the sweep is Duckett, and he'll take another single. See what I mean? They've just lost a wicket, and he's just reverse swept Jadeja for 6 over cover.
Sometimes you just don't have enough words to describe what Ben Duckett is doing. It brought a massive smile to Rohit Sharma's face as well, because he's standing there just admiring what he's watching in front of him, even though it's an opponent who's doing it. But it's just, you got to admire.
And it was that kind of smile, wasn't it? Because you have a smile from an opponent's skipper where he thinks, well, you just try that again, mate, because you'll be out. Or a rueful smile because, he thinks, well, you got lucky that time. But that was actually that's a ridiculous shot, Ben Duckett.
I saw it as a bit defeatist, if I'm honest. I
Yeah.
thought it looked that sort of smile like, what am I supposed to do now? Not a oh, wow, that's a good shot. I thought it looked defeatist. I thought his body language just looked as though his shoulders were wilting a bit, and it was kind of like, where do I go from here?
Are you having his badge?
No, I just think it's a pretty obvious place to be if you're him. You've just got your wicket, you've just got back into the game, and Duckett's whopped your premier spinner out of the out of the ground. Wrong hands, shall we call it? Reverse sweep over cover. I mean, what you meant to do? If there's ever a time to be a little bit defeatist, now is the time.
I mean, they do still lead by 252 on a track that Abhishek feels is going to turn pretty much as of, I don't know, an hour into tomorrow. I mean, England are behind the game, right? No? Or am I a legacy cricket journalist? As Duckett runs us into the ground, backward to square, on the offside, no run. He'll probably feel like he's missed out there. The fielder is inside. It's close to the bat. 193 for 2. Got 20 minutes left on day... What day is it? Is it day 2? The game just speeds up when England are batting. By the way, play finishes at about 11:30. We're going to bring you following on, which will be available via your podcast feed, or come and join us on the YouTube channel. Plenty of video content there. We're going to be seeing and hearing from an England player after play today. All the interviews are there. Siraj in, and this keeps a bit low actually. Duckett again, quick to pull, but it takes an inside edge, and it's fielded at fine leg. But yeah, lots of content there. We got David Lloyd, we've got Jarrod Kimber's super over. We have the daily following on show. We've got big moments from the match. I'm sure that Neil Manthorpe calling Ben Duckett's century will be there, possibly Ravichandran Ashwin's 500th Test wicket. That will all be there for eternity. So head over to the TalkSport Cricket YouTube page, join in the chat, or get in contact with us on cricket_TS on X or Twitter. This is the stage of the game where for the last 30 years you'd be saying England would be setting up shop, wouldn't you? Protect what they've got, get back, come back tomorrow, set their stall out for half an hour.
Yeah, but you don't get into these positions by...
No?
If you think about cricket in its simplest form, whenever you go to hit a ball and strike it, you're generally getting a better position when you're being positive, and that's simply what Duckett has done here. It's just not as easy as that because of all the other factors that go with playing international sport on the biggest stage.
Siraj again, he's picked up the wicket of Ollie Pope, and he has Joe Root playing out of his crease, coming forward, smothering any movement. We did see movement, ducked into Pope. He butted him up a little bit with some short stuff, hit him on the helmet, and then pitched the ball up. And there was movement, Pope missing the ball, and despite the on-field not-out call, he was sent on his way. Since then, Ben Duckett has reverse swept Jadeja for 6 over cover. But it's Joe Root facing, and he's forward and defending.
Yeah, there's still that bit of reverse swing.
A little bit of reverse.
And Joe Root smiling. That cheeky chappet. It's a bit older than the young man that burst onto the scene with that cheeky chappy sort of reputation, but he sort of recognised that Siraj has got the ball going a little bit laterally. That one coming into Root. But this is where Joe Root, I mean, when he decides enough's enough, he will go down as one of the great England players. He's just got to trust his defence and just play how he wants to play. He's earned the right for that, and he is England's best batsman. He's just a wonderful, wonderful player. I suppose going on to what you were talking about earlier, John, about ex-players saying, you know, his numbers are going down against spin. Is that because he's been asked to bowl more? So there's more fatigue in his legs when he gets out to bat. He doesn't have the energy in his legs that he would have had as a younger man where he didn't have to bowl.
Certainly felt like that could have been the case in the first test. He bowled a lot of overs, didn't he? Jack Leach picked up that injury, and he was given... Well, he was spinning the ball more than the other spinners as well, As again, it's pitched up, and a good diving stop at mid-wicket from Patidar, but roots through for the single. Yeah, he did bowl a lot of overs in the first test for sure. Had to pick up some of the slack. He opened the bowling on day 2 for Stokes. So yeah, that could well be part of the reason.
And that's what great senior players do. They take the burden off some of the younger players, even if it's at the detriment of their own position, their own movements, their own body, you know, everything that goes with it. That's what wonderful senior players do.
And he is a wonderful individual. You will not find anybody with a bad word to say about Joe Root. On a human level or on a professional level, he's just an incredibly popular guy. He's a loved guy. Pitched up again on middle stump. And those fast hands from Ben Duckett come around, clips the ball past Shubman Gill, dives and tries to stop the ball at square leg. Doesn't quite manage to do so. So another run in the scorebook. Duckett moves to 129. Joe Root is 2 not out. The deficit 249 after India were bowled out for 445 earlier today. But boy, oh boy, has it been exciting since. Duckett, 3rd quickest century in India by a tourist. He sits behind Gilchrist and Lloyd, and he's still there, 129 odd out. And after a word from Abhishek Jhunjhunwala, there'll be Andrew McKenna to take you through the rest of day 2 here on TalkSport 2.
Yeah, I just feel the game is set up so nicely, and England just made it very, very interesting by playing the brand of cricket they play. At the moment we can see on screen the ball has been checked if they need to change the ball, but I think it's clearly going through that checker which they have, and the Indian team would be desperate to change this ball.
Yeah, it goes through like a little hoop system, doesn't it? And if the ball is out of shape, it clips part of the circular device that it has to go through. But I think it's umpire Dharmasena has thrown the ball back to the Indian bowler and said, get yourself on with it. The Indian captain arguing the toss with, are these the right circles that you're putting the ball through, sir? It's out of shape to me. But that kind of just shows where India are at. They need something to go their way. They want to change the ball, change the look, see if they can get it reversing more, see if they can get a harder ball. Just something to prize another wicket, and then they can go again.
Yeah, you don't expect the ball to be very soft after 32 overs, but the amount of hitting which has been done to that ball, probably a bit more like a 60-over ball now after 32 overs.
What a day. I mean, I know we've been going on a few hours, but I'm struggling to quite take in what we're watching here. 32 overs of England batting, 196 for 2. Ben Duckett, 129 not out. It's important that we keep reminding ourselves, though, that England are still trailing by 249. But we were watching outside earlier, and we were just saying, it felt like India were the ones getting the run around, that England were putting all the pressure on. Yet at that stage, they were still 300 behind. But this is what this England team do to you.
I just heard Rohit Sharma speaking in Hindi saying, just give him a single and bring Joe Root on strike. So somewhere they feel...
Get one of the best players in the world on strike. It tells you what Ben Duckett's doing to them.
Exactly. That just shows that they know it's going to be very difficult to get Duckett's wicket, but because of lack of form or lack of runs from Joe Root, they feel they've got a better opportunity, and he's this new man as well. He's not set yet.
Well, there are still officially 11 overs left in the day. We're not going to get them all in, as there's only 13 minutes. I wouldn't imagine there's many people who'll go home feeling shortchanged after today's play, though. So it's going to be Bumrah to start his 8th over around the wicket to the left-handed Duckett, and in he goes. Duckett is punching off with the back foot. Shubman Gill can't stop it cleanly. As a result, the batters are able to scamper through for a single. So they've got the single that Rohit wanted, maybe not necessarily in the way that they wanted it. 197 for 2 England. Joe Root therefore comes down on strike. 2 from 6 for the former captain.
Yeah, this is where Bumrah will be hoping that ball with a little bit of reverse swing can just bring the stumps or bring the shin of Joe Root into play. This older ball It's going to be tough to do him on the outside edge. Is the ball going to carry the same unless Root is coming very hard at the ball? So I think it's going to be a battle of challenging those tram lines that are put in on the TV screens that we all see. Can he challenge that front pad?
Well, speaking of on the screen, the physio has just run out after one ball, and Jasprit Bumrah needs a gel. This is where umpire Bumble gets into a right old tizzy. He's like, well, hang on a minute, this is part of the game. This is wear and tear. Get on with it. And this is down to your fitness.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it can be a bit annoying at times. But again, going back to cricket in Joe Root, what Batty was saying exactly, Bumrah is going to try that. Try and hit the stumps, try and bring the pads into play, leg before the wicket. And he's got Joe Root on quite a few occasions like that.
Yeah. Jasprit, actually, we've just seen a replay, grabbed the right hamstring, which is why the physios come out and given him that gel. I mean, it is late in the day. He's starting his 8th over, 0 for 32. Here he comes. 2 slips waiting. Joe Root is coming forward. Bat and pad. Surely he got a big chunk of that one onto his pad, didn't he? It ballooned out on the leg side. Had there been a close catcher on the leg side, Jasprit would have been appealing for something very, very different.
Yeah, Joe Root is very aware of what Bumrah's trying to do here. He's almost coming out of his crease to try and get down the pitch a little bit more. But that little bit of shape in towards the stumps, in towards that front pad. Joe Root just needs to keep his balance. Don't get your head outside the line of the ball. Don't give him a chance.
We also saw the shiny side being inside. That means the ball is reversing. And that ball tailed in quite a bit on Joe Root.
Bumrah goes in. That's too short to swing back in. So Root will play the line and just play it out defensively. And there is no run. This, by the way, Gary Morgan, our statsman, tells us the most runs that England have scored in a session in India in a test match. Previously 154 for 2 back in December of 2008 in Mohali. So this gives you a real idea of what this England side are doing. And even though the wicket of Ollie Pope has gone down, and we're still not entirely sure about that. Ben Stokes spoke in Vizag about there were a couple of decisions that he wasn't sure about for the Hawkeye ball tracking. Jasprit goes in, Root rides the bounce down to fine leg, and they will get a single. In fact, they're coming back for 2. That's great running. Joe Root has touched at the non-striker's end and gone absolutely flying back. So he's up to 4, 199 for 2, England, trailing by 246.
Yeah, that just shows that England are still on their mettle. India have been a little bit slack in the field. There's been a few fumbles, a few sort of dives over the ball. They just polish that up. It just gets that tiny little bit of momentum their way. But Root, alive to the fact that fine leg's quite wide, back for 2.
And the advantage that the Duckett's running to the far end, as the man who's probably pretty tired after being out there for as long as he has. So he was always pretty safe. Jasprit goes for the Yorker. Joe Root keeps it out, actually gets it up to Ashwin at mid-on. But he went for that in-ducking Yorker at 141 kilometres an hour. Joe Root up to it and keeps it out.
I'm not sure Duckett's tired. He's only faced 100 balls.
And also what I liked about this 2 runs Joe Root took in the previous delivery shows that he's still keen to be out there. He's not worried about Bumrah. A lot of times the batters, when they think they're struggling against a particular bowler, even though there is a 2 to be taken, they always end up taking a single and like to spend the time on the non-striker.
Jasprit in once again. Root playing from the crease. No run. Yeah, it's always interesting how... sorry, just slipped on the turn. Couldn't come back. We've all seen it done. End of the over. 33 gone of this England innings. Yes, 33 overs gone. 199 for 2. And yes, this is a test match. It's not a one-day international. India posting 445 in their innings. Earlier on, bowled out after winning the toss yesterday. So England still trail by 246. And therefore, it could, if there were 2 or 3 wickets goes quickly, England would be in a lot of trouble. But this innings of Duckett and what Ollie Pope did earlier has just changed the narrative around this innings. India are asking for the ball to go through the hoops once again, just to check. It's gone straight through, and it's been handed back to Rohit Sharma, who's got a big smile on his face, basically giving the game away that they're trying it on.
I think he's going to keep putting the pressure on the umpire. Rohit Sharma has got a big smile. He's a lovely guy as well. Rohit Sharma, very likeable character. Everyone likes him, like Joe Root. But yeah, he's going to keep on going back to the umpire till he gets the ball changed.
Well, back in the old days, when the umpire would simply say, well, the way you're going, don't worry, they'll knock it back into shape in a minute with another shot. So, right, so Siraj is going to bowl his 10th, 1 for 53 so far. He's got the deep fine leg, the deep backward square, both out on the boundary. Has Siraj got the energy to get it up high enough to duck it? He was 130 not out. Well, it's sort of waist high. He's guiding it to Gully, who's pretty close in, actually, at Gully there, on the bounce to the fielder. So, 2 deep on the leg side, plus a shortish mid-wicket, plus the mid-on. And then a man on the drive at short extra, mid-off, cover, and that close-in Gully. But to be honest, the way Duckett's playing at the moment, it really doesn't matter where the fielders are, because he will hit it where he wants at the moment. That's just the way he's played.
And also he's taking the pitch completely out of the equation. We didn't even find out if there's any spin on this surface because he hardly let any ball land.
Exactly. Siraj is in. Duckett plays from the crease. It's up to mid-on, no run. It has been just a blinding performance from England today, and they just keep on rocking. I'll give you the bowling figures in just a moment, because as Abhi says, the spinners haven't been able to sort of set up control. Kuldeep 6 overs, 0 for 42. Ashwin 6 overs, 1 for 30. Jadeja 4 overs, 0 for 33. Ben Duckett gets another full one from Siraj. Push drive to mid-on. Bumrah will do the fielding, and they will stay where they are. 5 minutes to go, so we'll finish this over and probably get one more in. And England 199 for 2 here on TalkSport 2.
I do feel like that's the difference between the two teams in the field. Never at any point did you see England not sort of chasing around and picking up the ball. Any chance of a run out, they were right all over the... I just feel like India have just allowed England a little bit more ease in the field.
Siraj goes in, it's full, straight, hits Duckett on the pads, but it's going down the leg side. Duckett trying to work that leg side and wasn't able to catch up with it, and there is no run. The shadow starting to lengthen as the day goes on. Coming up to 5 o'clock local time, of course, on the west coast now. So in Vizag, the light went really quickly as we're on the east coast, but being on the west coast, it'll hang around a bit longer. No need for the floodlights to come on, even just in case. And we just mosey on towards close of play. Duckett's 130 not out. Plays a punch drive to Siraj. Siraj's hands go up in the air as if to say, oh, that was close, but it hits the middle of Ben Duckett's bat and goes to mid-on. At the moment, all the moral battles even, and the moral victories are still going England's way.
Yeah, just checked his shot a little bit, Duckett. Just getting a bit out in front of himself, but had the presence of mind to hold himself in, rein himself in, and not push through the ball too much. Is it a moral victory? I'm not so sure. I just think it's a little bit of human error from Duckett without it being costly.
Final ball of the over then from Siraj on the hip of Duckett, and he's able to work it down to Kuldeep at deep fine leg, and a single will be taken that brings up the England 200 from just 34 overs. They're going at almost 6 runs and over in this test match once again, and Duckett has 131 now from 114 deliveries. Better than a run a ball in a test match.
Yes, astonishing. When England came out to bat, we were all a bit concerned how they're going to play on this pitch, how the pitch is going to play. Will there be any turn? Will there be lateral movement for the fast bowlers? we haven't seen anything apart from just boundaries from Ben Duckett, to be honest. 131 of just 114, probably one of the best test hundreds you'll ever see, not just in India, anywhere in the world.
So it's going to be Ashwin for the final over of the day. He's got 1 wicket so far, and that was an important one because that took him to 500, making him the 3rd off spinner to get to 500, as Crawley was caught by Patidar at short fine leg for 15. That was the first ball of the 14th over. 89 for 1 at that stage. Crawley had been sort of playing second fiddle to Duckett, and everyone else has been since. So 6 overs, 1 for 30 for Ashwin. Around the wicket to Duckett, and Duckett is punching hard to Shubman Gill in the covers, no run.
Ashwin definitely gave that one a chance. He was quite prepared to let that go up out the hand, take all the speed out of the ball.
Slip, short leg, short extra cover. Ashwin again gives that one a little bit of air. Duckett square drives on the offside. Out to Jaiswal, who's doing the cover sweeper duties. Single taken. 132 for Duckett, 201 for 2 England. And Joe Root will therefore be on strike.
I just feel that England spinners have bowled a lot better than Indian spinners in terms of, yes, they bowled a lot of long hops, but still they've been a bit more consistent. Indian spinners, probably, this is the first time this has happened to them, that they've been put under the pump by the opposition in India. It's a different brand of cricket England is playing, so they've not allowed the Indian spinners to get settled at all.
Ashwin comes in. Root is playing around the front pad, all along the floor through mid-wicket, and Jaiswal will do the fielding once again. Single taken. Root goes to 5, 202 for 2.
And also Indian batters have been very conventional in their approach, how they are batting. So it's a very contrasting game both teams are playing, but still, yeah, if you ask any of the spinners from the Indian camp, they'll say we've never been put under so much pressure in our career.
Ashwin comes in, bowls to Duckett. Duckett is taken on the pad. It goes to Rohit at slip. Does that take some edge or glove as well? Ashwin is imploring Giral, the wicketkeeper. Rohit is still lying on the floor on his stomach, and he now makes the T signal. And I hope the umpire can see it as he lies on the ground. This is going to be a big one.
We have a player review for LBW. Original decision is not out. I've checked the front foot. It's a fair delivery. Can we go to front on, please?
Okay, so the official review is for
check both feet,
LBW. Ball comes down. It rips. And off.
It appears to miss the bat. We'll confirm that with Ultra Edge, please.
It's close to the outside edge and then rips and hits Duckett on the back leg.
Bear in mind the ball was caught, so if it does hit the bat, it would be out.
Thank you, Rod Tucker, for reminding us of that. So if Hotspot reveals that there is an edge.
Flat line. One more frame, yep, so it's missed the bat. There's daylight between bat and ball, so we can go to ball tracking when it's ready.
So the catch is now out of the window. It is now all about where the ball's going on to. And
ball
here it is.
Coming up. Impact is outside leg stump. Kumar, you'll be staying with your not out decision.
More than 50% of the ball is outside of leg stump.
Signal now.
So Kumar's Dharma Sena stands by his original decision. Now, in about a ball's time, we'll actually then get the ball tracking to see where that ball was going on to, and that is going to be as interesting because it pitched outside leg and absolutely ripped off of the seam. And we're just seeing a shot of Ashwin, who's watching the replay, going, really? Well, they've burnt a review, India, and it now means they're down to 1 for the rest of the innings. There's 2 balls left in the day. Ashwin around the wicket to Duckett. Plays out on the onside, beats Sarfaraz at short leg and will take a single. So Joe Root will get to play the final ball of the innings. As Duckett goes to 133, England 203 for 2. Well, what a day it's been. We started off with India 326 for 5. We're going to close, if England don't add any more, 203 for 2. What a day's cricket. India bowled out for 445 in the end. Here we go then. Ashwin around the wicket to Joe Root. He's given him a full toss. And Joe Root can pick his spots. And there's no deep cover sweeper. And it's just going to roll and gently trundle into the advertising sponge. And the day finishes with a boundary, which is appropriate enough with the way that this day has gone. England are 207 for 2. Joe Root is 9 not out. He's walking off with his arm around Ben Duckett, presumably saying something to the effect of, that is one of the greatest innings I have ever seen. Ben Duckett has finished the day 133 not out from 118 deliveries. And Joe Root has played many a special innings, and he described Ollie Pope's double 100 as the best he's ever seen. Well, he's now stopped and he's waiting for Ben Duckett to walk off so he can get the applause on his own, as England have scored 176 runs in the final session of this incredible day's play. Ben Duckett walks off, acknowledges the crowd. He's got a huge smile on his face, and rightly so. And there are England fans by the steps that Ben Duckett is now going up to make his way to the dressing room. And there are photos being taken. There are huge smiles. Duckett now takes off the helmet and will make his way into the dressing room to a standing ovation. There are a few smiles, a few slaps on the back. I imagine once the dressing room door closes and the players are in the safety of the dressing rooms, they might get a bit more boisterous. But what a day's cricket we have brought you here on TalkSport 2. Gareth Batty, you've watched an awful lot of cricket down the years. Put that into context for me. Just how special is what Ben Duckett has done for the last few hours here on TalkSport 2?
I don't really have the words to describe how good an innings that is, if I'm brutally honest. It's I can't believe you'll ever play a better knock in your life. It is right up there. It goes top 1, 2 or 3 innings ever played by an English batsman. To take down the quality of bowling that he has done on a surface that I wouldn't say is easy, it's certainly not flat, and he's just done it with precision, skill, and a heck of a lot of bravery. I mean, it's been a quite exceptional innings. For England to lose the wicket of Ollie Pope and then almost the next ball he faces off Jadeja, to reverse sweep him over cover for 6, flat and hard, just kind of epitomised his skill sets today, and it dismantled one of the greatest spin attacks the world has ever seen.
Yeah, it's just been a remarkable day of cricket, and there's not enough words to describe that innings. And as Batty said, probably one of the best spin attack India has ever had. You've got one of the best fast bowlers India has ever produced in Bumrah, and to do that with that much ease against that sort of a quality bowling attack, yeah, it takes somebody very, very special.
Well, it would take an awful lot to take R. Ashwin off the back pages of the Indian papers, because a good while ago he took a wicket to get him to 500. Imagine the editors in the Indian newspapers are having a bit of a dilemma at the moment. Maybe it's going to be a split back page. You can't take Ashwin off the back page, but you can't have a back page without Ben Duckett on tomorrow morning, can you?